side, but still a little notch, little kink in between that cluster could be just enough to get some spin. But that will push off to the northeast, and it's been moving pretty quickly. The southern side of this is pushing off at about 50 miles an hour, a little slower on the northern tier up through Dubuque, but you can see those storms beginning to roll their way through. Let's jump further back to the west because we have storms that are firing ahead of the cold front. And now we're starting to see storms beginning to pop up along the cold front. And so with this front driving in that colder, denser air, that lift moving in this environment is going to bring us a pretty dynamic line of storms. This is the very reason why we had a level 4 upgrade to our severe weather threat today. A tornado watch is likely coming imminently across parts of Kansas and perhaps northern Oklahoma, Missouri, maybe kind of filling in the zone as we expect the potential for maybe discrete cells at first, quickly becoming a line of storms with some pretty powerful wind gusts. So you'll see there's the initialization behind that front. Look at that cumulus cloud beginning to fire, that line of storms just off to the west of Wichita. And that will be our cold front. And so with that, you can see a little lightning starting to initialize north of Wichita as well. And so as these storms continue to grow, look at the alpha boundary, look at the convergence here. There's our lift. And that's where we're expecting to see this continue to intensify for the next several hours. And the threats on the board, we're talking nearly 80 to 90 mile an hour wind gusts. And right on cue as we're talking about it, Christopher letting me know that that tornado watch has been issued. So an extension a little farther to the south. We were expecting this, just waiting for kind of the collaboration amongst the National Weather Service offices with the Storm Prediction Center to kind of highlight the best zones and which states, which counties need to be on most alert. So as we get that loaded up for you, just giving you an idea of what we're expecting to see for the next several hours. The fact that we went with a tornado watch in this area just goes to show you that even despite damaging winds perhaps being more of that primary risk as we bleed later into this evening, taking that top threat of what most likely folks will experience with this line pushing through, the tornado possibility is still very much on the table. So this tornado watch, as it gets loaded in for you, runs through 9 p.m. Central Time. And it's going to encompass a much larger piece of real estate across the Central Plains. So there it is. And as expected, connecting with our northern watch, this runs through 8 p.m. And then as we jump over the state line into Missouri, crossing the I-70 corridor, stretched back into western Oklahoma, this runs through 9 p.m. Central Time. And right now within this watch, we could see softball-sized hail and 85 mile an hour wind gusts on top of that tornado potential. So we're just getting things started, Melanie, and we've got a lot more to cover as things begin to fire up quickly this afternoon.
What an afternoon and evening it is going to be, as we'll be with you all the way with this evolving situation of the severe weather. We're not just monitoring that, but also record flooding. It's swamping the upper Midwest, creating a dangerous situation for millions in Michigan and Wisconsin. After the break, we'll talk to one gentleman who had a sinkhole open up right under his house. You won't want to miss that conversation. We'll be right back.
All my life, I've been waiting for someone like you. Yeah. I've been looking for someone like you. Yeah. I've been waiting for someone like you, like you, like you, like you, like you. Yeah. You make me.
Guess what time it is?
Fox Weather Beach House.
You feel that? That's summer. Fox Weather Beach House is bigger and better than ever.
It was amazing.
From coast to coast, surf, sand, sun. Dip your toes into the sugar white sand of Seacrest Beach, Florida. Relax vibes on Cape Cod in historic Yarmouth, Massachusetts. Go down the shore when we hit LBI, New Jersey. Experience 32 miles of beaches in Galveston, Texas. Feel the warm turquoise waters of Gulf Shores, Alabama, and every beach in between. All summer long. And a surprise that goes full beach mode. Fox Weather Beach House.
This is the story of the one who doesn't just see a broken dock. He sees lost revenue, a late night, and work stalled to a halt. Thankfully, he has the experience to handle whatever comes his way and has Grainger on his side, offering access to technical product specialists and the scale to deliver fast, so he can keep his business in gear and always moving forward. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of struggling with that heavy leaf blower? It's so bulky and hard to use. Introducing the Bullseye Power Blower. It delivers a massive blowing force, and yet it's so compact and lightweight, under 2 pounds. Look at the raw power create a tidal wave of leaves and debris. It's like having a jet engine in the palm of your hand to clean faster and easier than ever. Forget big blower hassles. Now just grab, go, and blow to effortlessly clean any area. Just lock and load the rechargeable battery for long-lasting runtime. We measured the wind speed of this bulky blower at 20 miles per hour, but Bullseye blows away the competition at 55 miles per hour. Cleaning gutters with a big corded blower is impossible, but Bullseye makes it easy. The secret is the compact turbocharged motor with proprietary jet burst technology that blasts out 21,000 RPMs of high-capacity airflow, easily knocking down these heavy bricks from afar. Just like a car wash blower, the force of Bullseye can dry your car in minutes, so it shines like new. Even blows snow right off your vehicle in no time. Sweeping is hard work, but Bullseye clears out crevices with zero effort. Turbo clean your porch in a flash, or tidy up your dirty garage floor in seconds. Watch this. The sheer force propels this woman across the pool. And check this out. Even use Bullseye to blow up a huge jump house. Now that's a crazy amount of air. A big bulky blower can cost $200, but get the Bullseye Compact Power Blower today for just $99.99. But wait, act now and get a $20 discount, so it's only $79.99. Plus, you'll get the extension tube with flat power nozzle to boost your range even further. Choose the best length for any situation. Yours free. And it all comes with free shipping. Don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-329-3689 or go to bullseyeblower.com. Call 1-800-329-3689. That's 1-800-329-3689 or order online at bullseyeblower.com. Order now.
Are you ready for an electric joyride? It's just a few clicks away. Introducing electric e-bikes. Experience what it's like to feel like a kid again. And feel confident with the best-selling electric bike in the U.S. We have every type of bike for every type of rider. Ships to your doorstep for free, little to no assembly required. Hop on to your next adventure. Only at electricebikes.com. Electric e-bikes, affordably awesome.
Welcome back to America's Weather Center. I'm Melanie Black, once again with Jane Menard.
Big update coming in just really the last 5 minutes.
Yes.
SPC upgrading. You see the pink on the board. That's a level 4 out of 5 risk now for today.
For parts of Oklahoma, Kansas, and into western Missouri. This was something you weren't really shocked by.
No, I think that the wind profile, the damaging wind gusts that could top 90 miles an hour, the confidence in that growing as these storms are expected to fire in the next few hours. So it's a very notable upgrade. Kansas City down through, say, northern Oklahoma, definitely be heads up there. And you've got a little time to prepare for this as these storms aren't set to fire probably for another couple hours.
Right, and if it's something you almost want to treat, it's like a tornado at that point. Just strong winds like that, you want to make sure you are indoors. And to your point, be prepared. Rain and rapidly melting snow. We're going to switch gears here. These are wreaking havoc on communities across parts of Michigan and Wisconsin with devastating flooding that continues to impact both of those states. Now we have more rounds of rain that are on the way. So these are just spots that are not getting a break. Looks like maybe into early next week we'll get a little bit of a break, but you look at some of the top rain totals coming in across the Midwest. This is all the way back to last weekend. So since Saturday, some spots have picked up more than half a foot of just rainfall.
It's impressive. And you consider the streams and the creeks, because this flooding story really has emerged quickly for a lot of these communities. But you think to yourself, okay, we've had a couple of inches of rain. It's been very wet this week. But how did this get to be so devastating? Well, you think of how much snow we've had and the rivers and the streams, right? Exactly. They're already filled with all that snow melt. So this is the type of rain that would agitate that very quickly.
Yeah, it just continues to exacerbate the issue. So parts of Michigan, Wisconsin, some of the highest rain totals that we've seen over the past 5 days. You can really see it highlighted here, and that's just evident on water vapor satellite too. You still have some moisture that's going to be sweeping through this region.
We had a nice little break overnight and today, right? Between between systems, but more rain is coming. We've got our water vapor. When you talk about the water vapor available too, already with that one tiny storm outside of Minneapolis, look at the bright blues.
Yeah, you just
the
see it
high
explode
moisture
right there.
content that explodes, and we know that's going to continue as we work this storm east.
So we still have flood watches that are in place. These are in fact going to run tonight into tomorrow morning, covering Wisconsin and into parts of the UP as well. So you have Green Bay, Milwaukee, Traverse City, Sault Ste. Marie, Sheboygan, where we had Katie Byrne there and throughout the morning. So some of these major cities that are still impacted.
Yeah, Chicago too, where we could see possibly 1 to 2 inches of rain even over the course of this evening. And then a lot of this starts to push through Michigan. Now, the good thing I think for Michigan, if you can try to find a silver lining.
We're trying.
Exactly. Is that the severe weather risk will start to drop off by the time these storms work into the state later this evening. So we are looking at purely a rain and flood potential as opposed to maybe seeing some of the more destructive weather that we're
right. You're already on heightened awareness, so to not have to worry about those severe storms, that's definitely saying something. So we look at our future radar, what we can expect going through the rest of today. Here you can see the line of storms that fires off across Wisconsin into Iowa as well. So this is by 7 p.m. and likely some heavy rain associated with that too. But then you see as it goes through the overnight, it's not quite as organized. So to your point, we're not talking about severe storms, but still some heavy rain at times.
Yeah, and heavy rain too that's maybe shifting a touch to the south in parts of southern Michigan. I know northern Michigan under that kind of blanket flood warning for the streams and creeks that are overwhelmed. Sheboygan, where we've had Katie Byrne all week showcasing what that has been like for those communities. But that will push out as we work into the overnight, and then by tomorrow morning, this really does kind of set us up for a different like a pattern change that does open up some drier time.
Yeah, a different air mass. I mean, you saw that. You even see some sunshine breaking through. So nice not to see it lit up on radar. But you look at the river flooding that we have going on, and this is where you see it lit up. So there are numerous rivers that have reached above their flood stage and that continue to be at record crests.
Yeah, and shifting a little farther south. Right out of that kind of bright green, you're now looking in spots like Grand Rapids, Saginaw, where everything's kind of flowing downstream and that kind of bubble of floodwater is coming along with it for these communities. So over the course of the next few days, and it's not just Michigan, Wisconsin too, we've talked to a number of residents who have also been victim of floodwaters in their homes.
Right, the eastern part of the state also under some of those flood watches. So you can see the river flooding as we go through the next 3 days. You have many rivers that are set to reach moderate to major flood stage. You look closely at Bridgetown, Michigan, and this is where we're monitoring one of these rivers.
Yeah, and you can see the response of the rain that's going to move in tonight and how the forecasted crest expected to be upwards of about 19 feet. I mean, we already broke the record where we're sitting at right now. And even if we just get an inch of rain, that's enough to keep the water elevated.
Even though it's not a whole lot of rain, but given what we've already seen, you have to look back. So it gives you more of that flooding potential. Grand Rapids, Michigan, here's your forecast over the next 3 days. You have those storms and the rain, but then some better conditions. You even see a little bit of sunshine too. So finally drying out and switching that pattern.
Drying out, cooling down.
Yes, look at that.
Yes, look at those temperatures.
40s and 20s after the upper 70s for you this afternoon. So it's certainly going to feel completely different. But we can thank that air mass for coming on in because it is going to bring that welcome relief from all of the rain we've been getting.
Absolutely.
Residents in northern Michigan are on edge as rounds of rain and rapid snowmelt continue to overwhelm rivers and lakes across the state. Water continues to rise in inundated neighborhoods. Residents continue to return to their properties to salvage what's left. But the water didn't wait to rise for some. Joining us now is resident Randy Thomas to tell his part of the story about how he's been impacted by the catastrophic flooding. Randy, thank you for joining us. I'm so sorry that it's going to be on these terms, but we appreciate hearing your story. So walk us back to earlier this week, specifically on Monday night. What were you expecting when you went to bed?
Well, in our area, we're up away from the river quite a bit, and we were actually feeling great. And about 5 o'clock in the morning, there was a huge crash, and my wife noticed that there was water coming into our basement. I went down. There was maybe 2 to 3 standing feet at that time. I went down and saw that the entire back wall of our basement had collapsed. At one point, the highest water we got was up to 5 to 6 feet in the basement.
Wow. And Randy, we're looking at some of the pictures that you've shared with us, and just talk, what was going through your mind at that moment, right? I mean, it's a startling way to wake up, and then
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. I just want to know how it's been for you in that experience.
We've been devastated. This was our retirement. We had put, we had put everything into this property, and we thought we'd be okay. This happened to us, but we figured we'd be fine. You know, we have insurance on everything, and unfortunately, we're not going to be covered by insurance. So we're doing the best we can. My house, if you can see behind me, the hole, that whole side of the house was starting to sag and collapse. And a wonderful man in town here named Mr. Soka was able to come over and brace the basement for us so that the house is going to stand. But now we're in a holding pattern for the next 10 to 14 days, just waiting for someone to be able to get up here and get the ball rolling, give us estimates, whatever we can get.
Yeah, it's times like these when you really see people, including neighbors and the community, come together and offer their support. And we know that you have a GoFundMe for anyone that does want to help. You're a veteran yourself as well. So talk about how the community has really come through to help you out.
But as far as the GoFundMe, my son set that up for us yesterday. I believe it's the Randy and Susan Thomas fund. As far as the community, I'm sorry. So many angels out there willing to help. Everyone is pouring their support in. I'm so sorry. The disaster doesn't get me. It's the amount of kindness and love that's being shown by the community. And yourselves included, thank you so much for reaching out to us today.
Randy will be thinking of you and your wife, Susan. Will be sending you prayers, and I know that the community will continue to come together and help you out. Thank you so much for sharing your story and being here with us today.
Thank you guys for reaching out. Thank everyone else in the audience, too, for your concern and prayers.
Absolutely. Thank you, Randy. Oh, when you get interviews like that, it really just brings home the extent of impact to weather systems, even in small communities and neighborhoods. And I love when we have opportunities to just showcase the kindness that we show to one another.
Because you could just hear it in his voice, right?
The gratitude.
So it warms your heart, though, to hear how the community is coming together for them. And hopefully they will continue to get more help. But we do appreciate him sharing that story. Severe weather danger ramping up for millions across the Midwest and Plains. We'll keep tracking it out for you right here on Fox Weather, so stay with us.
Buying or selling a home has gotten hard. That's why who you work with matters. I partner with HomeLight to help our clients win in any situation. Our buyers find great deals on their dream homes, and our sellers get top dollar. Together, we all win.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet, and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is like this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Who cares what they say? Size does matter. And we prove it every day at Shop LC with our exquisite selection of lab-grown diamonds. Because when size matters, so does value. Go to shoplc.com and go bigger.
You play by the rules. But things happen. Prices climb faster than your paycheck. And every month, a new surprise. Little by little, the debt adds up. So how do you face it? One step at a time. It starts with a call, then a plan. And just like that, you're back on track. With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team in your corner. We work directly with your creditors, so you pay less than you owe, in less time than you think. When debt happens, we're here to help you take action. And this is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to find out how quickly you could become debt-free.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
Right now on Fox Weather, a siege of severe weather this week. Today's round of storms may represent the worst of it. More storms firing in some of the same areas across the plains and the Midwest that have been impacted multiple times already this week. A tornado watch up from Oklahoma up to Minnesota. This several-day stretch of severe weather peaking right here at the end of the week with an upgraded threat of tornadoes, large hail, and damaging wind gusts. This from the Storm Prediction Center. Live storm tracking from the Fox Weather Beast out in the field. It's just moments away. Stay with our live coverage for real-time radar analysis, storm reports, and the forecast for what's left of this into the weekend. It's all right now on Fox Weather Now. Hey, good Friday afternoon, everybody. Thank you, as always, for being here with us on Fox Weather. I'm Ian Oliver. This is Fox Weather Now. The Fox Weather Alert System, that's been lit up throughout the afternoon, but we've just seen an escalation here over the last 10 minutes or so, including a couple of tornado warnings and one confirmed tornado warning. So let's get right to it, as we've had several severe weather alerts already today, none more serious than what just got issued moments ago. As I mentioned, 7 active severe thunderstorm warnings, 2 tornado warnings at this point. Also, you see on the right side of the screen, that QR code, easy way to stay up to date with the latest information. That's our live weather blog. That's activated, and it will be as we move forward through this afternoon into the evening. So let's get to it. You show you what's going on the visible satellite. A lot of sunshine. That's Winona, Minnesota, by the way, live picture. A south wind 21 miles per hour. You see this in through here, an explosion, a cluster of storms that developed over the last couple of hours. And here, that's the new storm, and that is actually the cell that's producing now a confirmed tornado. And the National Weather Service, this is out of the La Crosse, Wisconsin office. So right there, they've got a really good look at this. They've also got some cameras indicating that, yeah, that is a tornado in progress. It needs to be treated as such. So there's Rochester, Minnesota. The confirmed tornado is in through here. That's going to be awfully close to, it's right there. Yeah, east of Hayfield now, back to the west of Stewartville. This is Interstate 90 from Stewartville up to Marion. The rotation right there, it's fairly weak. It's being detected by Doppler radar. Places like Rockdale, and in the short term, it'll be this swath from Stewartville up to Marion of greatest concern, as this is a tornado on the ground. It's in progress right now, and it's moving east in that direction. I'm looking to keeping an eye on the latest from the National Weather Service. The Rochester Airport in through here is in danger from this powerful storm too, and not to be left out of that. Rochester up here. Look at the reflectivity values coming in. Dodge, Olmsted counties are included in this, but the hail is indicated to egg size. So the most imminent and large scale, at least in terms of high impact, I should say, threat here is the tornadic potential, but in a more widespread sense, it's that hail threat. I'm looking at some of the reports. Be curious to see, there's always a bit of a lag, what we get for hail reports out of this particular cell, because we know moving forward through the next several hours, next 2, 3, 4 hours, we're likely going to be up around baseballs plus, perhaps a softball size hail again. So this particular confirmed tornado warning, you must get to your safe spot. In fact, if you look at this, the Weather Service is indicating that there may actually be a couple of tornadoes in progress. It's one confirmed tornado warning, but near Rockdale, that's one couplet. And then in through here, that may be the case at this point. So anyone indicated in that zone and beyond it, you've got the severe thunderstorm warning, know that those are some very potent and dangerous storms, and you need to go ahead and get to your tornado safe spot. More broad scale, do just want to let you know, up and down this whole zone. You can keep it here with us throughout the afternoon, throughout this evening. We're going to be watching these storms on Doppler radar and bringing you the absolute latest information. The reason why that's so important, EF3 tornadoes plus, hail up to 4 inches in diameter, significant damaging wind gusts possible here, 85 plus miles per hour. And you look at the population at risk, included inside that tornado watch, Wisconsin down to Oklahoma, almost 14 million Americans. Let's get out into this. We'll bring in Fox Weather meteorologist Haley Meyer, who's tracking these storms live from the Fox Weather Beast. Haley, a busy week for you guys. You're back at it to close out the week. And as we move into this evening, we've got these parameters. This looks as intense or more intense than anything we've seen so far this week. What are you expecting here? What's the plan in the short term?
Yeah, I think you're right on the money that the parameters today are the best that we've seen, especially for portions of southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois. The trend that we were looking at this morning, we were trying to decide, do we go to Dubuque, do we go to Davenport? And we stayed a little bit further south towards Davenport. Dubuque right now, the southern side of it, under a tornado warning. It is a big cluster of storms. The rotation looks okay. We do have a couple of storm trackers that we are in communication with that are on that cell. They have yet to say that they see anything on the ground, but it's going to be messy and very quickly, because you have all of the interaction of the storms and the convective development around it. Likely, if it does touch down, it will be brief, and then you will watch as wind and rain start to take over. What has our attention right now is the very, very tail end of that multi-cell cluster. It actually just went severe thunderstorm warned, and it has tornado possible on it. We are looking mostly at it at this moment. We are traveling out towards the northwest, likely
Haley,
going to cross back over into the Iowa border. Yeah, I got you, Ian.
Do you have our feet up? I'm getting word here, this US 63, it looks like the airport in Rochester. If you guys are listening to me, let me know. There's a tornado roping out. Haley, if you've got our feet up, it looks like an airfield to me.
Yeah.
And that's a tornado that's roping out. It's on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I mean, I can see it. I've got return here in the Beast, and definitely looking like a tornado roping out. But what's interesting to me is on the top end of it, it looks a little bit twisty and wonky, and that is a sign that it's starting to weaken and that the outflow's taking over. So the good news is hopefully this is brief. It's on the ground for a moment, but the fact that it's on an airfield is definitely concerning, because I've known, or I've at least heard stories that the standard operating procedures, if you're already loaded on an airplane, you wait it out on said airplane, and that would be a really big concern for folks if there is an active tornado that goes through there.
Yeah. So that looks like it's trying to twist back up a little bit, Haley. If we can, we'll leave this picture up, obviously, but let's punch up. Steph has this marked on my Max where exactly that airfield is. It's near Judge, just north of Stewartville, the one we were talking about. You can see on the high resolution imagery that airfield showing up, and that tornado is moving right across it right now. So yeah, hold on. What's your plan in the short term
Yeah,
here?
I mean, in the short term, we are going to head towards the tail end of the MCS. It seems like that potentially could get some rotation already, upper level rotation, and it could strengthen. But yeah, that rope tornado really doing its best to stay as on the ground for as long as possible. So just kind of watching the evolution of it right now. But another thing that we're watching is there was a storm. Maybe it's starting to weaken and loosen up. That's a good trend. There's a storm near Sigourney, Iowa, that is discrete. It is to the southwest of that cluster that we are tracking, and so that could also be another tornado producer potentially within the next couple of hours. So we're keeping all options open by staying on the southern side of that cell and tracking anything that would move just south of the Dubuque area as we speak. But still, obviously keeping an eye on and an ear out on our Fox Weather radios for what Brandon's seeing as he is under that tornado warning.
Yeah, Haley, we're gonna be checking back in with you as we move forward through what appears to be, it already is, but an increasingly active afternoon. We'll be checking back with you in just a moment.
Yep.
All right, so that's the confirmed tornado up in Minnesota. There's a look right there, Kansas City, Missouri, 82 degrees right now, southwest wind 20 miles per hour. Problem here is that this is an event that comes in two phases. We're into the tornadic aspect of this, which unfortunately in the short term may feature stronger intense tornadoes, EF2, EF3 plus. There is tornadic risk that extends all the way down to Oklahoma. Later into this evening, though, as a line of storms forms, we're not going to be able to exhale just yet. We're bringing Bane Ferroni back in with us. Bane, the threat for straight line winds and hail here is going to persist right on through the evening beyond sunset.
Yeah, that's the most dangerous part of this when we go a little bit farther south as that front starts to approach. Because it's kind of two systems. We're looking at that low pressure system allowing for those supercells to form ahead of this front, and then that front moves through and it becomes more of a linear system. But of course, again, looking over into the Midwest with what's going on right now, we have that level 3 out of 5 for Wisconsin, Iowa as well. As we continue throughout the rest of this afternoon, again, we're already seeing these storm systems bubbling up. This will continue into the early evening, eventually making its way across the Midwest. We'll see this in parts of Chicago by the time we get into your late night hours. Heavy rain at this point. Again, that linear more so clusters forming up, and that'll be more of a straight line wind threat as we continue into the later half of tonight and overnight into tomorrow. Let's go farther south, though, because this is going to be in parts of, obviously, Kansas as well as over into Oklahoma is also going to be under that level 3 out of 5, that level 4 out of 5 when it comes to that severe threat. So we're talking still the chance to see some more of those tornadoes with these systems. It's going to be on the lower end, though. We still have a decent amount of shear, but again, it's mostly going to be those straight line winds that we're looking out for, and of course, those major hail makers as that front continues to track across the country. So damaging wind threat, that's going to be a level 4 out of 5. We are talking very strong winds. Doesn't matter if you're not seeing a tornado, it's going to feel like you're in a tornado for some of these wind gusts. We're talking 85 miles per hour or greater in some spots. Now, that cold front is going to be allowing for those higher winds to surge forward and up towards, again, into parts of Iowa, Kansas, and also into parts of Oklahoma as well. So timing-wise with this, we're already starting to see some of those storm systems bubbling up into the more farther south. But as we get into the later half of the afternoon and into the evening, that's when we see most of that threat forming, especially into parts of Kansas and also into Oklahoma, heading its way into Missouri. You can see all these clusters of storms. This is going to be ahead of that cold front moving towards the east as we get into the later half of the evening. Now, once we lose a little bit more of that daytime, that daytime heating, the energy starts to die out just a little bit. Still strong systems, still could see some severe storms into the late night hours, but the severe threat does dampen down a little bit once we get into the overnight half. Now, potential hail size, talking about in multiple areas throughout the Midwest as well as farther south. We're going to be talking potentially softball-sized hail in some spots. That includes Kansas, as well as close to Oklahoma City and into Oklahoma, again into the Midwest, Iowa. We're also looking to Illinois and Wisconsin, where we have major hail makers moving into the area. So it's not just going to be that tornado threat. It's also going to be hail and those gusty winds, very gusty winds, into the later half of the evening. Also, with this heavy rain moving through, we do have flood watches in effect for the rest of tonight and into this evening. So all modes of severe weather on the table here, Ian. We have a lot to be looking forward to for the next couple of hours here.
Yeah, Bane, we get a live picture back into Iowa. Tornado warning in effect. This is Corey Gherkin's camera right here. we had seen up farther off to the north, that tornado in progress. This isn't confirmed at this point, but it's a healthy looking cell. We've got Corey and Brandon on this. They're repositioning. We're going to take a look at this on radar. We'll get you a complete update when Fox Weather comes right back.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
Hello, I'm former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. A lot of times you can't control the amount of sleep that you're getting. If you can't fall asleep or you're tossing and turning all night, you can't get the sleep you need to stay healthy. I know, it's scary, unless you use Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep is a product that's made from natural ingredients, and it usually works from the very first night you try it. It helps you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed, earning your body those quality hours of sleep that it desperately needs.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives.
The first time I took Relaxium and I slept through the night, I thought, wow, this worked for me. I could not believe it.
Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it. I had more focus and mental clarity than I've had in years.
Relaxium is drug-free and not addictive, so you can take Relaxium every night and never worry about side effects. And the best part is, it can start working from the very first night.
When I take Relaxium Sleep, I sleep better than I have in years.
I wake up feeling like I've had the best night's sleep.
Stop being afraid and start sleeping your fears away with Relaxium Sleep. Your body and your mind will thank you.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles.
If you're not getting calm enough to go to sleep, take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. It's guaranteed to work or your money back. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-317-6312. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-317-6312.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is like this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. This is a Fox Weather Alert. That's the live picture from exclusive Fox Weather storm tracker Corey Gerken. They're in eastern parts of Iowa. 2 separate cells. Both are tornado warned. Brandon's on the northern one, Corey's on the southern one. And the Fox Weather Beast, where we were just talking with Haley and Jared, displaced just off to the south and east. So this was expected to be the case, that we would get to the middle part of the afternoon and these things would just light up. That's most certainly happened. 12 active severe thunderstorm warnings, but 5 tornado warnings, including farther off to the north, what was a confirmed tornado that was up in Minnesota. Still a warning on that. I don't see the confirmed nature. Now, this one, where we're watching Corey's feed, he's repositioning. It appears as though it's developing a hook, and there's Brandon right in the spot where there is rotation ongoing, no question. That's what, Highway 52 by the looks of it, just off to the north of Bellevue, headed toward Galena and Rice. These are places where if you just got that tornado alert to your phone, you need to go ahead and get to your tornado safe spot. That's the Doppler radar's analysis of the rotation, and it's picking up on at least moderate rotation happening right where a tornado would be. So a couple of important tools. You've got the radar here, but this oftentimes are guys out in the field when we can actually look at the storm. That can tell us some very valuable information. This here is starting to develop a well-defined hook on it. It's also increasingly, as it has that powerful and sustained updraft, a hail maker. So yeah, that right there. We're gonna keep watching this, and should anything change, we'll get right back to it. Let's go farther off to the north. We know the relentless nature of both snowmelt, still in the time of the year where that's a problem. This was the snow capital of the country, places up across the Great Lakes region, and now repeated rounds of heavy rain. It's been causing rivers to reach record flood stage. This video comes from Sheboygan County, which has been among the hardest hit areas. That's where many homes are submerged. Many have been forced to evacuate as a flood warning remains in effect until Sunday night for northern Michigan. Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne has been on the ground in Sheboygan, Michigan. She's got the latest on the story. Katie, it's what we were talking about yesterday, the long fused nature of this, the hardship for so many people when we see the scenes like that behind you.
It's so true, Ian, and we really haven't seen much change. The water just has nowhere to go. The river's overwhelmed, and these lakes feed into that river where there's all that work happening over by the Sheboygan Dam. But this afternoon, we saw firefighters knocking on doors here and wrapping this caution tape around mailboxes, clearing homes, as they're actually suggesting another evacuation along Black Lake, though you can tell not a lot of people around here anyways. People have left. If anything, they're coming back to try to salvage some things that aren't wet yet, as they're concerned that water level could continue to rise. But we were able to speak with the fire chief earlier, who talked to us a little bit about their priorities this afternoon.
Right now, we are assisting the Emergency Operations Center by evacuating this area because of obviously flooding. There's 3 fire departments out here that are working in conjunction to try to evacuate everybody.
Today, the Fox flight team flew overhead to give us an idea of just how widespread and vast the damage is. You could see cars trying to drive through flooded roads, people trying to trek through those roads in waders, and then, of course, dozens of homes submerged in murky water. I've been speaking with residents here. I'm told it's about 50-50 seasonal properties and year-rounders. Those year-rounders, most of them are staying with family and friends, but some are staying at shelters that are open nearby as long as they're needed. Still, a lot of people trying to get back if they can, some using boats to get to their house to try to pack up the last of their belongings that aren't wet yet.
You see water where it doesn't belong. You know, it just doesn't belong there. And I looked up out of my kitchen and the river was running through between my house and the neighbor's house. We got our pictures out. That was the first thing we went for, and we got out there all in the back of the truck here. So the rest of it is replaceable pretty much, you know.
Yeah. We're right along the Black Lake here. All of this water is connected to that lake. It's essentially just one with these homes now, but this feeds into that Sheboygan River where the Sheboygan Dam has been under massive pressure from all of the water that it's been overwhelmed with. Crews have been working hard to keep those water levels steady and try to keep that dam from failing. And today, finally, we saw those water levels start to go down just a little bit. No longer in that set mode of the county's Ready, Set, Go plan, back in the ready stage. But of course, they're still warning that things could change.
That's Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne monitoring the flooding up in Michigan. Katie, we're going to be checking back. Thank you. Sorry about that. We were just getting an update on a new confirmed tornado warning. It's actually a new area of circulation displaced not far at all from where we were following the confirmed tornado, just off to the south of Rochester. So that airfield, we had eyes on the tornado crossing on through, just displaced off to the south and east from there. Now a new area of rotation. So we're monitoring that. We'll get to that coming up in just a moment. We've got into the weekend, Bain, more trouble, severe weather, and then a mega cool down with this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we not only have severe storms on the way, but if you missed winter, she's back, kind of.
I didn't.
And me neither. I know. But we're going to be dealing with some much cooler weather. So if you were enjoying these summer-like temperatures, you won't be for too much longer. So another disturbance is going to be moving out of the plains. That's once again going to be fueling more of those storms into the Midwest starting tomorrow and through our Sunday. So for folks that are going to be in the Midwest, like areas like Indiana, as well as into Ohio, even parts of Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Saturday is going to be the day you want to look out for. Once we move into our Sunday, things start to clear out. You actually have a beautiful weekend, just a little bit on the cooler end for your Sunday. And then all that energy tracks towards the Northeast. More on that in just a minute. But we're talking one of the main threats, damaging winds and hail. Now, you can see the winds really starting to pick up into the afternoon. That's when we have that disturbance rolling on through the Midwest. I mean, we're talking gusty winds up to 40, 50 miles per hour for some spots. Level 2 out of 5 when it comes to that severe threat. Again, that's going to be including parts of even up towards New York, close to Buffalo, as well as Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia, and even parts of Kentucky going to be under that level 2 out of 5. Damaging winds, that's going to be the main threat with these systems. A level 2 out of 5 for that, for again, parts of West Virginia, Ohio, and up towards Pennsylvania. Let's talk timing with this, because those storms that we're tracking right now that are over into parts of Illinois, Iowa, and up towards Wisconsin, that is going to start to move across the state, or across the country once again. Mostly going to be dealing with rain throughout the morning hours, heavy rain at times, so watch out for that for folks that are going to be in Ohio, West Virginia, and also in Pennsylvania. But it's going to be the afternoon where we get more of that daytime heating rolling through, that disturbance moves in, and we get more of those stronger systems. This could continue into the evening hours and potentially even overnight, as well as those stronger storms continue to take action. Now, once we get into the later half of the day, moving into early on Sunday morning, widespread showers once again for folks that are going to be in Pennsylvania, as well as up towards upstate New York. Now, at this point, that severe threat dampens down quite a bit, but we still have widespread showers possible. Probably going to be a little bit on the lighter end of things into the I-95 corridor. But again, heavy rain going to be moving on through for folks that are going to be in Pennsylvania, as well as up towards New York. Now, once we get into the later half of what's going on, we're going to be looking for that cold front that's going to be pushing in those temperatures much cooler. I mean, we're talking temperatures dropping down to the 40s. And remember, today, we are in the 80s and even the 90s for some folks. So definitely a bit of weather whiplash for everybody throughout the Northeast. Going to definitely need those jackets, maybe even the coats as we move into the beginning of next week here, Ian.
All right, Ben, Fox Weather Alert. This is the look at that tornado. We were watching this move across the airfield. This was moments ago, so it says live up top. We were just working to get this around. This wrapped up. This was near Judge, Minnesota. Now just displaced off to the south and east. This is south of Interstate 90 now. There's a new confirmed tornado warning. So it was a bit of a cycling in this overall cell. I was looking at this with Steph just a couple moments back. And yeah, it appears as though a new area of rotation has developed and produced another tornado. So this is that confirmed tornado warning. It's Olmsted. It's right. This is a look in real time. That appears like it's back a touch farther off to the north now. Yeah, this is tightening up. So there was one in through here. It was north and east of Stewartville. That here, this is twisting back up. So that it's been a broad area of rotation with consolidated vortices, but now it looks like close by again. That's the airfield for context that we were just looking at right here. And there's the rotation somewhere close to Interstate 90 now is being detected by Doppler radar. But this is a stronger look at this point. There's also hail being reported out of this cell, and the National Weather Service is hinting that this may be rain wrapped. So there isn't, like we saw earlier when there was a clear visual at this tornado that was in progress on the ground. It may not be. There it is. Okay, that's a new picture looking out at it. So this is out of Rochester, Minnesota. We're looking south. We're looking south at this tornado off in the distance. That's the funnel, which you're not seeing that funnel necessarily make it all the way to the ground, but the vortex is. At least it has a history of doing so. This is some of the cameras I'm looking out. It's U.S. Highway 63 and Interstate 90. We're awfully close to both of these, and that's going to be approaching places like Simpson. So in between Judge and Simpson, that's where the rotation's being detected. This is where we had eyes previously on that tornado. You saw the video a few moments back. It's moving farther away from that particular camera That's a DOT camera, right, guys? It's clipped off in the it says east what? I'm looking for context. I know obviously from Rochester, we're looking south here. Must be looking off to the south and east as this is progressing off in that direction. Simpson is where you've got this tornado. It's on the ground moving in. County Road 16 southeast, all in through here. That is where we see the worst of this rotation. That's where the tornado is right now. You need to be in your tornado safe spot. This, as it progresses just north, but you follow this into Simpson and then over Interstate 90. This represents a very dangerous scenario as this is a confirmed tornado warning. So the Weather Service here has been providing some of the new information. I'm just pulling up this latest bulletin. Storms moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So that is the problem. It's short of interstate speed, but it's taking it toward the interstate, and the hazards here obviously being tornado and quarter-size hail. So that's the concern with this, and it's right at the beginning of the window where we were talking about tornadoes like this being a concern. Some indications that there could be some weakening in this. Looking off in the distance, we're losing our actual eyeballs from the DOT camera, but we look at this on radar, and that looks healthy as ever right there. This couplet in through here, it looks like, thankfully, it's in a more rural spot, but that could change some as it continues its way off to the east-northeast at about 45 miles per hour, takes it uncomfortably close to Marion, and then potentially over or parallel to. You see how 90 turns like this. Projected path would be something like that. So it will be uncomfortably close to the interstate. So that looks like that funnel is descending yet again off in the distance. And if you look closely, right at the horizon line, you can see some of that spin. That vortex does make it all the way to the ground, it appears. So yeah, it's way off in the distance now, but this is still a tornado in progress, and it sounds as though as that is the word from the folks there on the ground. Yeah, you can actually see some of that being lofted up now. Yeah, that's becoming better formed as it moves away from us. So we'll work to get additional vantage points. That's the best we got at this point. A combination of that's a growing tornado right now and a radar signature. That new scan that just came in looks even healthier. Steph, can we get the rotation tracker, see what the Doppler radar is thinking for that? I like this too because, okay, we'll be waiting for that new scan. It's a computer analysis in through here. You can actually see when you take out some of the noise, what's going on in this actual area on satellite. So yeah, we would have the tornado in through here. And you do notice that in the short term, until we get into here, we're in a pretty rural spot. I'm just very curious to see at this point, that loosened up some, if this tornado will pass over, if it stays just north of the interstate. So that's the look right now. Just know that we've got this tornado on the ground right now in Minnesota. There are a couple of additional tornado warnings right now as you move your way down into extreme eastern parts of Iowa. In fact, there's a tornado warning that clips southern parts of Dubuque and East Dubuque. We've got eyes on those. Galena over into Illinois. You've got a strong storm overhead, and that cluster moving that way. That's where we have Brandon Kopic, Corey Gherkin, and Haley Meyer. She's in the Fox Weather Beast. We're going to check in with them when we come right back. Stay with us right here, an active afternoon on Fox Weather.
Tired of struggling with that heavy leaf blower? It's so bulky and hard to use. Introducing the Bullseye Power Blower. It delivers a massive blowing force, and yet it's so compact and lightweight, under 2 pounds. Look at the raw power create a tidal wave of leaves and debris. It's like having a jet engine in the palm of your hand to clean faster and easier than ever. Forget big blower hassles. Now just grab, go, and blow to effortlessly clean any area. Just lock and load the rechargeable battery for long-lasting lasting runtime. We measured the wind speed of this bulky blower at 20 miles per hour, but Bullseye blows away the competition at 55 miles per hour. Cleaning gutters with a big corded blower is impossible, but Bullseye makes it easy. The secret is the compact turbocharged motor with proprietary jet burst technology that blasts out 21,000 RPMs of high-capacity airflow, easily knocking down these heavy bricks from afar. Just like a car wash blower, the force of Bullseye can dry your car in minutes, so it shines like new. Even blows snow right off your vehicle in no time. Sweeping is hard work, but Bullseye clears out crevices with zero effort. Turbo clean your porch in a flash, or tidy up your dirty garage floor in seconds. Watch this. The sheer force propels this woman across the pool. And check this out. Even use Bullseye to blow up a huge jump house. Now that's a crazy amount of air. A big bulky blower can cost $200, but get the Bullseye compact power blower today for just $99.99. But wait, act now and get a $20 discount. So it's only $79.99. Plus, you'll get the extension tube with flat power nozzle to boost your range even further. Choose the best length for any situation. Yours free. And it all comes with free shipping. Don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-329-3689 or go to bullseyeblower.com. Call 1-800-329-3689. That's 1-800-329-3689 or order online at bullseyeblower.com. Order now.
Making your own diamonds again?
What does it look like, Amy?
You know Shop LC is the lab-grown diamond expert, right? They have a huge selection with brilliance you could trust.
So affordable and gorgeous, too.
Get brilliant quality at unbelievable prices only at Shop LC.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
I recently helped a couple buy their dream home even before selling their current one. HomeLight's Buy Before You Sell program was a game changer. They were able to buy and sell on their own schedule. It was so easy and they were thrilled.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. That is a live look off in the distance. It's way off on the horizon now, but if you've been with us, we've been watching in real time. This is a Department of Transportation camera up in Rochester, Minnesota, that has had eyes on that. Call it a third of the way from the left of your screen. If you look closely, you can see that tornado way off in the distance. The problem with this cluster that's fired up, there have been multiple areas of rotation, and we've been taking a look at that. We've been digging into what's going on, and it appears as though there may still be 2 tornadoes in progress. Quickly want to show you a broad view. You can see that point south down into Iowa, some of those moving into Illinois. Those are additional tornado warnings. So this is becoming now an especially active and dangerous afternoon. These are the ones that we've been talking about most recently. Now, farther off to the south, Mason City, those are a couple of new tornado warnings. But in through here, let's get you updated on the tornado that's in progress. So this new tornado warning. This is a confirmed tornado warning. It's new, so it's blinking, and it's pink because it's confirmed. That's actually per the latest from the Weather Service, and Steph and I were looking at this on Velocity. The rotation that was a little bit farther off to the south and east, it looks like it's broadened out, and in through here, much farther off to the north and east, it looks like a new area has spun up. And that's why if you look at the overall warning box, it's oriented more off to the north and east. Previously, these were moving in a more easterly direction. So it would be this, we're thinking, is it's messy, but that's the one in through there. Does it have a better look on the rotation tracker? I'm wondering if we can see, you notice there's this, it's a sloppier look, but yeah, Steph showing us. There's the airfield. So in through here, that's kind of been the hub, and the camera that we're looking at was somewhere close by to that. If you were with us previously, tornado went right across the airfield, something like that. We were watching that in real time. That's the look as it was a touch closer. That's from the DOT camera right below me. But here through Marion, It's north of 90. If there's any good in this, you're not going to have this particular tornado crossing the interstate. We know what the other one, it was uncomfortably close there. And yeah, this is, and here, yeah, Steph's showing us this cluster has been, it's been almost like mesovortices in a broader rotation that have tightened up, and they haven't necessarily hung around, but they've been around. This one, the new scan comes in, that looks increasingly healthy, and then you've got this one in through here. So it's been a little bit of an odd setup, to be honest, pivoting first south and now kind of around Rochester. That one, Haverhill, you've got some of that. I'm trying to keep an eye on the latest from the National Weather Service office there, and yeah, they indicated this area of rotation northeast Rochester strengthening, similar to previous circulation. So that's kind of the idea here. You've got that, which we had eyes on, that to my knowledge is still a tornado in progress, and now this north and east of Rochester, that also represents what may be a tornado on the ground. Now, the problem with these, they haven't been super intense and they've been fleeting, but while they're on the ground, they're very dangerous, needless to say, tornadoes. So that's the problem here. And they've also bumped up the hail hazard. That's probably for right here, south and east of Marion. That's now up to golf ball size. So we'll keep an eye on those feeds. Let's bounce a little bit farther off to the south, because we do have to get folks aware of what's happening as this coverage. What's the number now? 7 active tornado warnings. We're up to 21 active severe thunderstorm warnings. So this one here, we're now down into Iowa. That's Chickasaw, Floyd, Howard, Mitchell, runs until top of the hour. So 22 minutes to go with that one. Could be seeing some hail. That's radar indicated rotation, not as well formed as what we're seeing a little bit farther off to the north. That's a hail maker, no question. Hail larger than the size of a quarter. Hayfield, Minnesota, and right in Rochester, that's golf ball size hail being reported. So we'll get you an update on some of these storm reports when we get a moment to catch our breath. You move farther off to the south, another supercell. This one indicated for ping pong ball size hail. That's in Waverly. We're moving a little bit farther off to the south in Iowa. Now, the problem here is that as these are developing, you're seeing rotating updrafts in all of them. So that's telling us something about the overall environment, that at least here in the short term, we're kind of in the tornadic aspect of this now. You also notice that there are some indications already of this line starting to congeal. Now, as that happens, there's still a spin-up tornadic risk, but damaging wind later on this evening and into the first part of the overnight will most certainly become the predominant hazard. So here's Des Moines and Ames. You move east of there, that's where this broken line of storms is developing. That's a couple of additional severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. The tornado warning, this one here, that one's got some serious hail with it. Not necessarily for the tornadic aspect, which would be here, just east of Baxter and moving out toward Gilman. But sure, and through there, that looks like it's probably ping pong ball size hail. Here, that's a pretty tight couplet there, just back to the west of Gilman. That's one to keep an eye on, and one that if you got the alert to your phone, you got to get to your tornadic safe spot. And then farther off to the south from there. Now, that cluster way out ahead of it, that's where we have the storm trackers, right? I know that they've been making some calls here, some decisions. They moved their way into extreme northwestern parts of Illinois. This is a powerful supercell, no question. There's Brandon, there's Corey, here's Haley and Jared displaced just off to the south of this. Couple of tornado warnings. It looks like these have been merging. Last time we looked at this, they were 2 discrete cells. Now they're not. It looks like maybe the dominant updraft may be just north and east of where Corey is at this point, and the beast, I think they were making the call whether or not to cross the river in through here. They were talking about some of the geographical challenges with storm tracking in this area, moving out of Iowa and into the northwestern parts of Illinois. It's going to be close by to Galena. Yeah, that's where the rotation is. Still two separate cells. At least we're looking at the updrafts. Galena has stronger rotation. So you're into Illinois, just barely crossing the river. This rotation back to the southwest of Bellevue, still on the Iowa side. So we'll watch and see. It cuts off at the river. Probably a switch up in the National Weather Service office. That's probably going to need an extension over into Illinois. This one here, a dangerous storm right now for Galena, although as we look at Corey's and Brandon's feed, we don't necessarily have eyes on the tornado just yet. Dangerous storm, all that lightning, torrential rain. You look at the hail up to golf ball size. This is still the beginning of this. We've got tornado watches up from Michigan, Wisconsin, all the way down to down to Oklahoma. And we've got several more hours to go. There it is. Yeah. From Green Bay, effectively almost down to the Red River. Call it OKC to Green Bay. That's where we've got the tornado watches up. And we'll see if there's any expansion farther off to the east with time. A high-end tornadic threat with hours to go. Stay with us right here on Fox Weather. We'll be right back.
Many of my clients ask me, how can I afford to buy my next home, but also make sure my current home sells? That's why who you work with matters. Together with HomeLight, we've helped clients win the home of their dreams every time.
Thanks to our global direct sourcing and in-house manufacturing, you get diamond stud earrings for just $99. Go to shoplc.com to experience the brilliance of lab-grown diamonds. Shop LC, shop low cost.
Muddy floors every single day. Sound familiar? Until I tried Muddy Mat and I realized that I can keep my floors clean without the extra work. I put it by the door and we're all set. It's made with thousands of chenille microfibers that trap mud, dirt, and water just by stepping on it. And when it gets dirty, just shake it outside and toss it in the washer. It comes out brand new every time. Visit muddymats.com and join millions of happy pet owners. Muddy Mat, clean floors, happy home.
Hello, I'm former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. A lot of times you can't control the amount of sleep that you're getting. If you can't fall asleep or you're tossing and turning all night, you can't get the sleep you need to stay healthy. I know, it's scary, unless you use Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep is a product that's made from natural ingredients, and it usually works from the very first night you try it. It helps you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed, earning your body those quality hours of sleep that it desperately needs.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives.
The first time I took Relaxium and I slept through the night, I thought, wow, this worked for me. I could not believe it.
Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it. I had more focus and mental clarity than I've had in years.
Relaxium is drug-free and not addictive, so you can take Relaxium every night and never worry about side effects. And the best part is, it can start working from the very first night.
When I take Relaxium Sleep, I sleep better than I have in years.
I wake up feeling like I've had the best night's sleep.
Stop being afraid and start sleeping your fears away with Relaxium Sleep. Your body and your mind will thank you.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles.
If you're not getting calm enough to go to sleep, take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. It's guaranteed to work or your money back. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-317-6312. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-317-6312.
Fox Weather Alert, welcome back. It's a live picture from Galena, Illinois. You can see how soggy it is. No clear look at the tornado warning that's in progress. This it's a tough spot right now that Brandon's in. He's repositioning. That's a cluster out ahead of this broken line, a sprawling broken line that's developed. If you look at this, that's a new severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like up into the Arrowhead region of Minnesota. In a broken sense, it's all the way back into western parts of Oklahoma. Yeah, Steph's showing us. It's more than 800 miles now of warnings, not continuous, but that tells us something about the overall real estate here, the danger zone. It's vast as we move forward through the next several hours. Now, in through here, you do notice that there are some tornado warnings now working through central and eastern parts of Iowa, but in southeastern Minnesota, those have been the confirmed tornado warnings, a couple of them that we've seen via the DOT cameras there in Minnesota. And we did want to flag, if you had been with us, we had talked about, you can even see it. It's a broader rotating storm that has spawned multiple short-lived tornadoes, it appears. One of them had some staying power to it. But this one, which developed maybe 10 minutes or so back, north and east of Rochester, has tightened up considerably. So in this whole zone, the Weather Service office there more broadly issued the confirmed tornado warning, but they indicated there were several vortices embedded in that particular warning. Strongest of the bunch right now is that one north and east of town and west of Plainview. Yeah, Doppler radar is seeing that, seeing at least some moderate rotation right there, back to the west of Elgin and Highway 42 right there in Minnesota. So we know already that this is an atmospheric setup that supports tornadoes. We've had a couple confirmed already, and we still got a ways to go. So let's get out in this and talk about what we're expecting over the next several hours. That is a lookout from the Fox Weather Beast. We know Fox Weather meteorologist Haley Myers had a busy week. She's been out tracking these storms, and today presents, unfortunately, as high-end a threat as we've seen throughout the week. Haley, what's the latest? I know you're watching what's going on off to your north and west, but there's this big sprawling zone. There's decisions to be made, right, when there's a tornado watch that goes from Wisconsin to Oklahoma.
Yeah, lots of decisions. Jared and I have been discussing back and forth. I mean, and I feel like every 5 seconds we're curious about, should we go right, should we go left? It's so hard. If it was not for this river crossing, it would be a much clearer cut of a picture. But we, at one moment, were across the river. We were over in Illinois, and then the cell on the southern end of this multi-cell type of cluster that we've been tracking that has the tornado warnings on it right now started to look very interesting, as well as a cell that was further south near Iowa City. At this moment, just looking on enhanced satellite for the Iowa City cell does not look as impressive, but they were a part of a new mesoscale discussion saying that the tornado threat is increasing with potential for a strong tornado, and that was all for a very narrow corridor of northeastern Iowa and portions of Illinois and even into southern Wisconsin. So at this moment, it does look like we're seeing some tightening, especially for a spot near Bellevue, and we do have a southern tip of this storm complex that's starting to merge a little bit and grow, and so I think that could cause another boost to enhance the rotation. But at this point, we are in a very unfavorable pocket for storm tracking. We've got trees, we have hills, we have a river. And so at this moment, we are somewhat getting ourselves out of position to then reposition ourselves. So we're doing the river crossing over into Savannah. And then eventually, once we reach Mount Carroll, we're going to be jetting north. And hopefully at that moment, these cells will have had their time to continue to mature, to capitalize on that favorable environment with the low-level shear, all the moisture and the heat that we've had throughout the day. And then that could be potentially the tornado of the day. But Ian, I mean, you and I were breaking down that tornado threat that we saw over in Rochester. And so this is a very wide scale. We've had other trackers that we've been with over the last couple of days go down to Oklahoma. You really can't go wrong with this stretch. Everywhere is going to be seeing severe weather. Over 22 million people under this enhanced threat. And then eventually later tonight, we're looking at more of a damaging wind potential. So that's where we're at now, crossing back over into Illinois to get back into position for those two tornado warnings, but really for one of those cell clusters. And it's likely going to be that southern tip that can produce.
Yeah, when you talk about that one, Haley, that's obviously been in progress, and you guys have been following that every step of the way. It looks like in a very isolated sense, there might be new activity trying to get going one near Iowa City, another cell back to the west of Ottumwa. It's going to take time for these to congeal into a line. Are you expecting much out of those off to your south?
I mean, right now the cell in Iowa City does not look incredibly impressive on satellite compared to some of the other storms that we have even further out towards our west, and the storms that we're tracking through Bellevue and even in through Dubuque, out towards Warren, Stockton. At one moment would likely roll through Rockford, Illinois. Rockford, not under the mesoscale discussion, that smaller one that was outlined, but still Rockford, that they would be in the path. So for right now, I'm not ruling out that Iowa City cell. I do think that it has a favorable environment, but it just isn't the focus. And the good news is here in the Beast, it's moving towards the northeast. So even once we get over into Illinois, we reposition, we'll still be in a good spot in case it does want to produce and throw down something. We'll be able to get over to it. But definitely a lot of tornadic activity on that cold front line that's scoring through spots like Des Moines, Rochester. Eventually that'll be very, very windy, and that'll be something that the Beast is going to have to contend with in the next few hours.
Yeah, Haley, I feel like I looked down. I was taking a look at the National Weather Service chat for the cell, the tornado, the confirmed tornado near Rochester. Look back up. There's 32 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect and 10 tornado warnings. Back to the developing line off to your west. Those have a bunch of tornado warnings. What are you thinking as that moves on through? Because for you guys, you're out ahead of it with that cluster. It's going to be a bit of a 1-2.
Yeah, well, we've got 2 waves of severe weather. We were really trying to bank our money on the discrete convection, but they really just grew so fast. And so with the competition, I would say, with some of the other surrounding storms, it's limited some chances of these discrete cells to produce. But once we get through and see what happens with this storm moving through Bellevue and Warren and Stockton, Illinois, then we'll be focused on the next line behind it. So a lot of times when you have one line that overtakes you, you say, okay, the track is done. But in this case, we will likely be riding on that MCS, which could also be a tornado producer. And so we're not ruling out the chance for tornadoes even after sundown.
A huge mess, and all of it is dangerous. So you're our eyes out in the field, Haley. We'll be checking back with you frequently. Thank you. This has been some week of weather. We've got Kiana Lewis back with us, taking a look at some of the photos, the videos that have been coming in, and also the storm reports. Kiana, we were talking about this, Monday through Thursday. Every single day featured at least 3-inch hail. And now we can just about lock that in with the tornadic potential into this evening.
I would definitely say so. Here we are in the first phase of what today has to offer, right? We are looking at these opportunities for some rotating storms. We saw that live here on the air. We're getting in on some of those newer reports that are coming in as well. So this line of storms has definitely lived up to what was expected with the forecast for today. We look at some of the new reports that are coming in. I want to start you off here in Minnesota because we had our latest report of a tornado. We saw some of the images coming through, but as we look at what these reports are saying, sheriffs are reporting them there down on the ground along I-90. Stewartville was another area that we were tracking that too. So we are seeing this presentation of wind shear that's pretty present, right? That change in wind direction promoting some of those rotating storms. Another element that's starting to play out is that hail threat, and that was an expectation for today as well. We're starting to see some of these reports coming through, ping pong size hail in a lot of areas from parts of Minnesota now all the way down to Iowa, where we're getting in on some of those bigger hail reports coming through. So Ian, it's something I'm going to be watching because I think this really takes us through the latter half of tonight. We're not done. We have a third phase with this big damaging wind threat to end the night.
Yeah, so Kiana's on that. Bane's with us. We've got our whole team staff, all the folks up in the Fox Forecast Center. And of course, Brandon, Corey, and Haley out in the field. Stay with us as we move through a dangerous evening.
Check this out. Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Now, I want you folks to imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Jacuzzi Bath Remodel went straight to the source, people just like you, to answer the biggest bath and shower remodel questions.
What my bathroom looks like is really important to me. Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors, all with genuine jacuzzi quality.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Our moms are elderly. We're so worried about them slipping and falling in the shower.
We all know how unsafe it is to step over a shower tub, right? Yeah. Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. Our showers have never been safer. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves. Go ahead, pull yourself up by it.
That is really cool.
There we go.
Really
This
nice.
is a great safety feature. I love this.
No slip floor right there.
I really like this seat because if she gets tired during the shower, she can sit and take her time.
I love the texture. It's really beautiful.
Yes, and you'll never have to scrub grout again. And this is mold and mildew resistant, so you just rinse and go.
That's incredible.
We're thinking about remodeling.
But that can get expensive.
Well, it's more affordable than you might think, and we have great financing options.
It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years. I know you'd love to upgrade, and there's never been a better time than now with this incredible offer.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com for a limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-761-3240.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
Making your own diamonds again?
What does it look like, Amy?
You know Shop LC is the lab-grown diamond expert, right? They have a huge selection with brilliance you could trust.
So affordable and gorgeous, too.
Get brilliant quality at unbelievable prices only at Shop LC.
One of the biggest challenges my clients face is buying and selling a home at the same time. That's why who you work with matters. With HomeLight, we're able to help our clients buy and sell at the same time. It's the most game-changing product in real estate today.
Right now on Fox Weather, a siege of severe weather this week, and today's round of storm appears to be the worst of it. More storms are firing in some of the same areas in the plains and the Midwest that have been impacted multiple times already this week. There's a tornado watch from Minnesota down to Oklahoma. Multiple confirmed tornado warnings right now. This several-day stretch of severe weather peaking at the end of the week with this upgraded threat of tornadoes, hail, and damaging winds. We've got live storm tracking from the Fox Weather Beast out in the field. That's just moments away. Stay with our live coverage for real-time radar analysis, storm reports, and the forecast for what's left of all this into the weekend. It's all right now on Fox Weather Now. Hey, good Friday afternoon, everybody. Thank you, as always, for being here with us on Fox Weather. I'm Ian Oliver. This is Fox Weather Now. This is today's sprawling coverage of severe weather from Wisconsin, as we said, all the way down into Oklahoma. Mother Nature working on a triple-double now. 36 severe thunderstorm warnings, 12 active tornado warnings, 3 flash flood warnings. But you look at the storm threats, winds that may approach 90 miles per hour, straight line winds, hail that could be up around 4 inches. We've had every day this week a hailstone of at least 3 inches measured, and the tornadoes, that's the problem, EF3 plus possible. So let's get right to this. If you've been with us, there's this cluster of storms that's been moving through southeastern parts of Minnesota, Rochester area. Most certainly when the National Weather Service, they're going to have their hands full with this because it's been kind of a confounding look on Doppler radar, to be quite honest, with fleeting separate areas of rotation. I was talking with Steph during the break a moment ago. There will be multiple, no question, confirmed tornadoes out of this area, one of which was around for a little bit. You see on the right side of your screen, that's our live blog. So that is a good place to go to for all the latest information as it comes into our newsroom. We're watching on radar and, of course, with cameras and our teams out in the field. So let's get to the radar. Here's the coverage. The upgraded zone down here from the SPC earlier, level 4 out of 5 threat. That's primarily going to be, at least for the greatest number of folks, the straight line winds that I was talking about, up to about 90 miles per hour. Just got an update that confirmed tornado warning, which is broad in southeastern parts of Minnesota. Just look at the Fox Weather Alert System. It jumped up. There's 50 alerts in effect right now, 36, 13, and 3. So crazy numbers from north to south. You've got these tornado warnings. Those are in Iowa, extreme northern parts of Iowa. One went confirmed. Our teams are on this grouping, this cluster of cells on the opposite side of the Mississippi. And now, what's that? A handful of tornado warnings, central parts of Wisconsin. So that's where things stand with this broken line of storms. Up and down it, there's considerable severity. We'll get you the latest with what's going on here. So there's Rochester, which has been the center of it all, at least on its southern and eastern flanks over the past hour since we've been with you. This one just went confirmed. That's right on the state border, Iowa and Minnesota. This particular cell, yeah, it's got a hook on it right there, north and west of Vernon Springs, south and west of Preston and Harmony, and close by to York. That's a classic tornadic signature right here, near Lime Springs, right in between Chester and Lime Springs. That's where there's a tornado in progress, Highway 63, and moving off to the north and east. Now, the rotation tracker, it's got a little bit of a lag to it, but it's showing that in through here, detecting at least weaker rotation. That's the tornado that's on the ground. Steph's given the debris tracker a look, not an especially apparent look there on the debris tracker. So I'm wondering how this was confirmed. That may have been spotter confirmed. Hail indicated with that one up to an inch. So that's what's happening with this particular cell. Steph, let's show them what's going on farther off to the north, because this one has quite honestly been a bit of a head scratcher. So there's Rochester. These storms are moving off to the north. There's a cell, here's a cell. These have been pulsing, cycling. Each of the three has probably produced a tornado at some point, to be honest. Steph and I were just pulling this back in time. It appeared as though the rotation, the northern updraft was producing a tornado. That weakened, and all of a sudden the one immediately to the south started to twist up, and it became quite apparent that that was producing a tornado. You've got the Weather Service looking at this and saying, we're just going to confirm tornado warn the whole thing. And that's the right move, because these have been cycling up and down so quickly. This is what I was talking about right there. South of Plainview, that right there is probably a tornado on the ground. And then you pull it to real time, it's weakened some. So they've been fleeting rotation indications from the Doppler radar. But when they're pulsing up in intensity, they're producing tornadoes, which is a huge problem. And from a messaging standpoint, this is difficult for the Weather Service to get the word out on these. Farther off to the south now, we've been watching this one. There was a tornado on the ground previously back this way. Now some rotation. It's been hugging Interstate 90, but it appears as though it's staying just north. The radar is detecting some rotation right there in St. Charles. So yeah, another scenario where that's probably, whether it's on the ground still or not, that was probably at a minimum a weak tornado. There's going to be a lot of investigation to be done. So the latest indication has that looking reasonably healthy again, especially right in through here, impacting spots like St. Charles. So because of how this whole cluster of storms has behaved, you have to take the whole thing very seriously for all modes of severe weather, knowing that it's produced, at a minimum, we'll say multiple tornadoes. We know that. In fact, we saw one on the Department of Transportation camera. So we had real world eyes on it. Farther off to the north, that's a severe thunderstorm warning. East now, these are the ones that were actually of greatest concern in through here, because they were expected to stay discrete a bit longer. They're kind of getting on their horse, to be honest, as far as becoming more linear. It's a fairly sprawling cluster already, but still, it's still cells for sure. That's interesting too. That's indicated for baseball size hail. I was looking. We've got our alert board right behind me. It's got some of the reports. This here is at least eggs. That's cycling up. Keep in mind the hail tracker has a touch of lag to it too. So when this updates, you can infer that that's an intensifying cell. Yeah, these have a rough look to them. These are still classic supercells in the sense that we could be seeing baseball-sized hail falling out of them, and any of these could produce a tornado at any moment. That's right there, a concerning look. They're getting out ahead of this. As this broken line moves through, out ahead of it, you've got a tornado warning. I've just given folks the heads up. You've got some dangerous storms moving on in. So no word of a tornado in progress with these, but another scenario where you've got this, that, and in through. Those are the two best formed couplets at this time. And yeah, the radar just north of 54, seeing some weak rotation. This is in a rural spot for the time being, and it appears to stay that way, at least in the short term. So that's a good aspect to this. In between Kaminsky and City Point, it would be up toward Cary, the next spot that we'd have to watch for that. Then you move farther off to the south, Madison, which we know that's been the aspect of this week. All of these spots have gotten beat up at least once by severe storms, maybe twice. For some places, this is the third go-around in 5 days. It's been a painfully active setup. This one for Soak, 3:45. So we've got almost 40 minutes to go with this one. Back to the west of Reedsburg. That's got rotation in it, no question. Maybe not quite as well formed as what we've seen elsewhere, but it's also generating hail. So that's where things stand right now. Just know that the tornadic aspect of this is only the first phase. As we move forward through the process that we were just talking about a little bit, where these become more of a well-defined line, there's so much wind aloft that these strong storms can mix down. The concern is for widespread damaging wind gusts, and that's going to stick with us as we move through not just what's left of the afternoon, but right on through the evening. Bain's been following what's next for all this, and Bain, it's hard to kind of conceptualize here when we look at the alert system, and we're up at what now, 55 active alerts.
Mm-hmm.
We're so much closer to the beginning of this than the end.
I know. I mean, we have so much more to go throughout the rest of this evening, all the way down south. I mean, we're talking 1,500 miles that are going to be under severe threats throughout the next few hours. And we're talking, especially by the later half of the evening, gustier winds are going to be more of the main threat that we're looking at, and also those straight line winds as well. So looking at that severe storm threat up towards the north, we have that level 3 out of 5. And what we're tracking right now, it's going to be ongoing. I mean, we have hours and hours to go of this moving into the evening. Once we get into the later half of the evening, though, we'll start to watch for more of that linear system moving through as that front continues to track across the east. And that's going to allow for more of that straight line wind threat. And of course, that hail potential tornado threat is still going to be there, but it'll dampen down, especially as we look a little bit further south. We do have that level 4 out of 5 for severe storms into parts of Kansas as well as into Oklahoma. Now, we do have a little bit of that wind shear. We've already seen those tornado warnings popping up as well throughout the south. But again, it's going to be mostly those gustier winds, those straight line winds that we're looking out for as these clusters continue to track and become more linear as that front continues to move across the country. So once we get into the later half of the evening, more so around 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night, Central Time for folks throughout Missouri, as well as into parts of Kansas and Oklahoma, those storms are going to rock and roll all night long. By the time we get into the overnight hours and into tomorrow, the storm threat, it dampens down a little bit, but there will still be heavy rain, gusty winds, maybe even some of those stronger systems trying to create some more of those larger hail potential too. So damaging winds, that level 4 out of 5. We are talking potentially 85 mile per hour wind gusts possible with more of those storm systems. So we'll be tracking this for hours and hours to come. Again, Ian, one of those main threats with this too is going to be the hail potential. We've been tracking tornadoes already this afternoon. That's just going to keep on moving throughout the rest of this evening. So we have a long way to go for folks that are going to be throughout the Midwest and also farther south into Oklahoma, Kansas area.
Yeah, we'll talk about what to expect moving into the early part of the weekend coming up. And in the short term, we're watching these storms that are in progress. We've got the latest on radar and, of course, our live feeds from our storm trackers. This is Brandon Kopic. They crossed the river. They're in far northwestern parts of Illinois. He's working to reposition and get out ahead of that cluster of storms that has been displaying rotation. Keep it here on Fox Weather as we continue to track these storms through the evening.
Did you say 12 o'clock? Okay.
See you tomorrow at 12. I can't hear clearly on the phone anymore.
Let me show you something that will change your life. This is a clear captions phone. It allows me to read what a caller is saying.
Really?
You can read what the caller is saying as they say it. It's easy to understand and respond to immediately.
It sounds expensive.
Actually, there is no insurance or Medicare required. The service is provided at no cost to you through a federally managed program. Hi, Grandma.
Hi, honey. How are you?
Give your loved ones the connection they deserve. Call now to see if you qualify.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear caption service is provided at no cost to you. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone.
Call 1-800-856-4704. That's 1-800-856-4704. Call 1-800-856-4704.
Hello, I'm former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. A lot of times you can't control the amount of sleep that you're getting. If you can't fall asleep or you're tossing and turning all night, you can't get the sleep you need to stay healthy. I know, it's scary, unless you use Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep is a product that's made from natural ingredients, and it usually works from the very first night you try it. It helps you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed, earning your body those quality hours of sleep that it desperately needs.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives.
The first time I took Relaxium and I slept through the night, I thought, wow, this worked for me. I could not believe it.
Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it. I had more focus and mental clarity than I've had in years.
Relaxium is drug-free and not addictive, so you can take Relaxium every night and never worry about side effects. And the best part is, it can start working from the very first night.
When I take Relaxium Sleep, I sleep better than I have in years.
I wake up feeling like I've had the best night's sleep.
Stop being afraid and start sleeping your fears away with Relaxium Sleep. Your body and your mind will thank you.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles.
If you're not getting calm enough to go to sleep, take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. It's guaranteed to work or your money back. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-317-6312. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-317-6312.
This is a Fox Weather Alert. Welcome back, as this was some video from earlier. We were watching in real time out of Rochester, Minnesota. One of what we're thinking was multiple tornadoes to touch down as it moved through that part of southeastern Minnesota. The problem here is that this has gotten brutally active from north to south. Wisconsin down to Oklahoma. We've got across the country somewhere around 4,500 cloud-to-ground lightning strikes, 41 active severe thunderstorm warnings, and 15 tornado warnings. So in total, it's 63 alerts that are in effect when you throw in the flood warnings that are in effect as well. So there's a couple of clusters, one out ahead of the line that's produced what we know to be confirmed tornadoes down in southeastern parts of Minnesota. Here, that's a cluster of storms that's been tornado warned and producing rotation, but not clearly a tornado yet. That's where our trackers are. Then you look at what's going on with some new cells that have turned severe in central parts of Missouri, arcing all the way down to Oklahoma. So just want to give folks the heads up that this is now into Oklahoma and Kansas, Wichita included. Right, this whole stretch of north to south, I-35 this week has been brutalized by strong and severe thunderstorms. Woodward, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning, golf ball size hail, wind gusts to 60 miles per hour. Those will be trending up. You look at all of these hail cores being detected now, the whole broken line is developing impressive hail cores. One off to the south of Wichita, one's moving right on through now. This one north and east of Woodward, that's up to tennis ball size hail. We'll wait and see. We've seen some of these warnings indicated up to baseballs now, 2.75. So that's where things stand. Oklahoma up into Kansas. KC, you've got storms effectively on all flanks, west, north, and east, out 70. These we'll have to watch as they start to drift in. Just south of Topeka, north of you, south of St. Joseph. That is a tornado-warned cell at this point that most certainly over the river is producing some very large hail. And then you head farther off to the north from there. That's where there's this cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll watch those getting uncomfortably close to St. Louis. This is new. That's a confirmed tornado warning now, just south and east of Des Moines. So it's in this broken coverage. These cells that have been developing, eventually they congeal into a line along the front as it progresses off to the east. At that point later this evening, the primary threat will transition to some straight line winds somewhere between 60 to 90 miles per hour as indicated by the Storm Prediction Center. But until that happens, it's hail and tornadoes that are the big concern when you have cells like this. So this is in between Bluff Creek and Indiana, this portion of Iowa, another cell farther off to the north and east, but right there, that's a confirmed tornado. It says observed. Try to get that pulled up here to see how exactly this was confirmed. Steph, do we know if there was debris being lofted up by that one? No. Okay. I'm taking a look in through here. Weather spotters confirmed tornado. That cell, by the way, is moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So that's the tornado right there, just off to the south and east of Indiana, Iowa. This is the Des Moines Weather Service office. That's the cell producing that one. So as this moves northeast at 55 miles per hour, brings places like Harvey, Oskaloosa into the mix and points off to the north and east. Separate cell near Pella, that's got some rotation in it too. That's a supercell, and there's some mega hail falling out of that one too. It's actually not this one here. Yeah, that's probably eggs falling out of that, just off to the south and west of New Sharon and Barnes City. This is going to be moving up that way. So Kiana's been going through some of those storm reports. Have you seen any more of big hail reports coming in?
Yeah, I saw upwards of nearly about almost tennis size in some areas, 1.75 that I'm watching pretty closely at this point too. So Iowa's getting it. I also saw in Iowa a funnel cloud that popped up.
Okay. Yeah, I wonder if that was in the initial stages of that. So we've got all kinds of storm reports coming in. Here we go into northwestern parts of Illinois. That's where Brandon is. Either that one's rain wrapped or they're working to get into position. It's east of Dubuque. There is the live picture. Keep in mind, there's two separate cells, two separate areas of rotation. Northern one that Brandon's on just went confirmed tornado. So I'm curious to know. I'm going to pull that one up too. What the story is, how they went confirmed on that one. Damaging.
It was law enforcement confirmed.
Okay, and that one's moving east at 25 miles per hour. That's Steph in Weather Command, who's doing a great job keeping tabs on all of these. Keep in mind, we measured it. It's like 850 miles north to south. This coverage of severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, and confirmed tornado warnings. So Brandon's on that one. Law enforcement saw it on the ground. That's going to be the camera to watch, the one that you see on the screen right below me. Looks like he's in some wind and heavy rain. I can't tell if any of that is hail. I'm sure he's got his hands full at this point, but we'll work to get Brandon on the horn too and get the latest, because I always say he and Corey have an incredible nose for severe weather. They chose those earlier, and they, to their credit, stuck to their guns. He was concerned about that one producing a tornado, and it took its time. They were on that for hours, and it appears as though law enforcement saw it do just that. And Brandon's close by to where that would be happening. So that's Stockton, Illinois, this confirmed tornado warning. It does appear as though what's the rotation tracker looking like with this one? It's pretty sloppy. That's where the strongest of the rotation is being detected. That's moderate rotation, no question. But I'm curious if it's here or if it's here. It's a little bit like the scenario. Yeah, as we look back in time, couple areas of rotation. We had talked about Brandon and Corey being on those two zones. So we'll keep an eye on this. Brandon's in pursuit of it, but that was where we had the strongest rotation. There's some serious hail that's going to be moving into Stockton as well. So just know that's going to be producing. It's indicated for golf balls. It looks every bit that. So there is, guys. What's Corey's feed looking like too? Because I'm sure those two are going back and forth. That's interesting too. That we've got a flood warning in the wake of that cell for Dubuque down the river point south. But you consider that whole line still has to work its way through, and that is going to be a whole lot of additional rain. 2 to 3 inches of rain have fallen already, and this was kind of the precursor. You saw some of the power outages there too being indicated. So yeah, that's going to be one more aspect of this that we'll watch. But in through here, okay, there's Corey's feed. He's in Savannah. Okay, he's considerably farther off to the south, and Haley's right next to him. They're looking at the southern rotation, and they're moving through the town of Savannah. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit more slow going. So I think they're positioning more so to take a look at that. Brandon, which you could tell in his feed, is right in it. It's pouring rain. There might even be a little bit of hail on him. We're going to have to watch that. If there's a tornado in progress there, it's rain wrapped at this point. And that okay, you saw that was a street sign or a construction sign that got blown out into the road. Big flash of lightning on Brandon's feed. I'm wondering, he's got to be moving east out Highway 20 would be my thought. Okay, there's the full screen. I would think he's got to be moving east to try to get out ahead of this. It looked at like where that cell was moving. Damaging tornado golf ball. So it's moving east at 25 miles per hour. So he may be trying to outrun this off to the east to reassess where that rotation is. This person's pulling off now and turning around. I'm not sure if there's any flooding going on in there. Everybody's turning around. That might be for a reason. Road's closed here. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if there's flooding in progress or what the story is there. We're going to have to get him on the horn to get some extra context on that. We're working on that. Okay. So that was a law enforcement confirmed tornado. Let's keep that feed up and reassess what's going on everywhere else. Dubuque, you've got that nasty storm moving in. Just a complete mess of a setup with intensity, which is the problem. All of these severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings, there are, what do we got now? 47 active, 29 severe thunderstorm warnings, 11 tornado warnings. This now, moving out of Minnesota and into Wisconsin. Here's 94. That's been a tough spot to be at this week. This is Wabasha and Winona counties. This runs until 3:30. So we got 5 minutes left on this. We'll see if they extend this. Right there in Buffalo City, the radar is detecting some stronger rotations right on the river and going to be moving its way off to the east. Fairly rural spot with the worst of this rotation north of Buffalo City now, but that's actually pretty evident, the rotation with that one. That would be as well formed as anything that we've seen over the past 10 minutes or so. So that's the scene there. Let's zoom out large scale and show folks what's going on north to south, because we've got this tornado warning from there in Wisconsin all the way down to Kansas. I want folks to know that we're watching all of these storms. You might be saying, hey, I'm watching from Wichita. Yeah, we're going to do our best to assess which of these storms are the most dangerous, because the coverage here, yeah, Steph's showing us 800 plus miles. It's probably, actually, it's up toward the Arrowhead. Behind our banner, there's another severe thunderstorm warning hiding up that way. So yeah, the area of low pressure here, yeah, call it 900 plus miles. There's a bunch of spin here. These storms initiated a little bit earlier. The thought would be that those would turn tornadic first, and that's playing out, no question. the broken line down this way, there are pieces of these storms rotating that, while there and most certainly apparent, the threat down this way, the reason that the Storm Prediction Center upgraded to a level 4 out of 5 threat in a probability sense is for damaging straight line winds. And that is going to be, as we transition through this evening and this line becomes better formed, I want folks to be aware of that, because the tornadic nature, it's small scale, it's the most intense, but in a broad sense, everybody north to south here, as this line comes through, going to have the potential for 60 to 90 mile per hour winds, which are EF0, EF1 equivalent. Those are damaging, dangerous winds, and you need to be prepared for this line as it moves in. It appears as though the intensity will be ramping up considerably as this fills in. In fact, if you were watching, the new severe thunderstorm warning just came in southwest of Wichita, filling in that part of the line. Brandon might be talking with law enforcement now. Yeah, someone's out of the vehicle. Nope, it's a Crown Vic. I got fooled. I don't think that's law enforcement. I got tricked. A tree down. Okay, so that may be. This is a problem now, because we know Brandon was moving the opposite direction, east on that road, and there's the road closure. Now this tree snapped and came down over the road. Looks like there's water in the gully on the right side. Keep in mind, we're working to get in touch with Brandon. We haven't, for obvious reasons. That road is closed. That's my point. These folks are stuck for the time being, is what it appears, with this tree that came down in a really bad spot. All the while, there's a confirmed tornado warning in effect for these places. So that's a dangerous setup. There's hail. The hail core is just off to Brandon's south. We're going to work to get in touch with him. We'll also we'll get on the horn with Corey and Haley too, and see what the scene is more broadly speaking across that part of the country. Stay with Fox Weather. We'll be right back.
Mike Huckabee here, and like millions of other hardworking Americans, I couldn't fall asleep. My mind wouldn't stop and my body wouldn't rest. Poor sleep is linked to elevated stress, low energy levels, and other terrifying consequences. Luckily, I found Relaxium Sleep, America's #1 trusted sleep aid.
I'm Dr. Eric Siliberti, founder of Relaxium, America's most trusted sleep aid.
With Relaxium Sleep, I wake up with more energy, my mind is sharp, and my wife Janet tells me I'm more fun to be around.
When I take Relaxium Sleep, I sleep better than I have in years.
I wake up feeling like I've had the best night's sleep.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health.
Relaxium Sleep is made in the USA, has no risk of dependency, and is drug-free. It's also the only sleep aid with Valarest as part of its triple action formula.
I developed Relaxium to help my patients fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it.
Relaxium Sleep can work for you from the very first night, just like it did for me. The only way to find out is trying it yourself. And right now, you can try it for free. I know that once you do, you're going to be a customer for life, just like I am. And you'll experience the difference with increased energy, sharper mind, better mood, and improved quality of life.
For nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives.
Take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium Sleep now.
Don't wait another minute. Call Relaxium now.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away another 1,000 bottles. Get your free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit TryRelaxium.com or call 800-459-9786. That's TryRelaxium.com or call 800-459-9786.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
This is a Fox Weather Alert as you're looking at the live pictures from Stockton, Illinois. That's courtesy of exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker Brandon Kopic. Right side of your screen, here's Corey Gherkin's feed as he looks out toward a tornado warning in progress. They dropped the confirmed tornado on this. So we're looking at the storm off in the distance. No clear picture that there's a tornado in progress, but previously law enforcement saw a tornado on the ground with that one. So that's here, extreme northwestern portions of Illinois. You move west and southwest, there are more tornado warnings. Central parts of Wisconsin, a tornado warning with that cluster. But along the actual broken line developing, that's the reason, by the way, if you're just joining us, there's Brandon, he's out of the vehicle. Running back to it, these folks, they were moving what I believe is east on, Highway 20. They're getting soaked out there. It's a tough situation. The road was closed in all directions. They got to a 4-way stop. It was closed in all directions. I was wondering why all the cars were turning around. That was the reason. They turn around, and that's what they find, a tree that came down directly across the road. There's cars coming the other direction. Nobody's going anywhere until they are able to move that tree out of the way, and it's probably a foot in diameter. They're working on it. I know Brandon, he probably has his chainsaw out. He's part of what he does. He sees folks in trouble. He sees situations like this, and he works to fix the situation. That might be emergency responders. Now, they must have called this in as that tree came down across the road. So just know we're watching what's playing out there. We did just get a new confirmed tornado warning. It's right over the Mississippi River, coming out of extreme southeastern parts of Minnesota, finding its way into Wisconsin. This, as far as locked in tornadoes on the ground, southeastern parts of Minnesota, the Rochester area, we think that there were multiple touchdowns. We had eyes on one of them, at least one of them, with a tornado that was moving close by to the airport there. We had it on the traffic camera. This one, Buffalo City. Let's get zoomed in on here. We've got that one there, Fountain City, Winona. That's the Mississippi in through here. This one, damaging tornado and quarter-size hail with this one. That cell's moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So there's Buffalo City. This would be up in through here. Montana, I'm just getting this bulletin. It just come out from the National Weather Service. So you're going through it with me here. Radar confirmed tornado near Cream in Buffalo County. So I'm not there. That's as nasty as we've seen throughout the day today. No question. That's the tornado at Waumandy and Montana. That new scan that came in. This is a dangerous supercell right here. Yeah, that's strong rotation being detected by Doppler radar and moving off to the northeast at, what did I say, 45 miles per hour. So this, unfortunately, that's a large tornado on the ground right there. Cream was what was being indicated by the National Weather Service. That's a debris signature. Just south and west of Montana. If you're in Montana, you need to get to your safe spot. There's a tornado that appears as though it's going to be moving directly on through that community, clipping northern parts of Waumandy. So this is the first radar-confirmed tornado of the afternoon, and it's a clear, unfortunate signature of a tornado, a dangerous tornado in progress in Wisconsin, east of Cream, southwest of Montana, and that continues northeast at 45 miles per hour. That particular tornado warning, it's got a considerable threat on it. Radar confirmed tornado near Cream in Buffalo County. I'm looking to see if there's any new information. This is out of the La Crosse La Crosse, Wisconsin National Weather Service office, which they've been busy. This has got to be their 5th confirmed tornado, 5th or 6th so far. This tornado is going to be very close to Montana. Some discussion that this gets bumped up to a PDS, particularly dangerous situation. That would not surprise me at all, as it appears as though
It already is a PDS warning.
this is now a PDS. Okay, that's unfortunately what we're looking at with the radar confirmed rotation, the worst of what we've seen. And it appears as though, Steph, if we can, let's get even a touch tighter into Montana. I'm trying to see what this looks. Some of these roads, the county road going right through town, that looks like their main street. This debris signature here is a tornado. Not a big place, and the tornado is going to be moving through right through the heart of it. Some indications that there's debris being lofted up to 15,000 feet. This is a large, violent tornado moving into town here, and it's rolling right down that main road, this in through here. So previously, as this was back a little bit farther off to the west, this cluster of storms, when it was back toward Rochester, these were producing tornadoes. We think several touched down. We saw one of them, but they were not large, violent tornadoes like this one is. And that was the concern here from the Storm Prediction Center. Part of the reason why they went SIG 2 with their conditional intensity group, indicating EF3 tornado plus the possibility here. It was for this kind of tornado that they were highlighting the concern for. And unfortunately, that has now come to pass. That's quite obviously the strongest of the bunch. So we'll work to get more pictures here. I know it's a tough zone just over on the Wisconsin side of the Mississippi River and moving northeast. Eventually, if that holds together, it would be approaching Interstate 94, but it's got a long way to go. Eventually heading out toward Arcadia, Independence, and farther off to the north and east. So this is the debris signature in through here, which we're told is some debris being lofted up to potentially up to about 15,000 feet. That only happens with very strong tornadoes, which this is a very strong tornado in progress. You see gate to gate there moving through Montana. That's wind going away from the radar. The red and orange, the bright greens towards the radar in close proximity. This tells us that that's where the rotation's happening, and it's especially intense rotation. Yeah, Steph's getting an estimate on that. Call it 60 inbound, outbound for a couplet that's up to around 120 miles per hour or so. Just very roughly speaking to the intensity of this, it's a very strong tornado in progress. So they did upgrade that to the PDS, as we talked about. Its motion updated northeast 40 miles per hour. Weather spotters have confirmed this now too. So we can see the debris. Most certainly, that's the new updated confirmed tornado warning for in here. Whitehall, Chimney Rock, Hale, Strum. These are all places where, if you're not there already, you must immediately get to your tornado safe spot, as this is the most menacing, the most dangerous tornado that we've seen. We've seen several. This is far and away the most dangerous signature that we've seen, with what appears to be a considerable debris ball showing up on Doppler radar. Damaging tornado, a very strong tornado in progress here. So that is the look. I do briefly want to take a look farther off to the north. The Fox Weather Alert System is just lit up top to bottom with more of these severe thunderstorm warnings, several tornado warnings. There are 45 severe thunderstorm warnings right now, 8 tornado warnings, 3 flash flood warnings, a wind gust recorded in Warren, Illinois to 70 miles per hour now, straight line wind. And the concern is that we may see far in excess of that moving forward. Those out Interstate 39, west of Interstate 39, north of 94, that's one tornado warning, south and west of Wausau. This whole swath, we've got a tornado watch up. This new one here, okay, that's just in. Chicago has been included in the tornado watch down to Springfield. St. Louis is in it too. This runs until 11 p.m. local time. You see the hazards. I was just talking about it. EF3+, hail that could approach 4 inches in diameter, winds that may top 85 miles per hour, 27 million folks included in this particular tornado watch. That hail report there, I've got Bain with me, Tama, Iowa, 2.5 inches in diameter, Bain. That would be the smallest hailstone recorded of the week.
Isn't that insane?
Yeah.
The amount of hail that we've seen over the past couple of days, especially with the severe threat going over and over again in the same areas, this is storm fatigue at this point. But I mean, so dangerous when we're talking about tornadoes and also the large hail impact that we've seen, the damage that reports that we've already gotten so far, and the threat, it's still going on. I mean, it's not going to stop for a couple more hours here. I mean, looking at the length of how many storms we have currently,
yeah.
I mean, what, a stretch of nearly 1,000 miles of severe storms and tornadoes on the board right now.
Right, and the southern part of that, filling in that whole line with the severe thunderstorm warnings. It does look like Brandon's moving.
Yeah.
So they got that tree out of the way?
Thank goodness. That was one of the main concerns, especially when you're in the middle of a storm like that. You don't want to be trapped on the roads there. But, you know, he's so great with trying to help people out at the same time as also tracking the storm. So hopefully he's in a safe zone. But, you know, we have more and more storms on the way.
Yeah, he's had his hands full. Clearly, we've been monitoring that. We're working to get in touch with him, with Corey, with Haley out in the field as there's a tornado warning close by, and keeping an eye on that confirmed tornado in progress, a strong tornado in western parts of Wisconsin. Stay with Fox Weather. Keep it here as we continue to track these storms.
Did you say 12 o'clock? Okay. See you tomorrow at 12. I can't hear clearly on the phone anymore.
Let me show you something that will change your life. This is a clear captions phone. It allows me to read what a caller is saying.
Really?
You can read what the caller is saying as they say it. It's easy to understand and respond to immediately.
It sounds expensive.
Actually, there is no insurance or Medicare required. The service is provided at no cost to you through a federally managed program.
Hi, Grandma. Hi, honey. How are you?
Give your loved ones the connection they deserve. Call now to see if you qualify.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear caption service is provided at no cost to you. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone.
Call 1-800-856-4704. That's 1-800-856-4704. Call 1-800-856-4704.
Hello, I'm former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. A lot of times you can't control the amount of sleep that you're getting. You can't fall asleep or you're tossing and turning all night. You can't get the sleep you need to stay healthy. I know, it's scary unless you use Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep is a product that's made from natural ingredients, and it usually works from the very first night you try it. It helps you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed, earning your body those quality hours of sleep that it desperately needs.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives.
The first time I took Relaxium and I slept through the night, I thought, wow, this worked for me. I could not believe it.
Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it. I had more focus and mental clarity than I've had in years.
Relaxium is drug-free and not addictive, so you can take Relaxium every night and never worry about side effects. And the best part is, it can start working from the very first night.
When I take Relaxium Sleep, I sleep better than I have in years.
I wake up feeling like I've had the best night's sleep.
Stop being afraid and start sleeping your fears away with Relaxium Sleep. Your body and your mind will thank you.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles.
If you're not getting calm enough to go to sleep, take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. It's guaranteed to work or your money back. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-317-6312. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-317-6312.
This is a Fox Weather Alert. Welcome back. That's a live picture from Stockton, Illinois, just south of there. That's Brandon Kopic's live feed. And now a confirmed tornado warning in northwestern parts of Illinois. And the National Weather Service calling this one a PDS as well, a large and dangerous tornado in progress located over Lena, 11 miles off to the northwest of Freeport. This one's moving northeast, or just more easterly, actually, at about 25 miles per hour. So we're going to get to that one in just a moment. That's actually very close by to where Brandon is, as well as Corey and Haley. The confirmed tornado that we were watching crossed out of Minnesota, across the Mississippi, and into Wisconsin. Some good indications with this. Unfortunately, as it was approaching here, we saw a very well-formed debris signature. This was a violent tornado in progress, a large tornado. The rotation with this has loosened up considerably. It's effectively gone. So it appears as though that tornado has lifted, and now that's just coming in. It's a tornado warning for that cell in case it twists back up. We'll watch it, but it no longer appears as though that terrible tornado is on the ground. Now, farther off to the south and east, Brandon's feed, he's stopped now. We saw for a period of time he was stuck. There was a road closure and then a tree that came down on the road immediately behind them. So they had to remove the tree. This is the cell that's the PDS, the large tornado in progress. Let's go out to Fox Weather meteorologist Haley Meyer. She's in pursuit. They are attempting an intercept of this particular cell. That Fox Weather Beast icon right there in Pearl City, Illinois. That's Haley. Haley, if you can hear me, what's the scene there? I'm sure it's active.
Yeah, we're about 3 miles to the south of what some other trackers who are right in our general vicinity said was a tornado on the ground near Lena. Seems like the rotation may be weakening just a little bit as rain's starting to overtake us, but all we have, white sheets of rain. You can barely see anything. The power poles on the side, they're starting to wobble, the power lines at the very least. We're now starting to take on some hail, very small hail, pea size, but this is blinding rain right now.
Keep pushing north.
The tornado apparently is starting to occlude right now, but we are still going to keep moving north, and we're going to continue to adjust our camera. But it does seem like, especially even off towards our south, we could have another area of rotation that starts to come. It's really been this one supercell that we've been tracking, where the southern tip will go on to attempt to produce a tornado, and then it will give way to a different mesocyclone further south. One thing, if you are a weather enthusiast, we ran into the Doppler on wheels. They stopped on the side of the road right next to us, and so that just goes to show they're investigating this storm. Doppler on wheels is a radar mobile research lab. So truly incredible. They're getting fantastic scans at this, but right now this cell has been producing multiple areas of rotation, so we are trying to be as cautious as we can to make sure that we stay as safe as possible. But yes, it seems like there was a tornado on the ground in Lena, Illinois, and then eventually that has started to occlude, but we are still in pursuit heading north. But it does look like there's another area of rotation giving way off towards our south, Ian.
You just made a really good point, talking about the multiple areas of rotation. It's been a touch frustrating and most certainly dangerous, especially for you guys being out in this. What a messy start to this, right? We were expecting more discrete cells, of which these have been, but they've been in these clusters with rotation that develops, doesn't necessarily stick around. Obviously, a couple of these, though, have developed a very strong circulation.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a messy storm mode to begin with. That cold front has really been the more prolific tornado producer so far, but you were talking about that confirmed tornado warning just to the north and east of Rochester. That does seem like some significant damage. And keep in mind, the Fox Weather Beast, we are mobile, so if there is big time damage, we can be there and help and report as best as we possibly can. But yeah, right now it is moving towards Freeport, where we could look at another area of rotation. I think our main goal right now is to head. Okay, we're gonna move to 20 and then go 20 east. We're running into some flooded roads right now, so we also have to be careful here. Not horribly flooded, but enough that you're starting to see big shields of water on the right-hand side of the Fox Weather Beast. Absolutely can hardly see anything in front of you. You can probably hear the big fat raindrops that are falling on the roof and on the windshield. That's a sign of a very strong updraft as well when you see chunky raindrops. Seems like maybe the rotation is starting to get a little more of a signature back just northeast of Lena. But again, we're seeing so much rain here. It's very difficult to see what all is happening right now. Jared's saying look towards Kent. Yeah, so Kent is off towards our southwest, but there are a couple of areas of spin, so we might have to, as we head east, eventually jet south to still be catching that bottom tail end of this. But again, there was another storm tracker in our general vicinity who said tornado, large tornado on the ground. So we can't confirm it here in the Fox Weather Beast, but I'll tell you that radar signature, that velocity couplet looked pretty serious, and we were about 5 miles south, but we were just stuck under the thick, heavy rain on the southern end of that storm, and so we didn't get a good eye on it. But definitely now looks like there's some rotation tightening north of Pearl City, and we are right in between Lena and Pearl City. So if there's something on the ground within this tornado-warned box, we are certainly going to get to it.
Yeah, Haley, I tell you what, Jared had just flashed up that camera looking in the rear view from the Fox Weather Beast, and that was where that one here, yeah. This is where we could most clearly see what you were talking about, water on both sides of the roads, the ditches getting full of water. It looks like on the map, I know you guys have been working on a tornado intercept, you're coming up on, whoa, what was that?
We just got a big shield of mud that came over our truck. When you get into any lower lying areas, there's flooding on the road and literally just a big cloud of brown. You can hear the hail now too.
Yeah, I was going to say you're about to intercept Brandon Kopic. He's just off to your north. I'm looking at his locator icon. Have you been in touch with him? Because it looked like he got stuck with a closed road. I'm not sure if it was because of flooding, but then he tried to double back and a tree came down across the road. He was stuck for a period of time.
Yeah, this flooding is actually a really big concern, especially for some of the lower lying terrain that we have around us. The antecedent conditions, even before the rain started here in Illinois, I mean, you could already see that there was ponding and some flooding on the side roads. So now the fact that you're talking about this huge shield of very, very heavy rain, the flash flood propensity is a big problem. We are actually kind of close to that hail core, so we're going to try and get away from it. But notice we have that little Papa CC just off towards the left-hand side of Lena. We are just southeast of Lena, so we're close to the heaviest of the hail right now. I can probably say we're looking at an inch, maybe. Now some bigger stones. You can probably hear.
You can see some of it on the roof cam bouncing off.
Yeah, you might be able to see some on our roof cam if you guys want to take that live.
Haley, the rain rate on radar was so hail contaminated that it said 45 inches of rain per hour. So yeah, that's a hail core, I think, no question, huh?
Yeah, and you guys can see it probably. Let me turn it down a little bit. Do you guys see the hail on the top of the beast? Yeah. That's got to be Nichols. There's a big one. That was a quarter right there. You guys are. This is getting worse, Haley. Yeah, absolutely. And then it does seem like a little bit of a broad rotation northeast of us and another area of rotation south of us. So, woo, that was a big one. Yeah, goal is to try and get out of this hail core as quick as possible. We've seen a lot of cars now starting to really slow down. It is wet. The fields on the right and left-hand sides of me look pretty waterlogged. I wouldn't say flooded, but certainly very, very muddy. You could easily get a vehicle stuck. We've been in loose communication with Brandon. We have him on radio. We've been chatting back and forth, but he initially was in pursuit of the tornado warning in Dubuque, and we stayed further south near Davenport. So we've been out of touch for the last couple of hours, but it seems like we're closing in on the same area. So we'll likely run into him soon. Haley, you guys are doing an awesome job out there. I do know, like you said, with some of the flooded roads, that does up the degree of danger. So be safe. We'll be checking back with you very soon. Keep it here on Fox Weather as we continue to track all this severe weather.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it.
Introducing the X-Pack from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, advanced X compression system, the X-Pack evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow. Oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this.
I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Pack from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxpack.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-520-4518. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world and it's life-changing.
The all-new X-Pack from CopperFit. Feel the difference.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
Over time, moss, mold, and mildew stains cover your home, and cleaning them is too much work. You need Wet and Forget, the easy bleach-free way to clean tough outdoor stains. For decks, patios, and cushions, use Wet and Forget outdoor spaces. No scrubbing, no rinsing. Just apply and let it do the work for you over time. Got a bigger job? Reach second-story siding and roofs with Outdoor Max. Up to a 30-foot reach and 2 times the coverage. Get Wet and Forget at these leading retailers.
Hey, this is a Fox Weather Alert. You're looking at live pictures right there. That's from Brandon Kopic. He's been embedded in a confirmed tornado warning. It was described as a large and dangerous tornado by the National Weather Service. He's in Elena. We're working to get eyes on that. It was spotted. It's not immediately clear if that's still in progress. Unfortunately, there have been several confirmed tornadoes. One of those crossed over the Mississippi into Wisconsin, had a huge tornadic debris signature on it. So this is a day that we've been talking about all week, a week that's been full of severe weather, but this was always going to be the day where we had the concern for top-end severe weather potential. In some of these places, it's the 3rd time in a 5-day work week that you've dealt with severe weather. This is the scene. So a big sprawling level 3 out of 5 zone. This level 4 out of 5, it's the probability-based threat from the Storm Prediction Center. This is all wind in through here, and unfortunately, that's very much on schedule for straight-line damaging winds, 60 up to 90 miles per hour. The northern aspect of this was where we were most concerned about large tornadoes, strong tornadoes, EF3 plus possible, and this is where we see that whole region just lit up now with tornado warnings. Eastern Iowa, up into western parts of Wisconsin, that one confirmed tornado warning, but that's the one that Brandon's in. He's in Freeport, Illinois. So we'll keep an eye on all of these. Just know that clearly this is a favorable setup, one that's very conducive for rotating storms, and one that's already produced some very dangerous and damaging tornadoes. Let's bring back in Fox Weather's Kiana Lewis. Kiana, you've been following these storm reports, and those have been very numerous just over the last 20, 30 minutes.
Absolutely. I mean, we've been watching a couple of new reports pop in. A couple of them that you've been watching, a new report popping up just north and west of Kansas City is where we now have a tornado report that popped up. So a spotter has seen that there on the ground. This is one of the storms that was warned at the moment, pushing just to the north, about right in between St. Joseph and Kansas City. So a brief touchdown with that one report that we're watching. But we're watching so many different areas, and it's been pretty challenging to keep up because there's power outages in areas like Minnesota, where we had a couple of spin-ups earlier in the day. Rochester's still under some of those power outages right now. As that line of storms, it is well off towards the east of Rochester. But here's those reports, 2 of them coming through for a tornado on the ground there, one of which that a sergeant in Sergeant City, a sheriff deputy reported that he saw one tornado and then he saw another one, which I would assume is just off towards the east. This one here in Stewartville along Highway 63. So it's been very busy in so many different elements, not only the tornadic part of it, but we're in that phase where we're also watching hail kind of take full charge of this line of storms. And that's what we have here coming through just about really close to tennis ball size hail. Close to Tama, Iowa. So that was one that we've been watching pretty closely too, this one line of storms being a big hail maker. We saw Haley in that hail core. That's what she's dealing with at this moment there. And then heading over a little bit farther to the east, this is along parts of Iowa, right along state lines and pushing into Illinois. We saw 70-mile-per-hour winds in Warren, Illinois. We saw hail up to about nearly 2 inches, 1 3/4 in several different locations right along the state line, and then pushing east of there. So I would say at the minimum, Ian seeing golf ball size hail, at the maximum, just around tennis ball, if not just about a little bit bigger than tennis ball size hail that's been pushing through in some of these areas too. It's been a hectic afternoon. As we mentioned, this is coming in 3s. So we've seen the hail, we've seen the tornadoes. Going into tonight, we will have a better chance of seeing even some straight line winds that we'll have to watch for too. And I'm keeping an eye out on those reports as well.
Every day this week, Kiana, at least baseball size hail somewhere in this country, mostly across the spots we're talking about today, the plains and up into the upper Midwest. That's a live picture right there from Freeport, Illinois. This is technically still in a confirmed tornado warning. Previously, it sounds like some spotters saw this on the ground. Let's talk with exclusive Fox Weather storm tracker Brandon Kopic. Brandon, thanks for taking a couple minutes, man. We've been watching the feed. We know you've been going through it. We were watching, what was that, a couple of roads blocked from flooding, and then the tree came down. What has this past couple hours been like?
It's been chaotic, to say the least, but I can confirm, at least being relayed from a friend of mine up near Orangeville right now, just to my north, that there is still a multi-vortex wedge. There it is. Multi-vortex wedge tornado in progress west of Orangeville, Illinois.
Vortex wedge tornado. So you're just displaced off to the south of that. What's the move here? Are you trying to get out ahead of this? I mean, I know this is probably the 3rd large and dangerous tornado that we've had confirmed this afternoon.
Yeah, I need to get out ahead of it. The problem is the hail core. I already lost my windshield due to baseballs just literally a couple minutes ago. And thankfully, it's nothing that really impairs my vision, just some of those good circular donuts on my windshield. So just trying to get out ahead of it right now and attain visual of it after getting stuck with the down trees and stuff. It just really brought me behind on this storm.
Yeah, you said chaotic, which is a perfect way to put it. It's been kind of a sloppy setup, at least with how these storms have initiated. The Weather Service, multiple different offices issuing these confirmed tornado warnings, but highlighting that there were separate areas of rotation happening. Does this represent, I would have to think, one of the most challenging scenarios to track storms in?
I definitely would say, especially in this terrain and this road network. Like right now where I'm at in Freeport, I'm heading north through Freeport and ongoing. So that's probably going to inhibit tornado genesis on the southern flank of the storm. But once it ingests, we're going to be looking at the potential for tornado after tornado after tornado up until this supercell gets ingested by the line way back to the west.
That was actually going to be my next thought, because there have been multiple areas of rotation, but that particular supercell, and credit to you guys again, I always say you have a great nose for this, that has now produced you think that as we move forward through this next stretch, any more of those cells? I mean, the main batch is still something like 85, 90 miles back to your west.
Yeah, I mean, I think personally, the way it's looking, I think this cell is probably going to stay out ahead of the line all the way to the Milwaukee area, like all the way to Lake Michigan. So it's going to be an ongoing tornado threat throughout the day across as we get into southern Wisconsin as well. So we just have to watch it carefully. It's only 4 o'clock. If this remains discreet till like 6 or 7 o'clock, then we'll end up seeing this thing interact with the low-level jet. That'll rapidly increase, and that'll increase tornado potential even more.
I think we're losing you. We're losing you a little bit. Looking at the motion of this northeast 30 miles per hour, I think you're about 90 miles south-southwest of Milwaukee. So that's got a few hours out, and this appears like a very dangerous situation. Brandon, again, we've been following the feed. We'll be checking back with you. Be safe. Thanks for taking a couple of minutes. Let's bring back in Fox Weather's Haley Meyer and the Fox Weather Beast. She's not far at all. We'll pull that back up so you can see. That's a live look. She's at the stop sign here in Freeport, Illinois. Haley, I'm not sure if you could hear that conversation with Brandon. He reported that there's a wedge in progress off to your north.
You know, that wouldn't necessarily surprise me. That rotation has been cycling quite a bit. We do have some cell merging going on, and so that usually can give it a little kick. You're seeing a live look outside of our Beast cam on the roof of the Beast, where you're looking at the very frontal end or the very front tip of this supercell that's rolling through. We're near Freeport, Illinois, similar to where Corey's positioning is. We've got some lowering going on, a lot of that just some scud cloud. We're not rapidly watching tornado genesis, but I will say there was a moment whenever there was a smaller cell that was moving north and interacted with this supercell that we've been tracking. That was one where I could see some lowering. And it looked like it was rapidly rotating. At this point, I don't see that anymore, so it seems like maybe we're taking a brief pause. But I want people to look, and you see that almost green hue. I'm going to zoom in even more here. That is hail. That's what it would look like if you are traveling near hail, almost electric green and blue. That is the light of getting scattered and kind of reflected around with ice particles in the upper levels of the atmosphere. And typically a tornado would be sitting just to the south and in a lot of ways sometimes southeast of that hail core. So that's what the Fox Weather Beast took on, as you guys saw live, with I would say anything about an inch to maybe an inch and a half worth of hailstones. Brandon Kopic had reportedly broken a windshield. You just spoke with him as well. But at this moment, not seeing anything imminent, but as Brandon mentioned, this is a long-tracked supercell that still has the potential to drop something pretty dramatic within the next little bit as it continues to move further off towards the east. So you can see Jared, he's directing Keith right now, trying to decide where we want to go. We've been moving on 20 dips south a little bit, not entirely sure if we want to make that south dip. So right now we're just taking a second, we're paused off the side of the road and trying to make some decisions. But with that, I think, Jared, if you're all right, I might give you the microphone to talk about what you just put together with Keith and give Ian a better perspective of where we're going.
So just road-wise, we're trying to get a spot with some good roads, especially with all the water piling up all over the place. The ground's super saturated, so we've had a number of splashes over the last half hour as we've been moving with this thing. So we've got another tornado warning alert on my phone right now. We are trying to go move up in an area that keeps us with the storm's motion up towards Dakota, Illinois, and further beyond there, we can go take a right and stay up ahead of this system. So that's really what we're looking for as we get more and more of these cell mergers and the rotation just keeps cycling within these things.
They did a pretty extensive downstream too, going all the way north of Rockford. So it seems like the National Weather Service in these areas, they feel pretty confident in this storm to produce. And if it can produce in the next 10 minutes or so and continue to move northeast, but even if it has more east-northeast, Rockford, Illinois, that's a somewhat larger metro. I mean, we need to be well within steps of our tornado safe place coming up here soon. But this is it looks pretty ominous here, Ian. I will tell you that.
No question, Haley. So we're looking at your feed. You mentioned you're on the southern tip of that supercell where there is that well-formed couplet. You showed us what that looks like with the eyeballs. Farther off to the north, that other area of rotation, that's producing what Brandon told us was a wedge. And Haley confirmed Brandon's down a windshield. He said he can still see, but that was 10 or 15 minutes back. He dropped that. So are you guys on 20? I guess the plan would be you make a turn to the north, up 75. Jared said Dakota. I'm just wondering if you'll get there out in advance of this cell.
You know, it seems as though, I mean, we'll jump north and we should be able to make it to Dakota and then have a due east. Because how far away are we from Dakota? About 5 minutes?
Not too long.
Not too long.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're about 5 minutes there. The hope is we'll be able to outrun this thing a little bit and then move east. But yeah, we are no longer on 20. We're on what? Is this 75? Jared? Yes, Illinois 75 east. That's where the Fox Weather Beast is at right now, traveling north.
Okay, yeah, so that takes you right into town. I'm just looking at Cedarville, which is off to your guys' north. The hail core is right overhead. So you want to talk about a dangerous week and a week of for all of these folks. You get to your safe spot. You have to consider the property damage that's occurring. It's been hail, Haley, every single day, and we saw some of that bouncing off the top of the Beast. We've got a top report of 2.5, but I would have to think that number is heading up.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. The low-level lapse rates have been exceptionally high, close to 7, 8, even 9 degrees Celsius per kilometer, which for those of you who are unfamiliar, when you look at the lapse rates and they are well above 7 degrees, that's where a lot of times you have an intense updraft that's capable of producing some pretty significant hail. So, I mean, right now, it seems as though the cell is probably dropping 2-inch hailstones. I would say we confirmed at least 1.5 inches that fell on the top of the Beast. But our main objective, avoid the hail core. We do not want to lose a windshield, especially knowing how much rain and wind is in our future with this cold front as it crashes down.
Yeah, when we were talking with Brandon Haley, he was saying that effectively the two cells, we'll call them, the one off to the north, it seems like maybe the dominant supercell. The main line, we'll call it that, it's still broken, but that's still like 90 miles back to your guys west. And it's going to take a considerable amount of time for that to catch up. Are you thinking here the next hour, 2, maybe 3 hours, that grouping of storms is going to have the potential to produce?
I mean, the parameter space today, Ian, was just through the roof. When you looked at the photographs, the low-level shear, not only speed shear, but directional shear, which is allowing for a lot of rotation. Even when I woke up this morning, I noted that the low levels of the atmosphere were just screaming by. And so that just goes to show that the atmosphere is totally primed for this. And the fact that the somewhat broken line that we've been tracking is been producing confirmed tornadoes, tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings. It has a very high propensity when everything merges together to have some embedded QLCS tornadoes, something that all the National Weather Service offices in the area and the Storm Prediction Center have all said is a real present threat. So that is what we'll be likely tracking. Once this discrete cell starts to get ingested, we then talk about the wind beast that the Fox Weather Beast is going to have to take on here.
Yeah, and I'm looking back to your west, which is something that you've told us about through this afternoon, more in the way of flash flood warnings that are coming out. So you've got one of those back both sides of the river now, Dubuque and west of Stockton. That feels like it'll increasingly Lafayette up into Wisconsin. You've got some of that taking place. So great work out there. Looks like just south of Dubuque and north of Apple River, that whole swath, 2 to 3 inches of rain just over the last couple of hours, and that whole line that still needs to work its way through. Haley, we'll be checking back in just a few minutes. Be safe out there. Thank you.
Yep.
A Fox Weather Alert, there's Brandon's feed. He's in Freeport, Illinois. If you've been with us, we just talked to him. I think the right side, just outside of this camera, other side, passenger side from him, his windshield's broken. Big hail. He's no stranger to a broken windshield, but it plays a role in his decision-making moving forward because of that, with a weakened rig that he's driving. He's in pursuit to intercept a tornado in progress off to his north. He's gotten some reports from some of his buddies. He's working to reposition. We're following these dangerous storms on radar. We'll get you a complete update on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
Mike Huckabee here, and like millions of other hardworking Americans, I couldn't fall asleep. My mind wouldn't stop, and my body wouldn't rest. Poor sleep is linked to elevated stress, low energy levels, and other terrifying consequences. Luckily, I found Relaxium Sleep, America's #1 trusted sleep aid.
I'm Dr. Eric Siliberti, founder of Relaxium, America's most trusted sleep aid.
With Relaxium Sleep, I wake up with more energy, my mind is sharp, and my wife Janet tells me I'm more fun to be around.
When I take Relaxium Sleep, I sleep better than I have in years.
I wake up feeling like I've had the best night's sleep.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health.
Relaxium Sleep is made in the USA, has no risk of dependency, and is drug-free. It's also the only sleep aid with Valarest as part of its triple action formula.
I developed Relaxium to help my patients fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it.
Relaxium Sleep can work for you from the very first night, just like it did for me. The only way to find out is trying it yourself. And right now, you can try it for free. I know that once you do, you're going to be a customer for life, just like I am. And you'll experience the difference with increased energy, sharper mind, better mood, and improved quality of life.
For nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives.
Take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium Sleep now.
Don't wait another minute. Call Relaxium now.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away another 1,000 bottles. Get your free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-459-9786. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-459-9786.
Over time, moss, mold, and mildew stains cover your home, and cleaning them is too much work. You need Wet and Forget, the easy bleach-free way to clean tough outdoor stains. For decks, patios, and cushions, use Wet and Forget outdoor spaces. No scrubbing, no rinsing. Just apply and let it do the work for you over time. Got a bigger job? Reach second-story siding and roofs with Outdoor Max. Up to a 30-foot reach and 2 times the coverage. Get Wet and Forget at these leading retailers.
This is a Fox Weather Alert. Welcome back. This is a live picture from Corey Gerken's camera. This is Freeport, Illinois, tornado-warned storm. It no longer has the confirmed tornado tag on it, but this is a cell that has previously produced what we were told was a wedge tornado. So we got a really good look at this one. Let's keep this up. I do want to get folks updated. If you've been with us up into portions of Minnesota, it was a little bit earlier this evening, Rochester, Minnesota, that cluster of storms that developed, drifted off to the north and east, crossed over the Mississippi, produced multiple confirmed tornadoes, including a tornado that moved through Montana, Wisconsin. We measured the debris signature. It was somewhere between 1 mile and 2 miles across as it was moving what appeared to be directly through Montana, Wisconsin. It was a terrible signature on radar. Debris was being lofted up 15,000 feet into the air. That was being detected by radar. The cell farther off to the south, remember it was a group of them, and the Weather Service had indicated as broad a confirmed tornado warning as you'll ever see, but it was for a good reason. There was multiple areas of rotation. Now one of the cells farther off to the south, that rotation is tightened up, and they've gone confirmed tornado on that one. So that's the Fox Weather Alert System. Tells you everything you need to know. 28 active severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got 17 tornado warnings in effect right now. and 4 active flash flood warnings. So in total, that's 54 separate severe weather alerts that are all active right now. The ones that are blinking on the alert system are blinking because they're new, and it's as many as we can see, top to bottom. So we'll keep an eye on Corey's feed. We've got Corey out there, Brandon Kopic, who's been tracking these storms. He's got a broken windshield now, but he's still on it. And all week, we've been lucky to have Haley and Jared out in the Fox Weather Beast. They're close by to the two of them, and they're providing some important context from out in the field. So we'll be checking in with those folks. Let's keep an eye on this feed. Corey's looking at it. All right. So here's where things stand. We've had something like 900 miles north to south of all of these severe weather alerts, being the severe thunderstorms, the flash flood warnings, and all of these tornado warnings. There are tornado warnings right now from northern Missouri to extreme northern parts of Wisconsin. This is the one, though, if you just joined us, that I was just talking about, the one in that group that moved through Rochester, Minnesota, somewhere in through here, across the Mississippi River, and now into central parts of Wisconsin. This was the northern tip of the zone where we were most concerned about strong, perhaps violent tornadoes, EF3 plus. This is the one that's confirmed. And we were talking about this as a maybe when they were back toward the river, that they would potentially maintain their intensity and cross Interstate 94. Well, now, an hour and some change later, it's a reality. This is a confirmed tornado that's going to cross over Interstate 94 right here, south and west of Mentor, west of Alma and Black River Falls here. They dropped the confirmed on this. Did the debris signature fall out of it? We had a very well-formed TDS that was somewhere close to Blair. So this is a good thing. We just have to make sure this doesn't cycle back up. There it was in through here. Yeah, and a little bit prior to that. I think that was on approach to Blair. It was quite obvious, a debris signature and some strong rotation. That still exists, although the debris signature isn't especially apparent anymore. So the cell's rotating. The tornado may have lifted just before Interstate 94. We're going to have to watch that very closely, but it's just representative of what the story has been last few hours now, where the radar just lit up and it's been nonstop ever since. Brandon described it as chaotic, which is a perfect way to kind of talk about what's going on here. There's a new radar scan, and it looks like the strong rotation is right over, perhaps now on the opposite side of Interstate 94. So hopefully that was lifted as the storm was moving overhead. If it did, it was in the nick of time. Kiana's been following some of the storm reports. What are you seeing, Kiana?
Yeah, we're seeing a couple of power outages that I've been talking to with Steve. You know, we're getting ready to kind of dive into driving this later into the night. Kansas City, just to the north of Kansas City, has a couple of power outages that we're watching simply because of damaging winds that have come through. So we've seen big winds north of St. Louis, and we're also watching a bit back closer to Rochester, too, where we've seen a couple of tornadoes earlier in the day. So let's kind of dive into that, because those are two areas that I think we've seen are bigger chances of rotation. We've been watching them very closely for tonight. And, you know, these storms kind of span all along that line of storms. And I think that's the, hard part about keeping track with this. I was talking to Steve because there's so many cities that are involved in this. And Ian, I know you've been doing a great job on the air, but here's some of those power outages that we have been watching. So the yellow boxes indicate upwards of nearly 30,000 power outages so far. Notice that there's 3 tornado icons here right along in north of the I-90 corridor. This is back in Minnesota from those earlier storms. They're still left in the dark. They're like right along Highway 63. Want to dive down into St. Louis really quickly, because this is where we've also seen a couple of damages that have come through, big winds that have moved through here. And as a result, we've had a power pole that snapped. That's out of Flint Hill, where we have a couple of those reports coming through. Some hail a little bit closer to the loop in St. Louis. And then to the north of that, we also have a tree that was snapped at the root that has led to those power outages there, too. So it has been very interesting. We've seen a little bit of everything, not only the tornadoes, not only now getting in on some of those damage reports from the wind, but also some large hail that has been coming through here too. I want to take you back here where we're looking at 70-mile-per-hour winds out of parts. This is just about north of, it looks like West Point. Hail coming through at 1 inch there too. So So many different, layers to this. This is close to where Haley and, some of our storm trackers were earlier, close to Dubuque, out of Iowa. Winds coming through 70 miles per hour, hail upwards of golf ball size, if not even greater. Saw out of Illinois earlier today, Iowa actually, 2.5-inch hail. So we're getting close to and even surpassing tennis ball, upwards of softball size hail that we're watching kind of play out here as well. And this is just the very beginning. We talked about this storm system elevating in 3 different layers. We're watching all 3 of those layers kind of playing out in real time right now. We saw the tornado reports earlier in the day, getting in on a lot of hail reports. And now we're starting to enter into that phase where we're going to start to see more of those damaging winds that kind of take shape moving forward. So we know that we could see winds. At the minimum, we've already seen them 70 miles per hour close to Illinois. And now we can get into that threshold where we're getting into the 80 mile per hour, nearly 90 mile per hour winds. So that's going to be, I think, Ian, where we watch this kind of evolve going into later tonight, not letting our guard down by any means. We have 33 severe thunderstorm warnings that are up across the board, 20 of which are tornado warnings. So we are in this for the long haul, watching, all the different elements. Reports are still pouring in. I'm getting ready to dive into maybe some of those visual reports, seeing how we're getting, any of those confirmed, tornado damage or wind damage from our viewers, because they help us tell this story here as well. So those are a couple of things that I'm watching kind of behind the scene.
No question, Kiana. And we're also lucky to have our great network of affiliates. You guys constantly talking with Tom Watts, chief at Fox 6 in Milwaukee. They've got some of these threatening storms moving into their viewing area. We're keeping an eye on their coverage. Any of their trackers out, we'll dip in and we'll take a look at what those storms look like. That's Corey's feed out of northern Illinois. We'll get you a complete update on radar and out in the field when Fox Weather comes right back.
Look, mold like this could be hiding in your house. And check out this fence. Moldy and black. You work hard scrubbing mold, but it keeps coming back. Now there's a simple spray that dissolves mold on contact. This is Alien Power, the new multi-purpose stain remover with out-of-this-world results. Just fill the bottle with water, add in our potent formula, then spray. And watch Alien Power lift the mold away. Plus, it's all made right here in the USA. This is an advanced formulation that breaks down the molecular structure of mold, so it dissolves on contact, penetrating deep into cracks and pores for a complete cleaning. Look here, black mold can grow inside your washing machine. Alien Power makes it so easy to clean. Now eliminating mildew in the bathroom is a breeze. Give it a spray and it's gone with ease. Black mold is hiding under this mat. A simple spray and it's gone like that. Even use it outside, so mold and mildew have nowhere to hide. An entire moldy fence finished in no time. No scrubbing needed to get rid of the grime. Instantly upgrade the look of your siding with Alien Power. Even textured surfaces like stucco can look new again. Dirt and mold can ruin your deck. Now, just give it a spray and watch the stains fade away. It can tackle the hardest cleaning jobs with ease. Don't replace water-stained ceiling tile. With Alien Power, it disappears right before your very eyes. Gone to another galaxy. It can cost over $1,000 for a professional treatment, but get Alien Power today with 2 power packets and a spray bottle for just $29.99. Act right now and get a second set for 50% off. That's enough for 4 large bottles. Plus, we'll even ship it to you free. Try Alien Power. If you're not completely amazed by its results, return it for a full refund. This is a TV-only offer, not available at this price anywhere. So don't miss out. Call or click now.
Call 1-800-714-1722 or go to buyalienpower.com. So call 1-800-714-1722 or go online to buyalienpower.com.
Do you want to gain weight? Yes, I said gain weight. Do you want more curves? Do you want to bulk up? Try CB1 Weight Gainer today, the natural weight gain pill designed for people who struggle to put on weight.
I just love the results. I'm loving the way that I look.
I was able to eat. I was able to hit the gym. I'm feeling great and I'm looking great. I put on 25 pounds with CB1.
I have curves, I have booty, and I have a chest. I've gained 20 pounds in just a couple months.
I put on over 30 pounds in 3 months. Finally, I got the curves that I've always dreamed of.
Order today and we'll include the exclusive Weight Gain Guidebook, a $20 value free when you call now. We'll also upgrade your order to rush processing, a $6.99 value absolutely free. That's right. Call now and save over $25. Gain the weight you want or your money back guaranteed.
Call 800-599-8987 or go to trycb1.com.
This is a Fox Weather Alert. That's a live feed out of northern Illinois. Corey Gherkin in pursuit of a cell that's already produced what we're told was a wedge tornado. Doesn't appear to be a tornado in progress right now. There is a warning up, though, so we're watching that feed in that cell very closely. 29 active severe thunderstorm warnings, 16 tornado warnings now in effect, including a confirmed tornado, Clark County, Wisconsin. So that's that cluster that we watch move out of Rochester, southeastern parts of Minnesota, across the river, and it's been menacing its way all the way into central parts of Wisconsin. That's the alert system. So that was just extended. We got you updated on that. Do want to point out that down this line, the reason why we had the level 4 out of 5 threat indicated from the SPC was, yes, there was the tornadic threat here, and that's verifying, unfortunately, in a widespread way. But the threat of damaging wind gusts to go along with the hail, that's happening now down in Kansas as this line is coming together with some serious intensity. So Steph actually just flagged this to me into eastern parts of Kansas, and credit to Greg Diamond as well. Ottawa, Kansas, on Monday, to speak to the relentless nature of the severe weather this week. Ottawa, right here, was hit by an EF2 tornado on Monday. Now here we are bookending the work week on Friday. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning, which you would infer as less dangerous than a tornado warning. That's not always the case at all. You look at the widespread nature of this, heavy rain, lightning over an interstate, the bowing nature of this, look at that. If you notice, it has the destructive tag on it from the National Weather Service, and that's indicating in a widespread sense on the leading edge of where you have all those bright oranges kind of roaring its way right into town over Homewood, into Ottawa, right down 35. That's 80-mile-per-hour winds, as indicated with this storm. So we'll watch to see. We've already had 70-mile-per-hour winds measured, and the thought was that, at least per the Storm Prediction Center, they were indicating we could see straight-line winds approaching 90 miles per hour. So that's the first one of these where we've started to see the overall wind threat ramping up in a considerable way. That makes sense as the low-level jet out ahead of this front. That's going to continue to ramp up as we move through the evening. And these storms, strong storms, are going to mix more of that wind down to the surface. So something to point out there. Southern parts of the KC metro, you've got severe storms moving on through, and it's starting to pour in Kansas City. Keep in mind, Central Time, folks are probably cutting out of work. It's 4:30 right now, and this is what you're emerging into, dangerous storms right now in the southern part of the metro, but in short order, they'll be across the whole thing. Then you move farther off to the north from there, up into, Cedar Rapids in Iowa. We had they're getting clipped by a tornado warning right now. There it is right there, north of Interstate 80, and points north from there. This is a big sprawling tornado warning, and this is something that we've seen multiple times. That cell and this one, both with some rotation. It looks like, yeah, in through there, that's the rotating part of this one. The one off to the north and east up toward Central City, that appears to be a much stronger rotation. This is a much more heavily populated zone, though. So just be aware, these are all dangerous storms, and that's in addition to what we had told you about that confirmed tornado in progress up into Wisconsin. Let's get back out into the field. We got the Fox Weather Beast out there. Haley Meyer, Jared Maloney, they've been in pursuit of this storm. It looks like Freeport, Illinois. Haley, when we talked with you last,
and yeah, right now,
you guys were going through a strategy. Yeah. What's the move?
Well, right now we're moving still due east. We are going through some hills and some trees, which is kind of obstructing our view a little bit. But I will say, just looking directly up at the clouds, you could see very tight, and I say relatively speaking tight, not like there was an imminent tornado, but you could actively see that tube of vorticity. It's just on the southern tip of this cell that has been cycling, and so still has yet to be seen if we'll be able to fully produce something right now, but I do not count this storm out by any means, nor does the National Weather Service, considering how downstream they were able to issue this tornado warning. At one moment there were 2 areas of rotation, one to the north, but now it seems like this south spot has been the dominant movement here. There are a couple other cells that are popping up towards the southwest of this. We'll see if they can catch up and what that would mean for potentially ingesting these storms. And sometimes that can give it a little extra kick, but these clouds are not far off the ground, maybe 2-3 stories off the ground, and that's saying something. So very, very low cloud deck, still warm for the most part, but we did have a couple of gusts of cold air. I would probably reckon about 30 miles per hour at one moment. So potentially that was the forward flank downdraft of the tail end of this supercell, but seems like maybe we're getting some tightening rotation right now. We're heading north, getting closer to Durand, and really it's just towards our northwest is where we have some of that rotation going on right now. Somewhat near Jarvis, maybe a little bit south of Jarvis. So the good news is we were able to escape the rain and the hail, so that's given us a moment to breathe and actually use our 5 senses and not be just totally obstructed. But yeah, and Jared, maybe if you want to... Okay. Okay. Okay, so for those of you in the studio, if you guys wouldn't mind taking our dash camera that we have, Jared's going to hop out and bring a better perspective of the storm that we're seeing. So I'm handing that off to Jared. I'm going to hop out of the car too and just look. But you can see that rotation, that little tight area just off towards our backhand side. So I try not to fall out of the truck. Looks like it's lowering a little bit, but we definitely have rotation going on right now. So I give it maybe a couple more minutes and we'll see what this can do, but you can hear the thunder and the lightning. So just trying to get perspective, but see how you have one of the cloud bases dropping a little bit further towards the south and also moving, if you're looking at it just kind of from your perspective on the TV screen, south and west, and then you have another area to the north of that moving northeast. So that's the rotation there as you are looking at that rapidly tighten and even some lowering now, Jared. You can see that funnel off towards the left-hand side. This may be just about to produce a tornado. We don't want to get too close to it, but we also just want to have a perspective. It seems like this might be dropping here in a second. I think we got to get in the truck.
Yeah, we're going to get back.
Yeah, yep. So we got to stay in front of this thing, but it might be, like we said, attempting to produce something right behind us. And if it were to, there's a decent chance that this thing could be a stovepipe or a wedge tornado, as this storm has already been able to produce a wedge tornado at one moment. So we're trying to stay ahead of it, but definitely looking at some lowering and that tube of vorticity starting to come down. So, and I'll leave you with that as we keep kind of looking at what's going on in the sky above us.
Can you tell what direction you guys are looking there? Is that off to the south and west? Because you've got...
Right now we are traveling northeast.
Okay.
And yes, yeah.
You've got another cell inbound that's got some spice to it. You're on the opposite side of the supercell where Brandon and Corey, they're looking into it from the east side of it, and we were just taking a peek. We're getting some interesting vantage points. Is that a shelf cloud on Brandon's? A tiny feed, and then Corey's. It looks like yeah. Those are 2 separate cells by the looks of it, and they both look healthy. Are you still on 20? Is that what road that is? Highway 20?
We are just off of 20, correct, Jared?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're off of 20. We're north of 20.
We are north of 20 right now. So if you're looking at the storm, just to give you my perspective, sometimes our beast information is a little bit delayed back into the studio.
Right.
We are just towards the north and east of where the circulation would be, just barely, and we're continuing to head east to try and stay ahead of it and be in that clear spot. That way, again, we're not dealing with hail, no broken windshields, and hopefully have a better perspective and a good viewpoint of this. But we're seeing some lowering right now.
Yeah.
Slightly south too.
Okay. You guys are repositioning. I think we heard Jared in the back there.
Yeah, Jared, want to repeat those directions?
Yeah, so this road is going to dip us south a little bit, so it's going to put us in a very good position right below the direction of storm motion. So it'll keep us totally out of the way, and it'll give us a very good view where we have clear air, as we can see, like pointing out towards the left of the dash camera screen, and we won't have to deal with the hail. We won't have to deal with everything else. So we'll have a view and a straight shot at this lowering here.
Got it. Okay, that's the plan. We're going to keep an eye on your feed, guys. Great work out there. As we take a look at that tornado-warned storm, it's moving just north of east at about 40 miles per hour. Eyeball test, the main line's not going to catch that before it reaches. This is going to be moving out toward the Milwaukee metro area and the western shores of Lake Michigan. We got a ways to go with that. But it appears as though this environment out ahead of it is quite healthy to sustain or even intensify that particular cell. It's 77 miles west right now of the western shores of Lake Michigan. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with you here on Fox Weather.
Over time, moss, mold, and mildew stains cover your home, and cleaning them is too much work. You need Wet and Forget, the easy bleach-free way to clean tough outdoor stains. For decks, patios, and cushions, use Wet and Forget outdoor spaces. No scrubbing, no rinsing. Just apply and let it do the work for you over time. Got a bigger job? Reach second-story siding and roofs with Outdoor Max. Up to a 30-foot reach and 2 times the coverage. Get Wet and Forget at these leading retailers.
Hello, I'm former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. A lot of times you can't control the amount of sleep that you're getting. If you can't fall asleep or you're tossing and turning all night, you can't get the sleep you need to stay healthy. I know, it's scary, unless you use Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep is a product that's made from natural ingredients, and it usually works from the very first night you try it. It helps you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed, earning your body those quality hours of sleep that it desperately needs.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives.
The first time I took Relaxium and I slept through the night, I thought, wow, this worked for me. I could not believe it.
Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it. I had more focus and mental clarity than I've had in years.
Relaxium is drug-free and not addictive, so you can take Relaxium every night and never worry about side effects. And the best part is, it can start working from the very first night.
When I take Relaxium Sleep, I sleep better than I have in years.
I wake up feeling like I've had the best night's sleep.
Stop being afraid and start sleeping your fears away with Relaxium Sleep. Your body and your mind will thank you.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles.
If you're not getting calm enough to go to sleep, take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. It's guaranteed to work or your money back. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-317-6312. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-317-6312.
Muddy floors every single day. Sound familiar? Until I tried Muddy Mat, and I realized that I can keep my floors clean without the extra work. I put it by the door and we're all set. It's made with thousands of chenille microfibers that trap mud, dirt, and water just by stepping on it. And when it gets dirty, just shake it outside and toss it in the washer. It comes out brand new every time. Visit muddymats.com and join millions of happy pet owners. Muddy Mat, clean floors, happy home.
Now, welcome back. This is a Fox Weather Alert. It's a live picture right there from Corey Gherkin, a live feed, northern part of Illinois. This is a cell that's going to be crawling its way just across the state border into Wisconsin, a tornado-warned storm on a path that'll eventually take it up toward the Milwaukee metro area. And the runway between here and there appears to be a very conducive an atmosphere that will support more rotating storms. And boy, has that been the case across a huge swath of the country. We've got right now active tornado warnings from northern parts of Missouri all the way up to extreme northern parts of Wisconsin. And right in the middle, central Wisconsin, there's a cluster. There's 2 separate confirmed tornado warnings, 13 active tornado warnings overall. So we're watching these feeds. The great luxury of having storm trackers in the position that they're in is that we're looking at the storm. If it produces a tornado, we're going to see it eyeball test. So we're watching those feeds, and we'll keep you updated. Let's show you what's going on. If we can, at least two box the graphics, show you what's happening up into central Wisconsin, where we have 2 separate now confirmed tornado warnings. This goes all the way back to what we were watching earlier. This was Rochester, Minnesota. That was where the whole gang's in here, by the way. We got a full team that's got you covered. Steve and Kiana will be taking you right on through a middle part of the evening. Fox Weather live team, and then we've got Ari coming up a little bit later on this evening. That's the zone that I was talking about in through here. So south of Rhinelander, there is a severe thunderstorm warning in that direction. Wausau, east of Interstate 39, that's where we have 1 confirmed tornado warning. This was the cluster. These have been cycling for hours, going all the way back to the opposite side of the Mississippi, southeastern parts of Minnesota. That's where we were talking about Rochester. We had eyes on a tornado that developed there 2.5 hours ago at the airfield, and then on a traffic camera moving on through the area. This one here, that's the debris signature with it. So it's not to the size of what we saw a little bit previously in a life cycle of this cluster, at least, when we had a debris signature that was probably almost 2 miles wide in Montana, Wisconsin. But it's enough that it tells us that's a tornado in progress and a dangerous one. So be aware of that. Somewhere in between Dewhurst and Kaminsky, this is making its path off to the north and east. So that's one of them. We've also got the secondary one farther off to the north and east from there. That cluster has had some serious staying power with the rotation. Out ahead of it, the Wausau one, you do have the Doppler radar picking up on at least some weaker rotation south and east of town. I'm not sure how that was confirmed. That's actually well-formed rotation right there. That's a healthy radar couplet. You get that pulled up, the latest bulletin from them that's been kind of fast and furious with these, 50, right on the button, 50 total alerts right now. This one, a damaging tornado, emergency management confirmed. So they saw this on the ground near Weston, 9 miles south of Wausau, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. That's what we have going on for the tornadic threat. Bain, you've been watching farther off to the south.
Yeah.
The wind threat has been picking up too.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking straight line winds, which I mean, just as dangerous as a tornado. I mean, we're talking gusts up to 80 miles per hour. That's some of the reports that we've gotten so far, radar indicated, but we're also looking at that hail threat. But looking at how many storms that we have on track right now, tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, this is over an 1,000-mile stretch for parts of, obviously up towards Wisconsin and all the way down into parts of Oklahoma and also into Kansas. Let's take you down there. I mean, looking at these storm systems that are continuing to bubble up as we move throughout this afternoon and evening, they are not stopping. They are just getting started. Talking lightning, we've had over 1,000 lightning strikes within the past 5 minutes. So not only are we looking at the severe threats, but also lightning threat with these storms. Take a look at this severe thunderstorm warning. It's under a destructive tag with it too. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming out of this. Radar indicated it was bowing out a lot more earlier, but this is just near Ottawa, which had just recently been impacted by an EF2 tornado. Now, a severe thunderstorm warning bumping up can do just as much damage as a tornado warning. Especially as we have these winds going up to 80, close to 90 miles per hour for some folks that we're going to be watching out for. So those straight line winds, they mean business. Going up a little bit farther to the north, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning in play. This is over into Kansas. Kansas City is going to be included under this one. Major storms moving on through this part of the country. And we're going to be watching out for, again, lightning strikes, really heavy rain, too. This is a time when folks are trying to head out on the roads, getting home from work, getting home from school, and you don't want to be on the roads at this time. Major interstates also being impacted by these severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, radar indicated at this point. These winds are going to be the most impactful. On top of this, too, we have a hail threat with these storms. So it's not just going to be tornadic or also wind impacts, but also major hail makers, too. That damaging wind threat, that's going to be that level 4 out of 5 for folks throughout Kansas, also into parts of Missouri, and even farther up towards the north where we've seen parts of, Illinois and also into the parts of the Midwest. Talking potential wind intensity, we've already seen, again, 80-mile-per-hour wind gust radar indicated for folks over into parts of Kansas. I mean, looking into behind me right now, we're actually looking into Kansas City currently. Look at this. Look, you can see this completely getting hammered by a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, that severe thunderstorm warned area, lightning, tons and tons of rain. I mean, being out in this a dangerous situation, you can see the camera shaking, too, just from how strong these winds have been. These straight line winds, they mean business. This is going to be a dangerous situation for a lot longer here. Again, this is over into parts of Kansas City. We're expecting to see these storms moving up. Wow, look at that lightning strike. Yeah, this is a really scary situation for folks throughout the South and going to continue on for a lot longer here. I mean, the heavy rain is also going to be an impact. We're going to be dealing with some of those flooding impacts too, you guys. So a long night for folks, not only into the South, but obviously up towards the Midwest, where we've already been dealing with so many thunderstorm warnings and also those tornado warnings popping up.
And you had said yesterday KC would be right in the middle of this, and unfortunately, there goes that severe thunderstorm rolling right on through. There's a live picture from Brandon Kopic. Steve's joining us now as the Fox Weather Live team rolls in. Steve, the last few days, I mean, they've all been chock full of severe weather, but there was a delayed start to it. This has been middle of the afternoon, dangerous storms right on through.
And every type of storm, as you have talked about, how many severe thunderstorm warnings, how many tornado warnings at time. When you total those together, over 50 warnings at once, and now bigger cities potentially getting involved. Just what Bane was talking about, Kansas City, a lot of people getting out on that Friday evening commute, not knowing what they're entering into. And that's where we come in, warning you ahead of time. So Kansas City's feeling it now. Concerns about Chicago, not too far, because where Brandon was at, Rockford, Northern Illinois, that line's approaching. Milwaukee's in on the threat, and then St. Louis.
Your brother Tom walks.
Yeah.
And they're watching these storms. I don't love the look of that cell, northern parts of Illinois, when you consider what these storms have done in untapped atmosphere like the runway to Milwaukee is.
You start looking at the Badger State, this is the most conducive zone. It's closest to the triple access point when you look at the tornadic potential. Southerly side that Bane was looking at, that is where you're going to have the damaging wind event, and that is a whole separate problem as this turns linear. But this is something interesting when we've talked with Tom Walks, the rarity of having this type of setup for Wisconsin this early in the season. And then it's the third day in the week that they've had this type of setup.
And the worst of the bunch.
Oh, yes, by far. This is definitely the worst. Wausau is an example of, sadly, what we've seen play out for the last 3 to 4 hours. Confirmed tornadoes. You almost have this vacuum effect right here where without even looking at the couplet, likely is going to be popping up right there.
And Steph had flagged while Bane was updating us on the KC situation, the CC dropout. There is some debris being lofted up. This is a tornado in progress. This danger is going to persist through the evening. Fox Weather team has you covered, so keep it here as we move through another dangerous stretch.
All right. We still got 1 more minute, so what we want to talk about is the extension of this. By the way, this came out early in the afternoon. If you're just joining us, we have about 27 million people in that. That's the concern, Ian, is that this has been a big tornadic risk. I think there's going to be a damaging wind event that really plays out, and it all hits the nighttime before you know it. It's also a Friday night where a lot of people, you've thought about how hard this work week has been with these severe storms, trying to stay weather aware and making it through this evening time, staying in tune with how this storm system kind of evolves.
When we say severe weather fatigue, we're usually talking about a season, not a week. This has been kind of a season in a week. That's the cell we were talking about, the one moving up toward Milwaukee.
Yeah, as you had mentioned, I mean, it's got that hook on the southern side, very unstable when you're looking at all the lightning strikes. That's where our team is at. We'll be doing it over the next several hours, talking with Haley and company. Keep it here on Fox Weather.
We made it. Florida bracing for its first tropical threat of the season.
It's been a tough morning in downtown Sarasota. We've been lashed by those outer rain bands.
Well, my feeling is that everybody needs to be ready. That's the message here.
It feels like little pins and needles.
When it comes to this upcoming hurricane season, we need to be prepared.
You know, the hardworking folks over here are saving lives. There's no doubt about it.
Weather is part of the American story. Under stormy skies, down snowbanks, even at Little League. From the first heat wave to the first frost, Fox Weather is there for you when the storm breaks.
Just wreaking havoc here.
And after it passes,
There is a lot of work to get done, but there's hope to move forward.
we're with you every step of the way.
I'm going to go see if I can help this lady out.
For all seasons.
Identity theft has become the country's most frequent crime.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing.
$21,000 just gone.
Every 5 seconds, another American becomes a victim of identity theft. Every 5 seconds.
My accounts were being emptied, money was being transferred everywhere.
The question now isn't if your data's at risk, it's how to protect yourself once it's been exposed.
The police didn't believe me. The banking institution didn't believe me.
So what can you do to protect yourself and your family? The leader in identity theft protection is LifeLock.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. All LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees. Plus, LifeLock now includes protection against scams.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code GET35 or go to lifelock.com/get35 to join today.
You play by the rules. But things happen. Prices climb faster than your paycheck. And every month, a new surprise. Little by little, the debt adds up. So how do you face it? One step at a time. It starts with a call, then a plan. And just like that, you're back on track. With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team in your corner. We work directly with your creditors, so you pay less than you owe, in less time than you think. When debt happens, we're here to help you take action. And this is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit GoNDR.com to find out how quickly you could become debt-free.
And this is a Fox Weather Alert as we take a look at severe storms that are firing up yet again in the Midwest and all the way down to the Southern Plains, stretching over 1,000 miles. And we have Brendan Kopic and company. That's going to be Corey Gerken, Haley Meyer. They are all in northern Illinois. This is Rockford, Illinois, where they're under a tornado warning right now. You're looking at the mid-level of the atmosphere. He's zooming in a little bit to see if inside that there's potentially any lowering. Is there a tornado that's going to be produced? This is one of numerous warnings that are ongoing. We have 17 total tornado warnings, 32 severe thunderstorm warnings, and 3 flash flood warnings. In those, all of those encompassed together, nearly 4 million people in the warnings. And that does include Kansas City, Missouri, that just got rocked with a line of storms that came through. They're part of that damaging wind event. Notice on the edge of your screen, we have that radar showing you the entire line that is energized and warned. As of right now, it's going to be the northern side that's most conducive for the tornadic conditions. And we just got these updates. If you're joining us at the top of the hour, we've had some coverage here, of course, with Ian Oliver, Bain, and Kiana. Kiana's going to stay with us, kind of give these updates on the storm reports. But we've already had 61 tornado warnings today, 150 severe thunderstorm warnings. And this is just the beginning onset. It's going to go deep into the night. Here's where we stand as of right now. Nearly 4 million people under those active warnings. Here's the watches that go in the hours ahead. Notice some big cities like St. Louis, Chicago, Madison, out towards Green Bay, Milwaukee, Kansas City. They are all under these active watches right now. Here's the radar. And also with the SPC outlook in the background, that's that Storm Prediction Center. A reminder of this, that's that level 4 out of 5 threat. That was for damaging wind up to 80 miles per hour. The strongest winds out of today have been out of Kansas, 70 mile per hour wind, and northern Illinois. This is a tornado that is forming right now. I believe that's a funnel. We'll talk with Brandon and the team. I can also get his visuals into. So we have Haley, who's there right now, and hopefully we can talk to her as she's going to join us. Haley, can you walk us through this tornado that just formed in Rockford?
Yep. We've been watching this cell progress for quite some time, and it finally just touched down. At this moment, it looks like it's probably going to turn into a stovepipe tornado. Lots of thunder. I got hit by a couple of pockets of hail. Thankfully, we're in another rural spot, but you can tell that tornado is vastly approaching now. We are looking due north. That's where the vehicle is facing. So we are looking off towards our west at this tornado right now. I'm going to try and zoom in with our Fox Weather Beast Cam so you can see some of the debris getting lofted. The good news is, again, this is somewhat in a rural area. But tornado in progress. This is north of Rockford, Illinois. We are somewhat close to that area, but north. Again, still somewhat of a rural spot. But there's our funnel up higher into that cloud deck. Seems like it might be trying to lift or strengthen a little bit. Lots of thunder. Yeah, Steve, you're doing a great job doodling on that. Getting a little bit more shrouded in rain. You can actually see some of those rain curtains. Looks like this thing might be trying to expand a little bit and get wider. Definitely getting a little bit wider and now rain wrap. So the visual on this is going to be a lot more of a challenge within the next little bit. So I'm assuming probably sooner rather than later we'll head a little bit further towards our north. But this storm, we've been watching it try and rotate for quite some time, but have officially just put that tornado on the ground. We're now feeling a little more of the RFD, so a push of cold air. We're going to jump and get on the move now and keep trying to stay within the vicinity of this. But yeah, Steve, again, for the third time on your show, we have a tornado on the ground and a confirmed tornado still likely in progress as we speak.
And Haley, stay with you for a little bit. I know you're jumping in a vehicle. We have Brandon and Corey's visual. It looked like now that's behind, either some rain or we can't really see a good vantage point of it. It looks like at times, though, if you're looking at the screen right now, everybody at home, it does look like there's still a funnel. I can't tell if it's on the ground just because of the neighborhoods, but how quickly did this evolve for you, Haley, when you're looking at this? Because it seems like these storms, it only takes a matter of moments for them to lower and create that violent tornado.
Yeah, I mean, look, it evolves quickly when it finally starts to rotate, but the thing is it lifts, and then now in this case it's shrouded in rain, so we really can't see if it's on the ground or not, and that also creates a little bit of a worry for Jared and I in the truck. We don't know how wide this thing might be within the inside. I don't see a debris field right now, but we've got a lot more of that tree cover. I'm running our dash cam right now. You've got Corey that's a little bit closer to this thing, so I still would not be surprised if this is an active tornado as we speak. Again, good news, like I've said multiple times, this is somewhat of a rural spot. It's about to cross over Interstate 70, so we're going to attempt to get some level of an intercept, not directly next to this thing, but a better view along Interstate 70. But there's the rain curtains, lots of lightning that's getting flashed around. You can even see a little bit of a green tinge. That's a hail core. When we were just parked over on the side of the road, maybe a couple of minutes ago, we felt that hail. There was that big lightning. I'm not sure if you were able to see that.
Yeah.
That cloud to ground lightning, CG lightning, lots of thunder, and the rain starting to pick up a little bit here.
Yeah, looking at this, just in your vicinity on that singular cell, you're looking at about almost 100 lightning strikes. It just shows you how unstable this cluster is in northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin. By the way, baseball-sized hail embedded in that as well, Haley. You're talking about just the violent nature. This is going to cross over I-39 just south of Janesville, and it's going to hit Beloit, north of Rockford. So hopefully staying in some rural areas. But again, this is what's moving towards Lake Michigan.
I
and
still
why?
see, Steve,
Yes.
Steve.
Yeah.
I still see some on the ground. I still see a little bit of debris off to the left-hand side. We're traveling north right now, so that would be west of us. The debris, again, still just some dirt, but I definitely think we still have a rotation on the ground and a tornado still in progress. But that was the last time I was able to see this thing. I just got a quick clearing, but I just wanted to give you that quick update. You can probably hear the hail on the top of the beast. Small, maybe a quarter of an inch, nothing more than that as we speak.
Yeah, and it's impressive that you're able to see that, Haley, because we could just tell from your camera point how much is unfolding right now. That rain, the hail, and then we look at Corey's shot. He's out a little further ahead of you, as you had mentioned, and this is just a massive storm and so much rain coming down, that high precip hiding what's behind it, which could be that ongoing tornado, as you're witnessing some of that debris there as well. This is one
Tornado
of many.
sirens.
Yeah, tornado sirens. Here, listen to this. This is all
Yeah, we are right
unfolding.
by that tornado siren too, Steve.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Brandon's shot, and he is getting, you normally get hit by hail. He's getting hit by debris right now as this is coming off of that farmland.
Yeah, we're getting a big push of wind right now. A lot of wind ongoing. Jared, where are we at right now? We're on 70.
Ooh, yeah, we get to the beast
We are
cam
likely,
shot.
oh, big tree. Tree just fell down in front of us. We're all right. We can go around it. No big deal. But a big tree branch just fell right on top of the road. So that just goes to show these winds are increasing and likely probably some power outages in this general area as well. Yeah, we're deeply entrenched in this rain right now. Don't have any kind of visual. Will not be able to see this if it is on the ground.
Take the next right, keep pushing forward a little bit, all right?
We're taking another right, and we're gonna keep moving north and northeast. Another tree branch. We just got over that one. Not a big deal. But yeah, Steve, this is a dangerous situation when you can't see things. But the good news is we know with the radar and with the velocity couplet where we are at in relation to where a tornado would be on the ground, and we're heading away from it. Just dealing with a little bit of rain as this thing was starting to occlude just a touch.
Yeah, watching this unfold just shows you how quickly everything can deteriorate. And for everybody at home, this is where our team is. You saw it on the box there, and we'll show you another vantage point. Haley, we're going to let you guys coordinate and figure out exactly where next to go. I know that's a lot to unfold. Thank you for keeping us updated. We'll continue to listen in with you. Watching Brandon's shot, you can see that there's still some low-level circulation. Almost kind of seems like there's a little kind of dust devil that's forming in the farmland, trying to connect with the mid-level rotation. And then you look at Corey's shot on the other end of the screen, where you have this massive UFO type setup, where you have this storm that is towering right now. I mean, we can kind of get an approximation of how tall these storms are, roughly over 50,000 feet. And then high precip. That means there's tons of rain that's coming down in this. It's blinding conditions. You're not going to be able to see, and likely a tornado in progress. I'm going to look at the velocity signature, and it does look like we still have a healthy amount of rotation embedded in this. My scan right now shows a 78 mile per hour differential, which means somewhere behind that rain curtain, or the bear cage as they call it, because it's so thunderous at times, there could be a tornado that's still on the ground. There's been debris that's been getting kicked up. All right, we're hearing Haley at times coming in, kind of coordinating in, trying to see exactly what they're hearing. And yeah, notice that she's actually, I think, indicating the hail that's coming down as well. This has been a large hail maker. It's been worn up to baseball size hail. Hasn't been verified for that yet, just right around egg size hail for the most part. But multiple reports of tornadoes in this one already. This has been witnessed by, of course, our team and others that are on the ground. You can hear Haley and Jared talking together about the debris that is getting lofted still inside of this. And looking at Corey's shot again, I was trying to see on the leading edge if there was actually a funnel that was being lowered. And it looks like, no, that was just an intense rain shaft that was coming in with all of this. So either way, you can see the intimidating clouds that are forming here in northern Illinois. They actually have been formed. These are mature cells that have been ongoing. Team, if we can throw it in the telestrator real quickly, I just want to draw something just for everybody at home, and then we should move on to some of these storms that are up in Wisconsin to show everybody exactly what's been unfolding. But we do have what is looking like a wall cloud that is out ahead of this. So you got the massive anvil cloud, right? We talked about it's over 50,000 feet. You'll notice how it curls in the front. That's called a bowing segment. That's where you're going to get that damaging wind that could be producing 50 to 60 mile per hour wind. And then the wall cloud is a kind of a square section in that lighter gray where you could actually see, this is right in there, where you could almost tell that there's going to be some mid-level rotation. Look at this curling segment. That means the damaging wind that's coming out ahead of that. Notice also the electricity that's coming out of that. And then as you look at just how massive this thing is, for everybody at home, if you're just joining us, over 50,000 feet in its height. You're looking at the base of this absolute beast of a storm that's going through Rockford, Roscoe, and northern Illinois, straddling the state line of Wisconsin and the Badger State. Constant lightning that has been surging down, and as these are cloud-to-ground strikes, witnessing within that, is there any of those that are lowering? It does not look like as of right now. The main area of concern would be right in here, where you could have that lowering at the mid-levels, and there would be some of that rotation. I don't see it connecting right now, but this has been something that has a history of producing those storms. I do want to give you a vantage point, a different one. This is our team behind them. This is Haley and Jared that are out in the Fox Weather Beast, and they have talked as well with us here about that. And then I want to show you the final one is Brandon. And you can tell just how, kind of chaotic this can be when you get into a healthy round of storms. So this is where our team is at. Real quickly, we are going to talk more about how large this threat is. It's over 1,000 miles, and these storms continue on. Notice on the northern side of this, just outside of Wausau, they actually have a confirmed tornado. This has been ongoing for them over the last several hours. So I want to zoom in. And you're going to hear from another team member here in a moment. Kiana's been looking at some of the reports that have come in with an association to all of this. So as we look at Wausau, real quickly, this is a confirmed tornado, and it's to the north and east of there right now. I want to look at this. This is going to be Etowah, and those spots, the couplet is red meets green, so there is gate-to-gate shear and tight rotation that's been ongoing. Differential has 76. So that's enough. I want to see if there's a debris signature, because sadly at times there has been debris balls that have emerged in these spots. The debris ball, when it emerged, was right here out towards Weston and those spots south and west, looking at those areas. But a confirmation of some of this damage is going to come in with the storm reports that we get at times. I'm going to shift our focus back into this main cluster, because as we look at where our team is at, this has actually been the worst of where the conditions are. I want to bring in Kiana as we take a look at some of those reports that you're seeing in northern Illinois.
Yeah, I was going to take it back there. We do have a couple of power outages now, about 15,000, right where Haley is. So that, I think, stems from that tornado that she saw just play out. That's where we're watching, most of those power outages at this moment. That left quadrant of Illinois is seeing most of them. And then we also have a spotter that, along with Haley, mentioned that moving through. Also, not too far away, we also got baseball-size hail. This one reports describing it as teacup size. Yeah. So that just goes to show, I know you mentioned that we hadn't had it yet confirmed, but we do have a report that's coming through for that now. Important to see this all unfold. And I know you and I have been talking about even areas like St. Louis, outside of Kansas City, they have some reports. So you and I will be talking, of course, in the hours ahead, updating everybody at home, giving you the ground truth to the visuals that you are seeing play out across your screen. So this is only really the halfway point of this event. We have numerous warnings as of right now. We have over 45 active warnings, near 50 warnings. We're going to unpack those on the other side of the break. Make sure you stay with us here on Fox Weather.
Mike Huckabee here, and like millions of other hardworking Americans, I couldn't fall asleep. My mind wouldn't stop, and my body wouldn't rest. Poor sleep is linked to elevated stress, low energy levels, and other terrifying consequences. Luckily, I found Relaxium Sleep, America's #1 trusted sleep aid.
I'm Dr. Eric Siliberti, founder of Relaxium, America's most trusted sleep aid.
With Relaxium Sleep, I wake up with more energy, my mind is sharp, and my wife Janet tells me I'm more fun to be around.
When I take Relaxium Sleep, I sleep better than I have in years.
I wake up feeling like I've had the best night's sleep.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health.
Relaxium Sleep is made in the USA, has no risk of dependency, and is drug-free. It's also the only sleep aid with Valorest as part of its triple action formula.
I developed Relaxium to help my patients fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it.
Relaxium Sleep can work for you from the very first night, just like it did for me. The only way to find out is trying it yourself. And right now, you can try it for free. I know that once you do, you're going to be a customer for life, just like I am. And you'll experience the difference with increased energy, sharper mind, better mood, and improved quality of life.
For nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives.
Take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium Sleep now.
Don't wait another minute. Call Relaxium now.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away another 1,000 bottles. Get your free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit TryRelaxium.com or call 800-459-9786. That's TryRelaxium.com or call 800-459-9786.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
And welcome back into Fox Weather Live, showing you Kansas City, Missouri. This is the southern side of this event. Damaging wind event playing through. They're getting blasted right now. Notice the temperatures in the mid-70s. Still plenty of atmospheric energy in this, and the amount of lightning coming out of this. Notice the Fox Weather Alert System picking up on all the active alerts. Right now, we have over 40 active alerts. Most of those are going to be severe thunderstorm warnings, but we do have 13 tornado warnings. Now, the tornado warnings, most of them are going to be on the northern side where our team is at, Roscoe, Illinois, and so that's going to be northern Illinois, eastern Iowa, and even parts of Wisconsin. Here's the good news as of right now. None of those tornado warnings are confirmed tornadoes anymore. That's a good sign because sadly, we have seen debris signatures. We've had confirmation. Our very own Haley Meyer was able to show us firsthand 10 minutes ago or less that there was a tornado forming from the Fox Weather Beast. We'll be talking with them. I want to show you how expansive this is, though. This is over 1,000 miles. When you're looking at this, 900 miles of active warnings underway. You'll notice that it's most conducive for the tornadic condition up here, but it can't be ruled out on the southern side. So we're going to go north to south, and we're going to get you updated on all the storms that are unfolding as of right now. This is in northern Wisconsin, where they have a cluster of tornado warnings that are unfolding. This is outside of Wausau. Thankfully, though, these have been lifted. I'm going to do a quick check, though. Even though this is saying that it's no longer a confirmed tornado, this is actually the strongest I've seen this couplet as of right now. So let's do a quick scan on this and see overall the differential is going to be right around 65. It looks like it's outflow dominant. So that could be a good sign. Rotation overall falling apart. So likely why they lifted that confirmation. Now we shift a little further to the south and west of there. This is along that I-94 corridor. This has been a storm that has actually had confirmations of tornadoes not too long ago. Looking at overall, that couplet, relatively weak. That's falling apart. Then we get to this one where you're looking down here along the I-94 corridor, tornado possible, a hook that is starting to form. I'm mentioning all the interstates because local time right now, it's 5:20. A lot of people still out, and it doesn't have to be a rotating wind to be a damaging wind. The severe thunderstorm warnings can be a major concern in and of themselves. This is the storm where we have our team on it right now. I could show you that overall, the rotation. There's our entire team, the Fox Weather Beasts, Haley Meyer and Jared Maloney, Corey Gherkin and Brandon Kopic, all giving us those visuals that you are seeing below. Thankfully, I think it's now broad rotation. Not as strong as what we had seen, but back behind them to the west, as you're looking out towards Dubuque, I believe they are under a tornado warning as of right now. You can see this kind of curling and bowing segment, but this is still a storm that's showing multiple areas of rotation. Doesn't look like any of that is tight. But when you look at the brighter colors that start to emerge, this can show you anywhere from 40 to 50 mile per hour wind on the backside of that system. We're going to continue down. Okay, it does look like we do have a confirmed tornado now. This is a new one coming in out of Iowa City, heading towards Davenport, a major city, of course. So looking at this here, observed tornado, looking at the couplet, does not look like there's a tight couplet, but a very strong, potentially RFD on the backside of that. You're looking at 50 to 60 mile per hour wind on the backside. Let's see if there's any debris signature. That would be if you had that ocean blue that starts to emerge. Does not look like any of that is there. And the final...
This is law enforcement confirmed.
Okay, so Sam, you see right behind me saying this is law enforcement confirmed at times. So what makes this really difficult, I'm going to bring this back up on radar, is not only you have this massive system, but we were talking about this in the break. Sam, Kiana, and I were saying these are really difficult days because these are rain-wrapped systems. So you can't even see through that rain shield. And look, the precipitation rate, the rain rate, which means if it just stayed over the same spot for an entire hour, it would be nearly 4 inches an hour. And so this just shows you blinding conditions there. Can't trust that. But what we are going to do is look at this overall storm movement, 50 miles an hour to the east. So that's an incredible rate of movement here, especially with Davenport being in the line of this. I want to get this in this warning now, just to time it out. So those that are in these bigger cities have a chance. Lone Tree, 530, Nicholas, 537. It does look like it would stay west of Davenport as of right now. But for the city of Davenport, you're looking about 40 miles away from these encroaching storms. Let's continue to move to the south as we do have some more warnings that are popping up. Notice the warnings that are tornado warnings are isolated cells. As they cluster together and they congeal, that's when they turn into that damaging wind event. This one does not look like it has really much of that rotation embedded in on this. Overall, though, I want to continue to back out and show you what's happening on the southern side of all this. Outside of Kansas City, we do have a tornado warning right now. So let's zoom in on Kansas City. If team, we can bring up the live shot for Kansas City to show everybody what is unfolding in areas to the south. We can look at Belton and those spots, Harrisonville, where it looks like broad rotation for the tornado warning, but extremely strong gusts of wind being registered in some of these. We have 50 to 60 plus mile per hour wind. This is continuing to unfold for these major metro areas on into the evening rush hour. Not seeing any strong rotation besides what we have there in, what is this, Belton and the I-49 corridor to the south. So we've been watching that. By the way, that's the northern end of this, northern Illinois, where you have that supercell that's forming with Corey Gherkin. But as we look at Kansas City and these areas of Kansas, it has been a prolific wind event. I want to bring in Kiana on this. I know you've been watching this unfold for that major metro area.
Yeah, I was going to say, you had that green blinking box. We have a flash flood warning also over Kansas City. I got a report in, stalled cars along the I-70 corridor due to the standing water. So that's one of the other elements that they're dealing with, right? When we have these tornado warnings, do we go upstairs? Do we go downstairs? This is going to be one where if you're closer to this flash flood warning, you want to make sure you're heading up.
It's such an important point because there's so many layers to this. Our team bringing up the visual there, important because notice where are all those cars, Kiana, on that? They're in that underpass, right? And those are the ones that are most susceptible. What other reports have you seen? Because I know you and I were talking about Kansas. It's a big wind event, and that's been leading actually the way on the top reports with winds nearly hurricane force.
Absolutely. 70 mile per hour winds coming in out of Raytown. We also had it out of Waverly, Kansas, and Labo, Kansas. And on top of that, there is a tornado that was spotted, a brief touchdown right along the state line. So Kansas into Missouri, moving off towards the east, had that tornado warning by a spotter there in the city of Potter. A little farther south, also looking at just shy of about 10,000 power outages at this point in time from some of those winds too.
And this, learning from the team before, those spots like Ottawa had gotten hit earlier in the week. It was actually on our show. We were tracking it out. EF2 confirmed tornado on Monday. So it just kind of continues to show. Ken, are there any other areas that you're kind of looking at as this unfolds with some of the potential reports coming in?
Yeah, I've been watching the power outages mostly at this point in time. I know once we get into like the deeper evening half of the day, we were looking at more of straight line winds. So that was one of the things that I had really kept in mind. We were down in Kansas, but I want to take you back to Minnesota. Yes, just south of about Minneapolis. We had a couple of tornadoes earlier in the day. So they're still dealing with just shy of about 15,000 power outages there. And then also looking closer towards St. Louis. Big damaging wind threat coming through, power poles actually being snapped there too. So a couple of power outages north of there as well.
Okay. Kiana, thank you for the updates here as we're getting the ground truth of sadly what's playing out. We also have another vantage point here. It looks like a stalled car on the interstate here in Kansas City. When you're looking off to the edge of the road, can't tell if what exactly led to the stalling there, but this is an area that has a flash flood warning and numerous warnings surrounding them in Kansas City. A lot that's unfolding right now. You're looking at the Fox Weather alert system. We have 47 warnings that are unfolding. We have Sam here that's showing me that the confirmed tornado that we have in eastern Iowa right now
This is actually Missouri. Sorry.
Missouri,
This is a new one that just popped up south of Kansas City that has a debris ball south of Belton.
So where we're looking at right now, there's Kansas City. Just to the south is where we have that confirmed tornado, and there's a debris ball. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring this up, and you're going to see this here on radar for everybody at home, what exactly a debris ball is. And so as we zoom in, this is towards Belton. We're going to bring it back in time. This could have been what led to that confirmation right here. So everybody at home, this is what we're looking at. I'll be able to kind of circle it for you here. This is a low-level scan. You can see how close we are to the radar site. This is important because, sadly, this means that there is damage at the surface. It means it's been lofted up in the atmosphere. And when that radar on this end, that's where you have this circle, scans through, it's going to be able to pick up on that oblong shape and be able to register exactly what unfolded. I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer to this as well, kind of get that sense of when this unfolded for those areas like Belton. It looks like it started right around 5:15 local time and then continued to carry over the I-49 corridor. So I'm going to back out. I know that's a hyper focus on those areas. We're going to look at where the rotation potentially is. There's the verification of that right now, east or west of I-49. I'm continuing on. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually draw the storm path out. This storm system's moving east at 40 miles per hour. So what we're going to do is bring that to the edge of the screen. So Raymore 537, Greenwood 553. And so we'll be watching areas outside of Kansas City, but it's not just there. I'm going to take a quick moment for everybody. If you're looking at the bottom corner of your screen, this is how large this threat is. Corey Gherkin and company, they're in northern Illinois, and these storms are threatening to push towards Chicago and Milwaukee in the hour ahead. We will be unpacking it. We got to take a quick break. We're going to gather some more information and get you the very latest on the other side of the break. Notice this is Kansas City, Missouri, where they have a confirmed tornado, flash flood warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings. It's a lot. Well, there's the Fox Weather live blog. Scan that QR code. You'll get minute-by-minute updates no matter where you are at. We have multiple states. We have over 50 million people, and we have those updates right in the palm of your hand. Stay with us. We have more on the other side of the break.
Chances are your home is contaminated with unpurified air.
Did you know you take over 20,000 breaths a day? And this is what you're inhaling.
Did you know the air inside your home is 5 times more polluted than outdoor air?
I had no idea. This is what I was breathing.
Meet Barnacle, the world's first ceiling fan air purifier that's lab tested and scientifically proven to reduce airborne pollutants by up to 99% in as little as 3 hours. No plugs, no bulky machines, no noise, just smart, effective, quiet air filtration that works in harmony with your fan's natural airflow. Look, ceiling fans just push dirty air around. With Barnacle, it's not just spinning, it's cleaning the air. The all-natural coconut carbon filters go to work capturing airborne mold, dust, allergens, microplastics, even dangerous gases, all while neutralizing odors.
I feel better, I breathe better, I sleep better.
These filters have been a game changer for my allergies.
I love my dog, but definitely not my house smelling like him.
I dust half as often. Seriously, these filters are amazing.
If you have a ceiling fan in your home, you need this product.
Think about it. You filter your water, so why not the air you breathe? Candles and sprays only mask odors. Barnacle's porous design not only traps odors and other dangerous particles, it eliminates them.
I never thought to use my ceiling fan as an air purifier, but now I can't imagine living without it.
Join the millions of families already breathing easier with Barnacle ceiling fan filters. Yours for only $21.99. As part of this special TV-only offer, order now and we'll send you a second set absolutely free. Every order comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Barnacle is worth every penny for a cleaner, healthier home.
Plus, find out how you can get free shipping. Stop breathing this. Enjoy fresher, cleaner air with Barnacle.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
Things at work don't always work. But with Easy Cater, the food always does. Connection unstable? Easy Cater always comes through.
And I think it's looking pretty good.
The presentation drags on. Easy Cater keeps things streamlined. Client canceled? Easy Cater always shows up. Every day works better with Easy Cater. Learn more at easycater.com.
They're on full alert mode right now as you're looking at the belly of the beast right here. This is Brendan Kopic's shot from Clinton, Wisconsin. Notice they've been in northern Illinois for the last couple hours. Now they've moved into Wisconsin as they're riding along that I-39 corridor. You'll kind of see, is that going to be a condensation funnel? No, that's just kind of, some of the, I kind of call it like the tendrils of this cloud deck, kind of a little bit of this mist underneath it. We're scanning the underside to see if there's a wall cloud. This is a tornado warning. One of 49 active warnings right now. 11 of those are tornado warnings. But we're also watching the flash flood warnings really start to pop up. By the way, we have 3 different states that have verified 70-mile-per-hour gust. And then now we have 2 different states that have had teacup to apple-size hail. That's 3-inch in diameter hail coming down. Belton, Missouri, by the way, had a confirmed tornado that was on the ground. We had a debris signature there, which meant there's damage at the surface. The radar picked up on it. But this is a classic example and a vantage point of why this is so dangerous. Because from this vantage point with the DOT cam, you see a major rain event off in the distance, and you can't see what's beyond that. And that's the concern. By the way, with all the active warnings, 49 of them, notice how many people are in an active warning right now, over 5.5 million. The threat today encompasses over 56 million people. And when you look at the watches, they go into the hours ahead. So it stretches from the southern plains all the way up into the Midwest. Big cities like Chicago, St. Louis, Kansas City, Madison, and Milwaukee, they are all in it. As we bring up the radar, you'll see this entire line. It doesn't look like there's a single inch of it that is not warned for something. But here's the good news. I'm not seeing any of the purple polygons. Why is that important? That means the confirmed tornadoes at least have been lifted. We still do have the active tornado warnings. I do want to show you that there is layers to this. There are different threats depending on what's in your backyard. Northern side of this, that's where you're getting the purple to start to emerge. That is a high potential for what? Rotation and tornadic conditions. That's what we're looking at. Iowa, Northern Illinois, and Wisconsin. As you get down to the southerly side, that is where you're looking at a damaging wind event. Now, that doesn't rule out isolated tornadoes, but this is where we've seen most of them produce. And when we're looking at this, you have one that's about to enter into the Upper Peninsula, but still in Wisconsin out towards Phelps. Then you get into this cluster that just left Wausau, and they've had, a couple of kind of reports coming out, and we'll get to Kiana here in a moment to kind of give us some updates. I do want to show that thankfully it looks like it has broadened out and the overall rotation has cycled and fallen off. Now, back behind this, not far away, we have another round. So this speaks to something that even if you had damage prior, you could have potentially another round of storms. So, Kiana, I want to bring in Kiana real quickly because she was on this batch of storms, and we'll talk with Corey. But, Kiana, you saw that some of the reports coming in outside of Wausau indicated that there was damage at the surface.
Yeah, we have two reports now, tornado reports, one of which damage to homes. Oh. So I think that's pretty interesting. Initially, it was reported as a funnel cloud as it moved across that Highway 39. Now we're looking at homes that may have been damaged. It was definitely confirmed by a spotter, too.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to get that, of course, more information of what's happening in central and northern Wisconsin. But, of course, we have to talk about what's happening on the southern side of the Badger State and near northern Illinois. That's where our team has been out, over the last several hours. Right now, they're in Clinton, Wisconsin. We got Corey Gherkin. He's going to join us here. Corey, what a day so far. And really at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock, Rockford and Roscoe, Illinois, you guys had a confirmed tornado. Can you walk us through those moments about a half hour ago?
Yeah, the storm started cycling and started ramping back up. I think it was towards by Freeport where it started ramping back up. And then we got over, I was near Roscoe, and then it dropped that tornado. Then it went rain draft pretty quickly, so you can just see how fast them things can go from visible, and then, how you just have that beast lurking in the rain. You just don't know what's back there anymore.
Yeah, now we're looking at your shot. You're entered into Wisconsin, Clinton, Wisconsin. What are you scanning for right now? Because when we look at this setup, this is the area that's still favorable for those tornadic conditions. Like the supercells are there, they're mature. Are you seeing anything that's been lowering? Are there any wall clouds from your vantage point?
We had a cycle take place, and the base has slowly been kind of organized here. We have rotation actually that we're looking at right now, so it's taking its time. I think we lost our inflow briefly and it started coming back, and as soon as we got that inflow back, it just started ramping back up.
And when you look at this, you're getting closer and closer to Lake Michigan, but you're back in Wisconsin. How unusual is that for you? You've been doing this for a long time. We have 3 days now of this week where it just seems like the setup sets you up into the Badger State for potential violent tornadoes.
I think overall this year, too, I think I have most of my tornadoes so far in Illinois, and it's pretty crazy. Usually Texas is the leading state. We're migrating over that way this time of year normally. But, yeah, we've been, locked in on Illinois, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin. So, yeah, this area is a hot spot this year so far.
Yeah, and we actually were able to catch that at the top of the hour. You, Brandon, and Haley all at a vantage point. I want to bring this up to everybody who may be just joining us right now, where we had a tornado that was, of course, right at the top of the 6 o'clock from Rockford. This is Brandon Kopic. He had jumped out of his vehicle, positioned the camera, and you can see that cone tornado set up. And then all of that debris kicking up at the surface here. And that kept on going for several minutes, and then it deteriorated quickly because of all the rain that started to move in. We do have, of course, Corey, who's on the phone with us, and he's been able to talk to us. Corey, what about the other threats? Have you felt the damaging wind in the large hail? Because our reports right now, it's been a high billing. We've had 3-inch in diameter hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind verified.
Yeah, so far, I think the straight line winds are off to our west yet, but I haven't gotten in it yet, but the other guys were saying that there was baseballs wrapping around the RP and everything. So, it's another case of we got big hail in this area again. Areas that I don't normally see hail like this. It's pretty wild this year just on the hail department.
Yeah, the hail has just been every single event. It just seems like we have an incredible, intense hail report that would come in from different states. I want to ask you, because I'm just doing a broad view now of where you are at in southern Wisconsin. With the movement and overall trajectory of these storms, do you think that, the next city ahead, next big one is going to be Milwaukee that needs to prepare for this?
I would definitely be keeping my eye open if you're over there in Milwaukee. I haven't looked at.
Flooding is actually a really big.
We got the crashing cold front coming in, but I think this will make it to Milwaukee. It's just a question if it stays tornadic or, well, it seems like it's struggling with inflow, so there might be a chance this thing does or stops producing tornadoes and probably just be a big hail and wind threat.
Yeah, looking at this right now, Janesville underneath that tornado warning, it looks like this cell. I mean, it's a classic textbook. You kind of see a hook, but actually see three very distinct hooks in all of this right now with the cell that you are currently on. By the way, we're showing visuals from earlier today in Stockton, Illinois. Brendan Kopic came across some of the trees that, of course, were across the road and the damaging, event there. They were able to clean that up. Corey, thank you for checking in with us. We'll continue to talk with Corey, of course, throughout the next several hours ahead. Here is some more vantage points of what's unfolded for today. Earlier on, you kind of see those shelf clouds that are forming. This is where they are as of right now. Here's one hook, here's another, and here's a third. And so I think this storm is just fighting itself for balance overall. And I think it's making it very difficult for it to be able to, cycle. But we do have another team that is, ongoing tracking all this. It's our Fox 6 Milwaukee team with Tom Walks. He's tracking it. Let's go in the zone and take a listen.
We have a thunderstorm right around Kewaskum and into West Bend. Nothing severe here. This cell over Watertown is the severe cell, which we've watched some broad rotation on, but nothing concerning enough to produce a tornado. So you do not have a tornado warning. We have not seen that get worse, Watertown, and in that area, so we are not overly concerned for you right now. But
that is Chief Meteorologist Tom Walks. You heard Corey talk about it not too long ago. He said, hey, Milwaukee needs to be prepared. He's not sure if it's going to turn into a tornadic event for them, but damaging wind and a whole lot of rain and a concern. I want you to look at the box on the bottom of your screen, the bottom left. I'm going to do a 3D scan, and you could just look at these storms. The overshooting clouds are right around 40 to 45,000 feet, right in that threshold. You could see it there. So concerns, of course, how intense these storms are and likely going to be continuing on over the next several hours. This is where we have our team, of course, Brandon, Corey, and also Haley. Something else, this is what I was talking about before we had moved on, was this is one hook, this is another, and then you have a third on the backside. I believe because of those multiple vortices, multiple areas of rotation in the atmosphere, it's not allowing this storm to organize, but that can evolve in a matter of moments. Now, if you're just joining us, I want to do a broad view to just show you how massive this is. And we got new reports on the southern side, and we will bring that to you as well. Here is some video that's coming into the Fox Weather Forecast Center. This is Rochester, Minnesota. Earlier in the afternoon, where they had that confirmed tornado covered on a Department of Transportation camera. These are evolving minute by minute. You want to stay updated no matter where you are? Well, scan that QR code on the edge of your screen. That's the Fox Weather live blog. And it'll talk about every type of warning, whether it's a flash flood warning for Kansas City, an ongoing tornado, or the damaging wind event. We'll unpack it all on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
Identity theft has become the country's most frequent crime.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing.
$21,000 is gone.
Every 5 seconds, another American becomes a victim of identity theft. Every 5 seconds.
My accounts were being emptied, money was being transferred everywhere.
The question now isn't if your data's at risk, it's how to protect yourself once it's been exposed.
The police didn't believe me. The banking institution didn't believe me.
So what can you do to protect yourself and your family? The leader in identity theft protection is LifeLock.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. All LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees. Plus, LifeLock now includes protection against scams.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code GET35 or go to lifelock.com/get35 to join today.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is like this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
And welcome back into Fox Weather as we are on full alert mode for a severe outbreak. As we're talking about the amount of warnings that are ongoing right now, the totals continue, but there's not too much for the Fox Weather alert system. We have right now about 50 active warnings, 31 of those severe thunderstorm warnings, 11 tornado warnings, 8 flash flood warnings. Notice this is Corey's shot from Clinton, Wisconsin. That's just outside of Janesville on the southern side of the Badger State. That's a spot that's conducive for tornadic conditions. They've been tracking a cell that did produce a tornado in Rockford, Illinois, and just outside of there in Roscoe. These storms continue to march to the east at a good clip, meaning 40 to 50 miles an hour, which means spots like Madison, Wisconsin, and other areas have to be prepared for a very difficult evening commute. You can see here from the traffic camera how wet and waterlogged that is. We don't often talk about this because there's so much with the warnings, but just the intense rain rate can lead to hydroplaning, that flash flooding effect that has been taking over. We've been seeing that, making it very difficult. By the way, that is an underlying threat in all of this. We've been talking about it all week long, the Midwest flood threat. And that could be something that plays out as these storms start to encroach into Wisconsin and Michigan. So that's a secondary or tertiary concern for many of these locations that are now in the wash cycle for 3 days in a row. So we're going to bring you the visuals. You're going to see that in the big screen, and then on the corner there, I'm going to drive through radar. And we're going to go through all of this because we have over 900 miles of active warnings that are ongoing. So here's the most northern tornado warning. This is outside of Wausau. We had an update from Kiana that there's been multiple reports of this tornado spotters, and it looks like right now that couplet likely cycled and ended up getting a little tighter rotation in those areas. It does look like, we bring you out the topography, very rural terrain. So that's a hopeful sign. This is over farmland still, but we kick it back out to the west and southwest of there, get out towards Marshfield, the county of Wood, and you can see that they have a tornado warning. This looks like mid-level rotation, right? High bases right now, not surface level rotation in any of this. We have this, which is a severe thunderstorm warning for Watertown, but that hook made me think, okay, maybe tornado possible tag for Dodge and Jefferson County. Notice how many interstates, I-94, I-41, concerns because notice this at the very bottom corner, Waukesha. They already had EF2 earlier this week, confirmed tornado. Any amount of storms is going to be a problem. Doesn't even have to be a warned storm. Then you look at this cluster and this absolute mess. This is where our team is at. I'll bring up the trackers here. There's Brandon, Corey, and then there's a Fox Weather Beast as they are on the southern side. There's Haley's shot right now, live showing you what this looks beyond the warehouse. And just kind of the intensity of that. You can see from a distance how intimidating these storms are. Oftentimes when you're just right underneath them, it just all looks the same. Then when you back out a couple of miles and you get a good vantage point of this, you can see what a 50,000-foot supercell looks like and why they could create that intensity and volatility. Now, they're on the same storm, by the way. There's Corey. They're just closer in proximity, so they're in the belly of the beast, ready to pounce at any moment when those start to lower. So we are looking at all of this. It does look like they just activated another tornado warning, maybe because of what our team is at right now. But what I want to show you is how close this is to Milwaukee, the next big city, about 40 miles out. We have our Fox 6 Milwaukee team tracking these storms. So we'll be continuing to look at their coverage. I'll show that to you here as we look at our team. We have Chief Meteorologist Tom Walks. They have been out, of course, not only tracking it from their studio, but they have teams that are out in this as well. So there's Tom right now. He is looking at those warnings as of right now and tracking, of course, what is unfolding for Milwaukee and his coverage area of Wisconsin. So we'll continue to watch Tom and glean anything from him. We'll bring it to you here. It just shows you what we have in the toolbox here at Fox Weather. We not only have teams all across the country, but they live in these areas. They have great insight of what could unfold, and we're listening to them as well. All right, so what we're looking at is this new warning. When you look at this, you have this kind of hook that forms right here towards Bradford. But I'm looking at the velocity couplet, and none of that's showing. So I'm betting that's mid-level rotation, why Brandon is kind of zooming in on exactly what you're looking at. But notice that now you're kind of differentiating between the grayscale, how it's so tough to just trust line of sight. But there's a lot of electricity, so you know that this is unstable, and this is a storm that has already had a history of producing tornadoes and damage reports. So looking at this overall, looking at some of those damage reports that are coming in, looking at the latest ones out of Beloit, you got egg-size hail that's coming down, and then golf ball-size hail. Here's the multiple tornado reports out of Sherlin and that Rockford area just to the north. And so it just shows you the intensity and longevity of it. You can hear our team that's trying to coordinate, of course, with Haley as we'll take you to their camera right now. This is actually the Beast Cam, the Fox Weather Beast, as they are driving through northern Illinois. I mean, it looks like the Millennial Falcon, right? Or Millennium Falcon, I should say, as you're looking at that rain that's just kind of peppering through the intensity of that rain shield. It looks like they're going to be making this turn off of the interstate here. So just shows you the blinding conditions that are coming in with the Beast and their, ability. There's Haley Meyer and Jared Maloney kind of coordinating. We'll hear from them in the hours ahead, of course, of what's unfolding in those spots. What I do want to get to right now is what's happening on the southern side of this. We spent a lot of time on the northern side because of all the tornadoes and the concerns for these spots like Illinois and Wisconsin. But I do want to bring it down now as we get into a moment of what we're going to see down in areas like Kansas City, out towards Oklahoma, and those spots as well. Iowa has had quite a few storms that have popped up in these areas like Bellevue, which have been spots that have been warned earlier this week for warnings and, of course, had confirmed tornadoes. Let's back out even further. I'm going to get to this next one. You look out towards Davenport, straddling on either sides of their major city. They have tornado warnings, but if they keep the same motion, they will miss the city. They will be driving in this direction. So that's a hopeful sign that these storms stay well north of Davenport. Let's look. I'm not seeing any type of rotation embedded in that. And then on the southern cell, looks like there's a broad rotation. Let's look at the RFD, that intensity about 50 miles an hour. So I'm going to bring it back out, and we're going to pop around on radar, go further south. Looking at this here, we do have word now coming into the Fox Weather Forecast Center, new images coming in from you at home. So thank you for verifying what we're looking at here. This is in Rochester, Minnesota. Earlier in the afternoon, Sean Kelly was able to capture that cone tornado off in the distance. Scan that QR code, and you have the ability to be able to share those pictures and videos. Notice this. Again, how difficult it is to actually see that tornado. From this camera, it can actually be able to highlight it much better than your eyes can. And how uncomfortably close this was to those structures. Look off in the distance here. It looks like a skinny tornado, and then roughly another one, a cone tornado off to the side by the tree line. Off in the distance, look, multiple vortices embedded in this. This is Roscoe, Illinois, out of Missy gave us. This is the one that our team was at. We brought it to you at the top of the hour about 50 minutes ago. We were able to kind of show you what was unfolding in those areas of northern Illinois. So looking at all of this, I do want to bring it now towards Iowa, Illinois, and Missouri. That's where these warnings are coming in. When you see this on the bottom box of your screen, that is what we're seeing overall. None of these have tight rotation. That's a good sign. What I want to do is broaden all the way out and look at some of those major metro areas like we see with Kansas City, finally in an improving condition, where you're looking at the storms mainly exiting off towards the east and southeast of the major metro area, but we do have a tornado possible, and they're left in its wake with a flash flood warning. So looking at some of the reports that are coming in, as of right now, about 60-mile-per-hour wind was registered, 70-mile-per-hour wind in Raytown outside of Kansas City on the southeastern suburbs of that. I'm interested to see if there's any flood reports that are coming in of this area too, since we had that flash flood warning. This is showing us that it was Kansas City that ended up seeing these, where they had a water rescue that was performed and that there was multiple vehicles as well. We have some new video that's coming in from this. So let's show you new video out of Rochester, Minnesota. There's the tornado whipping across the southern side of the state. These now have entered into Wisconsin. We have another video that's coming in as well. More and more videos showing this. And listen, this is in Marion, Minnesota. Tornado sirens are coming in. A violent tornado that was ongoing led to numerous power outages, and those reports are still coming in, not only from Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, Iowa, Kansas, Oklahoma, and more. We'll have that for you on the other side of the break.
Hello, I'm former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. A lot of times you can't control the amount of sleep that you're getting. If you can't fall asleep or you're tossing and turning all night, you can't get the sleep you need to stay healthy. I know, it's scary, unless you use Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep is a product that's made from natural ingredients, and it usually works from the very first night you try it. It helps you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed, earning your body those quality hours of sleep that it desperately needs.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives.
The first time I took Relaxium and I slept through the night, I thought, wow, this worked for me. I could not believe it.
Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it. I had more focus and mental clarity than I've had in years.
Relaxium is drug-free and not addictive, so you can take Relaxium every night and never worry about side effects. And the best part is, it can start working from the very first night.
When I take Relaxium Sleep, I sleep better than I have in years.
I wake up feeling like I've had the best night's sleep.
Stop being afraid and start sleeping your fears away with Relaxium Sleep. Your body and your mind will thank you.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles.
If you're not getting calm enough to go to sleep, take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. It's guaranteed to work or your money back. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-317-6312. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-317-6312.
You play by the rules. But things happen. Prices climb faster than your paycheck. And every month, a new surprise. Little by little, the debt adds up. So how do you face it? One step at a time. It starts with a call, then a plan. And just like that, you're back on track. With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team in your corner. We work directly with your creditors, so you pay less than you owe, in less time than you think. When debt happens, we're here to help you take action. And this is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to find out how quickly you could become debt-free.
And welcome inside. This is a Fox weather alert as we're looking at a severe weather outbreak playing in the Midwest down into the southern plains. You're noticing the Fox weather alert system picking up on each and every warning. As of right now, we have over 50 active warnings, 36 of those severe thunderstorm warnings, 12 tornado warnings, 8 flash flood warnings, and we have over 900 miles of that active warning right now. Janesville, Wisconsin, one of those spots underneath those warnings. And you can just see whether it's from Corey's shot or out for our Fox Weather Beast, where you got Haley Meyer and Jared Maloney. We're going to hear from them in a matter of moments, but a lot is unfolding. Then you go down into Iowa, where they have a cluster of tornado warnings. And you'll notice on the edge of your screen, this is going to show you each and every kind of region that's going to be impacted right now. Those reports are coming in real time, and we'll have that for you. Notice some of those underpasses, dry right now, but concerns about the flash flood warnings that have popped up and vehicles that are stalling as well. Let's dive into radar real quickly. Let's take you through this event because it's massive. Over 50 million people in that threat zone right now. We're going to start off with northern Wisconsin, where they've had multiple tornado warnings and reports coming in. Here is one out of Polar, Wisconsin. As we zoom in, you'll notice on the backside of that slight hook that starts to form. This is going to be for Langley and Menominee counties. As you look at this, this is relatively broad rotation. That's a good sign. Then just on the other side of Wausau, we have another tornado warning, and then we're looking at a damaging wind event that could play out as well. As of right now, it does look like this is relatively broad rotation, but we have had confirmation of damage at the surface. I want to bring in Kiana, as she's been looking at some of the storm reports that have been popping up in northern Wisconsin so far.
Yeah, we have several reports in terms of power outages, but also homes just being damaged. Trees kind of toppled down on homes. Rain-wrapped tornado was one of the reports closer towards Black River Falls. And overall, it looks like Wisconsin's sitting at around 15,000 outages as they continue to climb. So those are two of the things that we're watching right now, those power outages and, the damage that comes after those tornado reports. All
right, well, we keep watching that. Thank you, Kiana. As we take a look now, we're going to continue to drive this a little further to the south and get you out towards Janesville, Wisconsin. They're under a tornado warning. So the same state where Kiana and I were just talking about, but now further to the south, where you're looking at the concern for tornadic conditions. You have multiple areas of rotation that's embedded in this. By the way, this is where our team is at. So you have Haley and Jared right in the heart of that warning. And then you have Brandon and Corey that are out ahead of it, kind of taking I-43 closer and closer to Milwaukee. We have the opportunity. Let's check in with Haley Meyer right now as we kind of get a sense of what they're seeing in this storm. Haley, it's been a little bit since we've been able to talk with you. I know this is a tornado warning, but it looks like there's potentially multiple kind of hooks that are forming or multiple areas of rotation on radar.
Yeah, Steve, things are getting really messy right now, which we knew eventually that cold front was going to catch up with this prefrontal trough that caused a lot of the discrete action. But we've been tracking these storms ever since they were in eastern Iowa. So now we're almost to Milwaukee. And honestly, Jared and I have been chatting a little bit behind the scenes, and we're thinking about continuing to ride the storm out, but then eventually jetting south and maybe going closer to Chicago. The northern suburbs of Chicago are under a new mesoscale discussion. I say new, but it was issued a little over an hour ago at this point. And it's saying a very narrow corridor. It does include Milwaukee and the northern suburbs of Chicago, as I mentioned. Let's say near Algonquin, north towards Whitefish Bay. That's the zone right off of the western shores of Lake Michigan, where the Storm Prediction Center has said there's a corridor for strong tornado potential, where we could still be looking at an EF3 or greater if something does decide to form.
And yeah, we have a tornado. I'm hearing Jared talking to you. What just confirmed for you?
Yeah. Yeah. So just off towards our south-southeast, Jared? Yeah.
Out towards La Prairie.
Okay.
It looks like.
Yeah. Let's keep an eye on this here. So the good thing is, at least in our perspective, we are in somewhat of a clearing. And I'll even throw up our roof camera so you guys can see. But look at just directly straight in front of us. There is a clear slot which is good. And that means that we are in a zone where the tornado would potentially pass just to the north of us if it continues to stay on the ground. But yeah, Steve, we've been looking at multiple cell mergers, and it's getting messy with that cold front coming in. And so a lot of times when you have those mergers, it can be an issue for storms, or it can really help them get their act together. So at this moment, it seems like it's allowing for that rotation to really start to take over.
This way, but then we're going to need to reorient a little bit.
And you're hearing Jared, by the way, in the background. He is coordinating with Haley and the team there on the Fox Weather Beast. I'm drawing on there, La Prairie and I-39. This is where you have the hook. This is where you have the potential rotation that is spotted. This has been weather spotted, observed right now with this overall rotation. I saw relatively broad rotation. It did not look like gate to gate. Either way, notice that. 82 mile per hour wind. So this could just be the RFD right in this blue dot. That's where you could have the potential greatest wind gust out of this storm as of right now. I'm not seeing anything that's kind of rotating around that at all. But again, if it is confirmed, you have to treat this scenario like this is ongoing with a tornado on the ground. You heard from Haley from her spot. They have kind of a dry slot, a clear line, and a safe spot where they are at. They are to the north of where this couplet is being registered right now in La Prairie. They're going to coordinate. We'll continue to check in with them. What I want to do, though, real quickly is kind of reset where we're at overall in this big event. Davenport, you have a tornado warning that's right over kind of the radar site that's on the edge of your screen. Notice what we have with Brendan Kopic's dash cam. That is a absolute beast of a supercell. You can see the wall cloud that's lowering right before he makes that turn now on the left-hand side of your screen there. Davenport looking like broad rotation. We have other areas like Mediapolis and those spots in Iowa that could be potentially moving Iowa into Illinois, where there's going to be other areas of rotation. That looks relatively broad. This is the spot that's most favorable for tornadic conditions. As we continue to kind of look, as it moves from Iowa into Illinois, relatively broad rotation at the mid-level of the atmosphere. And then, as we kind of back this further out, I do want to show us that down on the southern side of this, Kansas City further south, this is where we had that damaging wind event and the highest kind of billing for 70 to 80 mile per hour wind. Notice that it is now east of the city. So that is a hopeful sign that those spots are going to be improving for Kansas City. But looking at the intensity of this, notice it hasn't lost any of its intensity as it barrels towards Columbia. These are warned for 70 mile per hour wind. That's why it's a considerable threat in those spots. I do want to bring in Kiana Lewis. She's been looking at these big cities and also these different states and overall what the reports are like. What have you seen so far on the southern side?
Yeah, for Kansas, you were talking about some of the winds that are still embedded within that line of storms. We have seen some reports coming through already, winds up to 70 miles per hour. Actually, those are our highest wind reports that we've seen so far today. And they've, toppled over trees. We've seen that kind of play out, tree damage, but also bringing in the power outages. We're looking at several areas throughout Kansas. 10,000 customers without power right now. I was just checking over my shoulder. It isn't just there. Oklahoma, actually, a sneaky part of this, has been seeing some pretty large hail. Some of our biggest hail coming through, about 3 1/4 inches in size. So that's about baseball size hail.
Wow. So it shows you the southern side, even though we haven't been able to spend much time, is producing and verifying right now. Thank you, Cal. We're going to continue to pop around. I do want to see everybody at home. Of course, right behind me, we have Sam. She's in the command center. She is also getting a lot of information for us. And Sam, I noticed that you were kind of zooming in on that one where we have Haley Meyer. And of course, is there a debris signature? I couldn't tell with the scattering before.
I believe so. I think that's why they put out a second confirmed warning. And I believe it's for that area. I'm trying to see if it all matches up.
Yeah, it looks like it's right on that couplet.
Be picking up on that debris now.
And I noticed when we're looking at the Fox Weather Alert System, that's Waukesha County. Again, right? Wasn't this earlier in the week? I believe it was Tuesday. This is where we were worried about Waukesha had a confirmed tornado and damage that was already done earlier in the week, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, this part of Wisconsin, it has had storms. I think this is the 4th day this week, so they've had a rough week here.
Yeah, we'll be watching it closely. Thank you, Sam. We got more team members, of course, that actually live in these areas. We're going to take you out to Fox 6 Milwaukee. Tom Walks has been covering this. Let's go in the zone and listen in to what he's tracking with those tornadoes.
So that was that misissued? We're going to have to get clarification on that of who's under this because there's some confusion there. But there is, okay, where are we here? Okay, this is Fox Weather's camera. This is the Beast, as they call it, and I assume they're near Janesville. Okay, so here's the deal. We're going to get clarification of this tornado warning. But again, okay, so Waukesha, Jefferson, you were not supposed to be in this.
So you can hear Tom is trying to clarify which counties need to be in this. The reason why, and this has been so difficult, because where the couplet and the debris signature was, it was on the very edge of that warning. And so they had to issue another warning. There's multiple vortices. When we talked with Haley, she said this thing's messy, right? It's an absolute mess. They're kind of colliding right now, and it's really tough to kind of differentiate which one of these is going to cycle and lower. But overall, you could tell, sadly, that there's damage at the surface. Notice here on the edge of the screen, we do have minute-by-minute updates that are coming in, no matter where you are in this event. Scan that QR code. That'll bring you to the Fox Weather Live blog. We'll have much more coming your way after the break. Make sure to stay with us.
Hello, I'm former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. A lot of times you can't control the amount of sleep that you're getting. You can't fall asleep or you're tossing and turning all night. You can't get the sleep you need to stay healthy. I know, it's scary unless you use Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep is a product that's made from natural ingredients, and it usually works from the very first night you try it. It helps you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed, earning your body those quality hours of sleep that it desperately needs.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives.
The first time I took Relaxium and I slept through the night, I thought, wow, this worked for me. I could not believe it.
Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it. I had more focus and mental clarity than I've had in years.
Relaxium is drug-free and not addictive, so you can take Relaxium every night and never worry about side effects. And the best part is, it can start working from the very first night.
When I take Relaxium Sleep, I sleep better than I have in years.
I wake up feeling like I've had the best night's sleep.
Stop being afraid and start sleeping your fears away with Relaxium Sleep. Your body and your mind will thank you.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles.
If you're not getting calm enough to go to sleep, take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. It's guaranteed to work or your money back. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-317-6312. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-317-6312.
Things at work don't always work. But with Easy Cater, the food always does. Big room booked again? Easy Cater always has options. Too many meetings, too little time? Easy Cater makes sure lunch is always on your calendar. Ugh, not again. Easy Cater is tech that won't let you down. Every day works better with Easy Cater. Learn more at easycater.com.
Your major vet bills are not covered by what you can put away monthly. If I didn't have pet insurance, I would be homeless. The bills are astronomical. There's peace of mind knowing that Fetch has us covered.
Fetch provides coverage for all of this and so much more. Even healthy puppies and cats can need unexpected care sooner than you think. Submitting claims is fast and easy, and all vets are in network, so you can get paid back at your vet or any vet in the U.S. or Canada. Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
And welcome back into Fox Weather Live, showing you Avalon, Wisconsin. And notice how dark it's getting now into these locations. And that could just be because of the intensity of these storms blocking out the sun. But this is going to be an overnight threat. We do have Ari and Chris. They're going to be coming in at 9 p.m. Eastern, and they will be continuing this coverage deep into the night. And so areas that maybe haven't felt the worst of it so far, you start talking about Milwaukee and Chicago, even areas of Michigan. This is going to be a very active night ahead. We have you covered, of course, throughout this entire event. This is Brandon just showing you the intensity of one of these storms. Then we have another shot. There is Corey's. And notice the coloration of the sky. That tells you just so much. When you start to get that green hue, that is an indication of a large hail maker. They are actually under, I believe, what is the confirmed tornado in southern Wisconsin. Here's Haley's shot. She's in it too. And look at those trees kind of swaying a little bit. You're looking at the underside. Notice at the surface, it's raining in sheets. It's kind of like pressure washed right now just because of the intensity. And then that lightning that continues on just speaks to the ferocity of this storm in of itself. The one that they are on in Janesville, by the way, that's where they had that confirmed tornado. So they are underneath that confirmed tornado. We'll have a chance to talk with them here in a moment. By the way, we have 52 active warnings right now. In those warnings, 4.5 million people. So it just speaks to the intensity of this. And just look at Corey's shot. How scary those storms are, how low they are, right? Because you see the mid-levels of the atmosphere, it's rotating, plenty of constant lightning. And at any moment, that lowering could actually form into a tornadic event. And these are storms that are warned, of course, as well. So what we're going to do right now is just show you overall what's happening in these areas of the Midwest down into the Southern Plains as we're looking at the storms that keep popping up time and time again. And so right now, look at that emerald to blue color. That's going to be the hail core. That's towering anywhere from 30 to 40,000 feet. And with that, the 30 to 40,000 feet is what's allowing that strong updraft to create the large hail. So really, it kind of shows you that everything is on the table right now. Damaging wind event, we've already had it verified 70 mile per hour in multiple states. You have apple to teacup size hail that's coming down. And what we're looking at overall is kind of what's happening in southern Wisconsin. This is going to be really the tornadic event. As we look at the tornadoes, this is where you have the greatest potential for that. Look at the amount of dirt that's getting kicked up. Regardless of the lowering of the storm itself coming down, you can see the rain shaft and the intensity of that. That's triggering some flooding reports, but also the wind that comes out of this can kick up that dirt as well. A lot that's unfolding in these areas of southern Wisconsin, but this is the third and fourth day of the week where they've been feeling this type of intensity with these storms. And so it kind of gets you that almost that storm fatigue, and why it's so important that even if it's a Friday, even if it's the third or fourth day of this, you have to stay weather aware. We have new video that's coming in to the Fox Weather Forecast Center. Let's take it to you now. Ooh, this is not what you want to see. This is in Rochester, Minnesota. This was earlier in the afternoon. We had confirmed tornadoes in this area. We had multiple vantage points, and this is the first one of the disaster at the surface, the damage. You're looking at major trees that have been toppled over. You notice that home that was ripped apart in the hole, the hole in the roof. You're also looking at all that debris, some of that getting kicked up and thrown onto the power lines. This looks like a neighborhood that got hit. This is McKenna Warner sending us this video. This is what is so concerning out of these type of events in these areas of Minnesota. We've had debris signatures at times. I want to bring you to this moment. Kiana, we were just showing Rochester. I know you had those storm reports and power outages. Since we just had that video, if you have an opportunity to load that up. Right now, I want to show you where those storms. So there was Rochester on the edge of your screen. Now, as I pan over, all of those have entered into Wisconsin. And so the concern is now, what are they doing in the Badger State? So as we're going to zoom in, this is that confirmed tornado that continues on. This is where our team is at. And you'll notice there's the trackers along with, of course, Haley and Jared. We have a well-defined hook that has popped up in this, but multiple areas of rotation. What I do want to estimate or find the estimates on the wind overall, because you have broad rotation, but you still have 60 to 40 to 50 mile per hour wind that's being registered in all of that. As we take a look, I want to bring Kiana back
Steve,
in.
I have some of those reports up for you.
Okay.
Closer to Rochester, correct? We got about 4 reports there that I'm looking at right now. Bear in mind, Rochester did regain some power, so that's some good news. They were out of power earlier today. But some of these reports coming through saying that roof damage happened across one of those areas, and residents actually had to take shelter. Another one here where they had the initial tornado earlier in the day. We were looking at this report during now, and then they had that secondary tornado that they think kind of moved through the area there too. So a couple of those reports, one more just about north of Rochester that's popping up here. Give me a second.
And it almost shows
actually flipped
yeah.
a semi. That one report that we got in there.
So it shows you it's that one cell, Kiana, that went from Rochester, crossed over the state line, and it was this one that created this damage. So that's the verification, sadly, of Kiana's reports there that we have gotten coming into the Fox Weather Forecast Center, the new video showing you the damage to this neighborhood. Not only is there extensive damage for the trees that collapse on homes, but when we zoom in on this one, you can see almost the entire side of a home ripped apart. What was important when you're looking at this is why you need to know your action plan, no matter where you live in the Midwest. Lowest level of your home, get away from those exterior rooms. You got to get to an interior room, and you got to get something to protect your head and neck, because all of this debris comes violently flying around. And when you watch and this person pans over, it's the exterior rooms that either have trees that collapse, or look at that on the edge of your screen right there, completely collapsed and ripped off. We're going to continue to get you the latest on those. Let's get back into radar and start showing you some of the reports that are coming in. This is the team in Avalon, Wisconsin. I'm showing you some of those storm reports, but here's the overall radar of it. You can tell that here is a hopeful sign that this is cycling, because you have a tornado warning in red right here coming in on the edge of your screen right in this area. But this is the confirmed tornado. So it looks like the progression of this storm is likely going to be cycling and lifting off the ground. But I can just tell you the overall eye test, this is a strange looking storm, because what looks like potentially would be a hook right in here has not really shown us a very strong velocity signature. It does look like a weak velocity scan of this, but still looking at 40 to 50 mile per hour wind that could be packed into this as well. So we'll be watching. This is only one area though. I do want to back out. We're going to bring back up radar. This is where our team is at. And let me know if we could talk with Haley or any of the storm trackers. We could kind of get their sense of what's unfolded. I know they were pre-positioned. We're trying to give them, or not pre-positioned, but reposition, trying to give them an opportunity to kind of move around a little bit. But I want to back out a little bit and show you what's happening north of Davenport. We do have a tornado warning there. This has been an area that's gotten very messy, where the rogue and isolated storms have kind of congealed and hit each other, and now they've formed clusters. And then we're going to see an evolution of this later in the evening time, that they form and go linear. As of right now, this looks like multiple areas of rotation from DeWitt to Eldridge along Highway 61, but none of them strong enough to see any type of lowering as of right now. So that is leaving Davenport. Now let's continue to back out. We're going to get out towards these areas north of Quincy. This is going to be leaving Missouri, going into Iowa and Illinois. This is areas where they've been warned, but we haven't got any strong signatures. And I can't tell if this is just because of the radar in this area, but overall it looks like very low-end rotation in this. So a good sign that hopefully that this is just mid-level rotation and nothing else further than that. We're going to continue to go south of Kansas City. This is where you have the damaging wind event, but it nestled into that along the I-40 corridor, Osceola, out towards Mount Pleasant, where we've had tornado reports earlier in the week. We have more coming in. It does look like out towards Osceola, potentially a signature that we could be getting maybe stronger rotation. So I'm going to zoom in on this one and get a quick scan of what we have here. Overall, it looks like it's lopsided on one end. It looks like there could be a damaging wind event, and that's likely could have been before, where there was cycling in this. Let's look at the overall rotation. It's right where we thought it was with that couplet. Roscoe to Osceola is where you would have that overall rotation. This just unfolded over the last, I would say 10 to 15 minutes in this area. Now that we know, I want to kind of get a quick scan of how fast this is moving. These storms on the southern side are moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. And so kind of backing out of this, looking at this here, I'm getting word that we have new video. I'm going to bring out this storm track, and then we're going to get to the new video that's coming in. This shows you Chalk Level 631, Lowry City 638, Iconium 649. Real quickly, I do want to show you that this is all south of the Kansas City metro area, but it is along the I-49 corridor. Let's take it now to that new video that's coming into the Fox Weather Forecast Center as we take a look at what's unfolding in areas of the Midwest. There's the tornado sirens in Marion, Minnesota. This is outside that Rochester. This could be that vantage point, of course, of what we are seeing in these areas. So this is, of course, that tornado that we had confirmation of potential damage. Let's get you another vantage point of more videos. So this is Rochester,
it's going to be messy.
Minnesota. At the time, you could hear Haley Meyer kind of describing what this is like with that rope tornado. Sadly, we have the neighborhoods that have had, of course, the damage reported there. All right, we have another vantage point of this as well. As we take a look, this is Rockford, Illinois. This was at 6 p.m. Eastern time, roughly an hour and a half ago. This was courtesy of Brandon and our company, which we had Corey and Haley all witnessing this cone tornado. And there's Brandon right there. This was in Rockford, Illinois, on the northern side of the state near Wisconsin. This is that same cell that has merged and is now as a confirmed tornado over Janesville. For all of you that are just joining in with us right now, I do want to set the stage and kind of give you a sense of what today has been like right now. We have had over 80 tornado warnings. We've had over 200 severe thunderstorm warnings and 11 flash flood warnings. These are the verifications of those warnings, the ground truth, when you at home send us safely the videos of that. This is South Beloit, Illinois, where you're looking at Carter Lewis able to give us a chance of showing us that rope tornado that's coming in. So we're going to continue to get you those updates. As of right now, those current warnings are still coming in. We have nearly 50 active warnings right now. This is courtesy of the Fox Weather Beast with Haley and Jared. They're scanning the sky of this confirmed tornado. Notice on the edge of your screen, we have the Fox Weather Live blog that is cranking out the newest information out of this entire event that stretches over 1,000 miles. Scan that QR code and you'll get the latest on that. This is Brandon's shot showing you that powerful supercell that's producing large hail and potentially tornadic conditions. We'll get you the very latest on the other side of the break. Make sure you stay with us.
Chances are your home is contaminated with unpurified air.
Did you know you take over 20,000 breaths a day? And this is what you're inhaling.
Did you know the air inside your home is 5 times more polluted than outdoor air?
I had no idea. This is what I was breathing.
Meet Barnacle, the world's first ceiling fan air purifier that's lab tested and scientifically proven to reduce airborne pollutants by up to 99% in as little as 3 hours. No plugs, no bulky machines, no noise, just smart, effective, quiet air filtration that works in harmony with your fan's natural airflow. Look, ceiling fans just push dirty air around. With Barnacle, it's not just spinning, it's cleaning the air. The all-natural coconut carbon filters go to work capturing airborne mold, dust, allergens, microplastics, even dangerous gases, all while neutralizing odors.
I feel better, I breathe better, I sleep better.
These filters have been a game changer for my allergies.
I love my dog, but definitely not my house smelling like him.
I dust half as often. Seriously, these filters are amazing.
If you have a ceiling fan in your home, you need this product.
Think about it. You filter your water, so why not the air you breathe? Candles and sprays only mask odors. Barnacle's porous design not only traps odors and other dangerous particles, it eliminates them.
I never thought to use my ceiling fan as an air purifier, but now I can't imagine living without it.
Join the millions of families already breathing easier with Barnacle ceiling fan filters. Yours for only $21.99. As part of this special TV-only offer, order now and we'll send you a second set absolutely free. Every order comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Barnacle is worth
every penny for a cleaner, healthier home.
Plus, find out how you can get free shipping. Stop breathing this. Enjoy fresher, cleaner air with Barnacle.
Muddy floors every single day. Sound familiar? Until I tried Muddy Mat, and I realized that I can keep my floors clean without the extra work. I put it by the door and we're all set. It's made with thousands of chenille microfibers that trap mud, dirt, and water just by stepping on it. And when it gets dirty, just shake it outside and toss it in the washer. It comes out brand new every time. Visit muddymats.com and join millions of happy pet owners. Muddy Mat, clean floors, happy home.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
And welcome back into Fox Weather. We're on full alert mode for the severe weather outbreak. Notice the power outages that continue to mount. This is not just a tornadic event, it's a damaging wind event. Kansas, over 7,000 customers without power. Illinois, over 15,000. Missouri, 18,000. And Wisconsin, 15,000. Sadly, these numbers are likely to climb in the hours ahead. And Brandon Kopic's shot in Avalon, Wisconsin is the reason why. You could just see those storms that continue to fire up. They're moving fast. Many of these storms are moving at a 40 to 50 mile per hour clip. Then further back to his west, we have the Fox Weather Beast in motion with Haley Meyer and Jared Maloney. They are watching these storms. They've actually been under a confirmed tornado, but you just can't see it. It's just so messy. It's so much rain, blinding visibility. By the way, we have the Fox Weather alert system picking up on all of it. And let me tell you, right now we have 49 active warnings, 28 of those severe thunderstorm warnings, 12 of them tornado warnings. Now, each warning has a population. When you total those together, nearly 4 million people in an active warning as we speak right now. And so we have a lot that's unfolding. I do want to show you the active watches that are in place. You have over 24 million people underneath the watch, which means the conditions are conducive for storms later on tonight. It's a Friday night. A lot of people have worked hard all week long waiting for tonight, and you got to stay in, weather aware of what's unfolding. Notice this entire line. It stretches over 900 miles, and each inch of it is worn right now. Let's get into what we are seeing in southern Wisconsin. This is a hopeful sign. This is good news. I know when you look at a tornado warning, you're saying, how is that good? Because it is now no longer a confirmed tornado. There has been a confirmed tornado for over 20 minutes. Now, that's good in respect to that, in relation to that. But when you're looking at that, there's still a hook. So a concern that this could cycle at any moment and lower. By the way, this is where we have our team right now, so I'll bring them up. There's Corey, there's Brandon, and there is, of course, Haley. And when you look at them, all three of them are in a different section on the same storm because there's multiple areas of rotation. It just makes it so difficult in order to figure out which one is going to rotate. Now, that's not the only area of concern in Wisconsin. I wanted to talk about just outside of Madison. They do have a messy kind of look towards Sun Prairie and also these other areas along the I-94 corridor. But that's not the only, kind of state that's involved. We've been spending a lot of time in Wisconsin. I do want to bring in Kiana because when we look at this event over 900 miles, you're going to have 10 plus states that are going to be impacted, and it's a different impact for all of them.
It truly is. We've seen every impact of severe weather today, and, Missouri is kind of topping that list right now when it comes to the power outages simply because they've actually had every bit of some type of impact. We had flash flooding there. We were watching a couple of tornado reports that just popped up there too. So let's kind of dive into it. Flash flooding that has happened just inside of Kansas City. Cars were stalled out along the I-70 corridor, and there was a water rescue that had to happen there too. And we also saw our top wind report there too. You'll see Raytown, 70 mile per hour winds. That's about south and east of Kansas City. A little farther south, you also have that tornado report that popped up there too. So a tornado briefly touched down. And then these reports just continue to filter in. Big wind, big hail, that has been a big part of the day. A lot of this wind has also done some damage to some homes, some outbuildings that we've seen seen play out. So when we look at it, I mean, this storm system, we knew that it was going to come broken down in 3, and we certainly did see all 3 of those impacts: the hail, the damaging wind, and the tornado threat.
Yeah, we talked about this is the 3rd and 4th event of the week. We had led into this kind of saying this could be the most violent one of the week, and sadly, these reports, they're verifying the intensity of that. Thank you for giving us that update. This is a massive system. You got to have a massive team. You see them. Kiana, Sam, I'm here in the Fox Weather Forecast Center, and we have the team that's out on the ground, getting us the ground truth as well. And then we're watching for our teams that live in these locations. By the way, we've been tapping in to Fox 6 Milwaukee and their coverage at times because it's their family and friends that they're protecting. They know the terrain best, along with Brandon Kopic, Corey, and Haley. Real quickly, I want to pop around to all the warnings, and then we're going to talk with Haley. So this is, of course, in Iowa, in Clinton and Scott County, and DeWitt. This is outside of Davenport, where you're looking at those warnings. Then we get down into Illinois and Missouri, Adams and Lewis County. What I want to show you, though, is these are tornado warnings, but the couplets are really broad. And so that tells us that the mid-levels of the atmosphere, they're rotating, but it's not lowering. That's a good sign, but a concern at any moment it could. And that's what we're looking at here when we get out towards these spots like Chalk Level or out towards Mount Pleasant. This is south of Kansas City, by the way, just to kind of give you a sense of where we're looking at. Overall, there's Kansas City up there on the very top of your screen. So then we'll bring it back down I-49 back into Mount Pleasant. I want to get out towards Chalk Level because when I look at this, there was a tight couplet there before. And it does look like a good sign here as we zoomed in that couplet actually broadened out just a little bit. And so that's a hopeful sign that these storms at times, when I say broaden out, when you have gate to gate shear, red meets green, nothing in between, very tight, it means it's going to start to lower and you have very strong rotation. This means it's broadening out. Whoa, power flashes right now in Janesville, Wisconsin. This is right here in, of course, Haley and the Fox Weather Beast with Jared. I'm going to be able to bring this up and we could kind of zoom in. What ends up happening, you see that tree, it's smacked into that power line, could sever the line, and with that, potentially create that spark. So we have this pulled up right now. This is kind of alluding to what Kiana was talking about with those power outages that come in. It could be because of straight line wind, or it could be the damage at the surface. So this tree was moving around, started to lean on that power line, and we just started seeing sparks that were kind of scattering in this direction. Now, they're putting on their headlights. They're trying to signal potentially to this oncoming traffic what's unfolding in this area. And so kind of looking at this overall, what they have with this damage at the surface. Also notice how dark it is in their camera. This is turning into a nighttime event. That increases, of course, the threat because you're not going to be able to trust line of sight like the videos that we have shown you so far tonight. Notice below, this is Brandon's shot. Let me bring in the final one, right? So we showed you Haley's. We have Brandon's here. I'm going to bring in Corey's shot, and he's driving through Delavan. It shows you some of those areas as well. I'm going to bring it back into Haley's shot here. She's actually on the phone with us. Haley, what was that moment that we just witnessed there with the power line?
Yeah, I mean, Steve, there was a lot going on and your eyes are so peeled upward and then all of a sudden you get this big flash of light in your face. And so that was power flashes, and it wasn't just one. There was 3, 4, 5. I've never seen something that close up. But in this neighborhood, there's a lot of tree damage. I'm trying to zoom in on some of it as best as possible. Quite a few roads that have been closed. You can't move because of the trees. And so some of these wind surges we've had are pretty substantial. We're looking at the storm right now, some lowering, but nothing that seems like a tornado is imminent. We've been communicating with other trackers around here. They're saying that they see widespread lowering, but nothing again that could indicate that there is a tornado. But these winds are exceptional.
Haley, we've been looking at your visual here. The obviously the power flashes is signal of the intensity of this. I want to ask you about the coloration. Because on our camera, it looks like it's emerald green, maybe a lightish blue. That would be the indication of a large hail core. What's that look like in person, and what's it warned for right now?
Yeah, no, it is very much this ominous green hue. And for many people, I was born in Omaha, Nebraska, lived in Omaha for 7 years of my life. My family has lived there forever, and they always note that green hue. And so that's exactly what we're seeing, and that, yes, is an indicator of some pretty substantial hail. Right now, let me double check. We've had some issues with our radar scope and our Fox Weather radar just because we're in and out of service. But this right now, it seems like we'll eventually get something potentially rewrapping further to the south. And so we are keeping an eye north for the town of Tuttle, just towards the northeast of Tuttle. That's kind of where we're at right now. And so that's a zone where we think the meso could get handed off to that southern piece of circulation. So that's kind of where we're going to focus our attention for now. But things are becoming very messy. We at one point had a substantial lowering, multiple little vortices that were rotating, nothing that officially touched down, at least from our vantage point, but it was just a sign of all the rotation and the vorticity that we have got in this environment right now. But yeah, things are about to get messy and rain wrapped, and so that's where things can get more of a concerning turn, especially because you can't see much. But we have our last little twinge of sunlight that's just off towards our east, and then off towards our west is where we're looking at the strongest storm of the day so far.
Yeah, and we're getting reports just outside of you. Avalon, snap trees. They've been uprooted and sheet of metal wrapped around the trees there. So we'll be watching. Haley, thank you for that update. We're going to go in the zone right now to Fox 6 Milwaukee as they continue to look at the same storms our team is on. We'll take a listen to what they are witnessing.
And looking north really kind of helps us there a little bit because there is in fact, tell you this, and I'm just looking at various areas of rotation here. We have a new warning. Okay, let's dump away from this real quick. We'll come right back to this. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Ozaukee, southeastern Fond du Lac, Washington, and Sheboygan counties. And this is until...
That is Tom Walsh, chief meteorologist out there. He's doing the coverage, of course, for southern Wisconsin. But it was southern Minnesota early in the day, sadly, that had this devastating tornado that came through, created damage at the surface in Rochester. We have those updates for you. Look on the edge of your screen. That's a live Fox Weather blog. You scan the QR code, you'll get minute-by-minute updates. Whether you're in the Midwest or all the way down in the Southern Plains, this stretches over 1,000 miles, and we have updates every step of the way. Stay with us here on Fox Weather.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative patent-pending Advanced X compression system, the X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow, oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this. I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-520-4518. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world, and it's life-changing.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit. Feel the difference.
You have no idea how long Marvin has waited to sing like this. Before getting his new teeth from Affordable Dentures and Implants, Marv wouldn't let himself dream about getting back on stage. But now, he's back under the bright lights, right where he belongs. Sing your heart out, Marvin. You've earned it. Affordable Dentures and Implants. That's what we do.
Your major vet bills are not covered by what you can put away monthly. If I didn't have pet insurance, I would be homeless. The bills are astronomical. There's peace of mind knowing that Fetch has us covered.
Fetch provides coverage for all of this and so much more. Even healthy puppies and cats can need unexpected care sooner than you think. Submitting claims is fast and easy, and all vets are in network, so you can get paid back at your vet or any vet in the US or Canada. Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Welcome back into Fox Weather. We have video coming in from the severe weather outbreak so far this afternoon and evening time. This is Marion, Minnesota. You can hear the tornado sirens off in the distance. You can also hear the wind and it sounds like a little bit of hail that's coming down from this vantage point. Now you could tell that tornado was on the ground for a while. Concerns about the damage there at the surface. We do have multiple reports of damage there in southern Minnesota. But this has been an ominous day because it hasn't been just the tornadic conditions. It has also been the damaging wind event and large hail. Look at this as they kind of zoom in. Notice that debris. How many hundreds of feet in the air that is getting carried and carried miles away. As you zoom in on that, those are not birds flying. It actually looks like metal siding. That is very concerning. Now you're listening to Rochester, Minnesota. This was the middle of the afternoon. You're hearing Haley Meyer. She's describing what is unfolding. This is a rope tornado. Sadly, we do have video out of Rochester from the surface in the aftermath of this with extensive damage. And what you're looking at with this is a DOT camera miles away, shaking because of the intense wind from this distance. Now notice, as this plays out even further, look at all the damage that was done at the surface. That tornado looked like a little rope tornado, and then you see what it's like in the path of it. Heartbreaking, truly gut-wrenching for these families, right? You think about it, it's a Friday afternoon. It's been a week of a lot of violent weather, and you're just hoping you can get through another round without any damage. And as they zoom in, either side of this road took that extensive damage. And so major trees collapsed. Get another vantage point. This was early evening time now. We're in Rockford, Illinois. That's the northern side of the state, where you have Brandon Kopic. He's set up his camera. There's a cone tornado. This one's over farmland. We had our entire team here, Corey and Haley. They are all able to capture this one. They all said the same thing. They said, this is very remote. I hope that it stays there. But I tell you, within a matter of 2 minutes of that same tornado, you couldn't see it anymore, not because it lifted, but because of the intense rain. Let's take you back to Rochester, Minnesota. A different vantage point of that tornado. Just look at the intensity of that. This is Rockford, Illinois. As you're watching the evolution, this is a time lapse. Look at this. Is what, whenever you hear me barking about mid-level rotation, a wall cloud, what does that look like? This is what they should put in every single meteorological lesson of atmospheric science. They should just show you what mid-level rotation is and how that just produced a tornado. That was a wall cloud that just produced that tornado. Then this is the moment as we look at Rock County, Wisconsin, as you had, southern Wisconsin. We talk about the trees that are swaying and look at all the sparks and then the power surge. This happened 4 or 5 times from Haley Meyer and Jared Maloney as they were in the Fox Weather Beast. So something that we were watching play out. Take a listen, though, to the reaction of this.
I am inside the tornado. Yep, we are under a big mesovortex circ. We need to get out of here. Look at those vortices.
So you're hearing Brandon Kopic reacting to the multiple vortices there and the tornado siren off in the distance. You can hear the intense wind whipping there. And it happened so quickly. Look at the trees on the other side of the road, right? Where they're whipping around. You don't know when that's going to snap or if the branches are as well. But how quickly all of this unfolds. It's just a matter of moments. And why Yeah, now you're looking at the debris that's flying horizontal. It's not being dragged. It's literally going 15 feet off the ground and flying. Now look at this. Another vortice appears out of nowhere and just weed whackers right through, and it's a buzzsaw into these trees. Now you got flying debris that's coming in. You can see Brandon, of course, has quick reaction time, reversing it quickly. The other storm tracker coming in, more debris. As that continues to swirl through the trees and then exit back out onto the road. We do have the tornado watches that continue on. Over 24 million people in that. We still have major cities that have yet to see the action. And that's what's important, is that maybe today has been relatively quiet for you, but you need to stay weather aware. And what I want to do is just time this out for you as we watch this main line that comes through. When you're looking at this, this is going to be central time. There's a lot that's going to unfold. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you from the northern line down to the southern side. Because remember, the northern line is where you could have a low vorticity, rotation, and tornadic conditions. Notice the timestamp, 10 p.m. local time, likely clearing out of Milwaukee, but likely on the doorstep of Chicago. And I was talking with Ari. He was saying, hey, I'm getting prepped with Chris tonight. Looks like you're going to have a lot of tornadoes, and then ours is going to turn linear, and we could have another QLCS that blasts through Chicago again this week. Meaning a QLCS is a line, a quasi-linear convective system that has notches embedded in that, and those could do quick spin-ups. Now, it's not just Chicago. Of course, that's the big populace. But again, who emerges on this? Kankakee, where they have dealt with an EF3 tornado already earlier in the season. As we continue to stay zoomed in on this, when does it start to clear for Chicago? Roughly right around midnight. That's when maybe you just have light rainfall, but now it's blasting through South Bend and out towards Kalamazoo. All right, so we're going to bring it back in time, and what I want to do is actually back out and show you, again, the southern side of this, because that was the tornadic risk. Now, as we get towards these areas like St. Louis and out towards central Missouri, when does it knock on your doorstep? Notice this is 9:30 p.m. local time. There's a reason why for St. Louis, you have until 11 p.m. for a tornado watch. Here's 11 p.m., and you have isolated storms that are still coming in, whether it's southern Illinois, out towards eastern Missouri, or those areas even further to the south in the Ozarks, where you have these lone renegade storms that continue on. It does look like once you enter into Saturday morning, you lose that heat at the surface. That's when it starts to really start to wane. So hopefully right around midnight, major improvements across the Midwest, because look at what we've already seen so far. Over 330 reports in this event, and we have hours to go. I want to bring you in to some of those bigger cities. Kiana's been watching those storm reports, and truly, Kansas City was one that it was like a whirlwind event in a matter of moments today.
Kansas City, I mean, they got every impact that was up across the board. We had flooding. That was a big deal in Kansas City. And as a result, unfortunately, we did have a couple of water rescues earlier in the day, as well as cars that were stalled along a major interstate. Now, Kansas City is a city that has over 2 million people that live in the metro, right? So they all have been dealing with these storms that came blasting through. Big winds, 70-mile-per-hour winds. At one point in time through the afternoon, even a brief tornado that touched down. And then you were mentioning St. Louis. That's another city that had their fair share of some storms a bit earlier in the day, and that has already knocked out powers. We had a couple of wind damage reports that came through a power line that was snapped there as well. So those reports or power outages, I should say, are trying to pick back up north and about west of the city. Haven't seen any to the south just yet, but you mentioned that they still have that coming through later tonight. Here's some of the top hail reports, because that was, I think, another little sneaky part of this storm system. We had some pretty big hail in areas like Illinois and Oklahoma. I mean, teacup size, baseball size, tennis ball size, all the way from Wisconsin through Oklahoma and into Illinois with the top reports. And then the winds, as I mentioned, I think the top wind right now is 70, but there's 4 cities, Kansas, Missouri, and Illinois. Those are the states that saw about 70-mile-per-hour winds with this.
And Kiana, we've talked. This is the third and fourth day, and you talk about the flooding risk for Kansas City. Now we got to address the flooding risk for Wisconsin and Michigan. We've been tracking it for days now. The high rivers rising, and now they're getting more rain. So that's what we want to talk about, is this severe weather that's been flooding areas like even Milwaukee too. Rising water surrounding a cafe that's seeping in through the front door, passing cars, generated waves that push even more and more water into that business. That's why we always talk about don't don't drive into those flooded waters. Even if you make it through, you're just hurting your friends and your neighbors. Communities all over the state are busy protecting their homes and businesses. Already flooded towns bracing for even more of that rain later on tonight and even tomorrow. They use sandbags and barriers to try to block the water best they can. Residents simply can't believe how much water that they've seen so far.
My 73 years on this planet, no. Even the flood 2 years ago was not that high, or even the flood in 1970. It was not this high.
So multiple locations are dealing with that historically wet April season so far, because we talked about it's not just the amount of rain that they've gotten out of this event. It was that prolific winter and that blizzard that set a healthy snowpack. And then when rain hits that, it all starts to melt all at once. So when you look at the totals since last Saturday, so this week so far, eclipsing multiple locations of a half foot of rain. That just in and of itself. But then when it falls on top of snow, these numbers dramatically increase quickly. You'll look over the past 5 days, just all of this drains into the same rivers and tributaries. And so we were highlighting major cities where they have the weather stations, and that's where you get the 5 to 6 inch benchmark. Here's where we stand all the way through tomorrow morning. Darker green, flood watch. Anywhere that's in that bright green, it's a highlighted green, that's a flood warning. That means imminent impacts. This mid-Michigan, the northern portion, we've had Katie burn there for days. They've been in a flood warning. Now, what we've noticed so far is that these storms have been very robust in the Midwest. But what does it do later on tonight as it feeds off of Lake Michigan and starts to move into the mid of Michigan? This right now is only predicting an inch or less. I think this is it's underselling the threat. Now, it does look like it's the southern side of the mid of Michigan that would get the most rain and hopefully be spared from the major flood concern. But you're still seeing yellow and orange emerge in the northern mid of Michigan, which would speak to a higher rain rate and more instability. The good news, though, is by Saturday midday, likely looking at improving conditions, clearing skies, and hopefully the water will start to kind of recede, because what you're looking at here is the overall trend over the next several days, and if not over the week, that you're going to be looking at this. Now, notice the record before this event, just over 16 and a half feet, and this was something that went well above that for Sherman, Michigan. And so this is an ongoing threat, because when you start talking about the rain and it moves out, that doesn't mean the event ends, because the river has to take time to come back down. So this is something that we'll be watching not only now, but over the next several days, as every icon that's in purple means a river at a major flood stage, whether it's the mid of Michigan, the Upper Peninsula, or out towards Wisconsin, all of them dealing with this same threat and then looming more rain on the way. So we'll be watching all of that. We do want to show you some of the videos and pictures that we have gotten so far. And so this has been out of the day already, South Beloit, Illinois, where you're zooming in over your neighbor's home and you're seeing a rope tornado. If you scan that QR code, by the way, you have the opportunity to share those pictures and videos. Now we take you to Rochester, Minnesota, where sadly this was a tornado that we have now confirmed has made extensive damage at the surface. Looking at this one, this is a cone tornado, well away from this, from Sean Kelly, safely able to capture this. Then you look at this now even closer. And this is something I talk about, is that in this vantage point, you can see the tornado. But that's because you have the luxury of a camera. Oftentimes, line of sight, you can't really even see it. And then there's an indication that maybe there's multiple vortices in this event in southern Minnesota. All of this energy has continued to blast through the Midwest. This is in Orozco, Illinois, courtesy of Missy, showing you another tornado on the northern side of the state. And then we have more that continue to play out in the Midwest. Very active night ahead. Ari and Chris are going to continue the coverage through the overnight hours. Make sure you stay tuned.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, endless cleaning? Your floors never seem to stay clean. Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber mat that traps dirt instantly. Engineered with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats. Muddy Mat doesn't just catch dirt, it locks it in. Whether it's mud, snow, sand, or water, every step on your new Muddy Mat leaves your floors spotless. And its reinforced rubber backing keeps it firmly in place. No more slipping or sliding. Perfect for your entryway, kitchen, bathroom, or even under your pet's food bowl, Muddy Mat absorbs up to 5 times more water. And when it's time for a cleanup, just toss it in the washing machine and it comes out looking as good
Parents, this is a must-have.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling.
I've got muddy mats all over the house. I even use one as a bath mat. It feels so good under my feet. It's so soft. Non-slip backing makes it safe too.
With multiple dogs, I've always struggled with having dirty paws on the floor, but with this mat, I can finally stop stressing out about it because there are no prints anywhere.
It's so soft and squishy. I've even found my puppy sleeping on the mat instead of his bed. They work so well, I bought 3 more so I could put them all over my house.
You just place the muddy mat in front of the door and you'll save up so much time cleaning the floors. Go get one. Thank me later.
Imagine the relief of coming home to clean floors every day. Call the number on the screen or visit trymuddymat.com or simply scan the QR code right now to claim an incredible 70% off and get your free muddy mat today. But hurry, this exclusive offer is available only for a limited time. Once they are gone, they are gone. Don't let dirt dictate your day. Join thousands of satisfied customers who have already transformed their homes with Muddy Mat. Act now. Clean floors, happy home.
Call 1-800-707-4122.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
I am inside the tornado. Yep, we are under a big mesovortex circ. We need to get out of here. Look at those vortices.
Welcome inside Fox Weather as we're on full alert mode. We have the team that's out. You're hearing the voice of Brandon Kopic in Rockford, Illinois. Multiple vortices playing out earlier in the evening time. Now, look at where they're at. Delavan, Wisconsin. It's actually the same storm. It merged into another one, and now it's a confirmed tornado yet again. This vantage point, though, courtesy of the Fox Weather Beast. Haley Meyer, Jared Maloney, they are in it again. They've already captured a tornado on our air earlier today, and now they're looking at another confirmed tornado. But look how difficult it is to see anything inside that. As you're looking at nighttime now upon them, the rain coming down in a really intense fashion. You're looking at 3 to 4 inch rain rate, blinding conditions. This is one of 41 active current warnings as of right now. So a lot that has unfolded. Here's another vantage point, Elkhorn, Wisconsin, of Brandon shot. Notice on the edge of your screen, it just popped in, those 41 warnings. That purple polygon outside of Milwaukee, that's a confirmed tornado. That's where our team is at. But as this radar moves, you're going to see it encompasses the Midwest, and it's going to go even further south. And now we have a confirmed tornado warning, actually in Oklahoma as well. So it shows you northern side or southern side is verifying in this forecast. When you're looking at the coloration of the sky, it tells you a lot, by the way. And we were talking with Haley not too long ago. She says there's an eerie green color that starts to emerge, and that's going to be a large hail threat. We've already had hail up to apple-sized hail, multiple location. Latest on the power outages, this is a major wind event. Wisconsin, over 14,000 customers without power. Illinois, 17,000. Missouri leading the way, over 18,000. Look at that as he pulls into the gas station. Probably needs to refill because there's going to be hours ahead of this event. You just see that shelf cloud that's looming over the gas station, that bright blue. Notice the constant lightning that's strobing out of that. That means the instability that's in place. By the way, we had mentioned 41 active warnings. Notice this. In that, over 3.5 million people in an active warning right now. The threat for tonight, over 56 million people. I want to show you the watches that are still active. You'll see that this is over 24 million people in the watches that are in place. That means Chicago, St. Louis, where it's maybe been relatively quiet, out towards areas like Milwaukee. But it's not just the tornadic conditions. It's for 85 mile per hour winds or greater and softball size hail. Notice this, and I'll measure it out for you to show you from the northern side to the southern side. We're talking roughly 900 miles of active warnings. But embedded in that are confirmed tornadoes, and that's where we actually have our team right now. Look at that signage. On it says Lake Geneva and Elkhorn. Look at your radar now in the box. Elkhorn and Lake Geneva. So we have this exact location where they are at, and you're looking at the velocity couplet that's popping up along with our team. So that's where Corey and Brandon are at. Notice we have the Fox Weather Beast that's in place as well. That is going to be Haley and Jared. We'll talk with them in a moment. I'm going to take their locators off just so we can get a better and healthier scan and give you an estimate of exactly how strong the wind could be in this area. So looking at this, trying to see overall the scan, 40 to 50 mile per hour wind likely is showing on this couplet. I want to see if there's any rotation. Oof, potentially strong rotation that's popping up in these areas out towards Delavan or Elkhorn. But notice how close they are to each other. It's merged into the same cell, only miles apart. So you have probably multiple areas of rotation at the mid-levels of the atmosphere. And that's what you're looking at from that vantage point. But it's all along the I-43 corridor. Here's the concern. I'm going to back out real quickly. If you're looking at the bottom box, how far we are from Milwaukee. If this continues on in its current trajectory, hopefully this would stay well south of the city. But then you have a merger on this end, and that could actually bring it out towards Milwaukee. When we measure it out towards those advancing storms, they're only 20 miles away from the leading edge of these storms. So we'll be watching as, again, this is not the only area of concern. We kind of zoom in towards Janesville, and we look at some of the flash flooding that's playing out, tornado possible, 60 mile per hour wind, and egg-sized hail, all in that warning alone. I want to bring in Kiana, because she's been looking at some of the storm reports. So we're showing you the visuals. I've shown you radar, but you have the kind of the ground truth when you're starting to look at the reports that are coming in.
Yeah, we're looking at a couple of new reports actually closer towards Peoria. So a little bit farther to the south of what you're talking about right now with some of the warnings there in Wisconsin. We had a sheet metal from a barn that was ripped off of a roof. So a lot of these damaging wind reports are starting to filter through as we expected going into the evening. There's another report here coming through wind damage, flipped farm trailer. Trees snapped and several power outage or power poles that were snapped. Now that was along I-74. Also, a semi was flipped there too. So a lot of these bigger winds are going to start taking the story. But this is an area just to the north of Peoria that already had its fair share of tornadic activity right along the border between Illinois and Wisconsin. So, you know, we're getting in on like the tail end of those tornado reports, and now we're starting to see more damage and more wind reports coming in as a result.
And Kiana, I was looking at Peoria where it stands now, and they have another round of storms about to hit. So all the damage that you just talked about is already present at the surface, the vulnerability, and now another wave of storms coming in. So let's time that out, because it's a tornado warning along with a squall line of severe thunderstorm warning. So notice here, this is Galesburg, but this is where Kiana was talking about, Peoria, and just outside the city, and about 20 miles to the northwest, they have two different tornado warnings that have now popped up. So we're going to zoom in on that. We're going to kind of look at the velocities couplets on this. And I believe this is what you would call a QLCS as well. Quasi-linear convective system, which means it's turning linear. These storms are merging. There is a line, but embedded in that line, there is going to be some inflow, kind of like notches that start to form. And with that, you're kind of looking at these areas like right in here, just outside of Truro, Galesburg, Oneida. These are the spots where you could have quick spin-ups. If not, you still have a damaging wind event where on the backside of that, you could have the 50-plus mile per hour wind that's still possible as well. Looking at this right now, I'm going to kind of back out and start talking more about the southern side, because we do have a confirmed tornado now in this area just north of Quincy, in this entire mess out towards Augusta in Illinois, Hancock County. Now, I say a mess because you're just looking at an entire cluster of cells, and you can't even really get a good look on radar of where there could potentially be a couplet. But I would believe that it's going to be right in here, where you have kind of gate-to-gate shear. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of get a sense of what that wind differential is going to be 71. So that is enough for the mid-level rotation to actually lower to the surface. Now, a better way to see this is, yeah, there's that low end rotation right in there as well. I'm going to look to see if there's a CC drop, because sadly we have seen that there's been damage at the surface, debris balls that have emerged, and that does not look like the case here in those areas of Hancock County, Illinois.
This is law enforcement confirmed.
Okay, so that's Sam jumping in saying law enforcement confirmed out of this. Now, one thing to note, oftentimes they will warn these because, they could see a nasty storm, some lowering, but will it always get to the surface? It's better to warn this and have people prepared. Now, notice I'm backing out. I just looked at storm movement. This thing's moving at 65 miles per hour out of the east. That's an incredible rate of speed. Doesn't give you much time to prepare. So St. Mary, 719. Colchester, 726. Macomb, 733. If I mentioned your city or if you're in the county of Hancock, now is the time to get to the lowest level of your home. Look at that. They extended this out because of the true speed of this. Now here's another thing to note. Because of the speed of a storm, notice the winds that would accelerate out of the storm would be at that threshold too, meaning it would be at least at 60 to 65 miles per hour, if not greater. So what I want to do instead is beyond the tornado warning, since all of these have a severe thunderstorm warning, actually, let's do this. We're going to back it all the way out because this is a nasty squall line that is formed all the way from Peoria down. What we're going to do is going to warn this entire line for 60 to 65 mile per hour speed and bring up those bigger cities that need to be prepared ahead. So we're looking at this roughly 65 miles per hour. Quincy, 711. Peoria, that we were just talking about, 746. Streeter, 810. Bloomington, we haven't said that all evening long. Bloomington, 826 local time. So less than an hour or about an hour from now, this is when you would anticipate having those storms, rumbling through into your region. Let's get further to the south. We got even more warnings that are starting to pop up in these areas. It does look like the one that was in northern Oklahoma has been lifted from a confirmed warning, but we do have some updates that are coming from our team on the northern side of this, of course, in southern Wisconsin. So I want to bring you there now as we have Haley that's on the phone. She's been kind of straddling northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin. Now they're in Delavan. Haley, this was a confirmed tornado warning, but it looks like an absolute mess outside. How different has this kind of tracking day been for you as we push deeper into the night?
Yeah, today's been chaotic, to say the least. I would say the easiest day for storm tracking was on Tuesday, where we caught the Wyoming-Iowa tornado. Better terrain, less river crossing, and we were able to see this in broad daylight. Now the sun going down, very, very windy, which has been a big problem with trees coming down. You saw the power flashes in front of us, which was weird because there wasn't a transformer there. So something was blowing up along those power lines and not a transformer. But even where I stand or sit in the beast, we're at a gas station quickly just watching these storms roll through. The power lines look like a mess, like they got destroyed. However, the good news is, and I'll even take the beast cam, and you can see they've got some folks pre-stationed, those bucket trucks, ready to restore power. So the state has been prepared for this. You can see those bucket trucks there, but notice how they just kind of looks a little bit disheveled across this particular power line. I will say the confirmed tornado warning is interesting. We didn't see anything. We were looking directly at the rotation. All it was a lot of lightning, a little bit of a lowering. There was a quick CC drop, but I don't necessarily think it was from a tornado touchdown. So I'm not sure if we truly did have a confirmed tornado. And keep in mind that one was radar confirmed, not spotter observed. And so if it's a spotter observed, then you almost have to believe it because someone locked eyes with that thing. But in this case, I'm not entirely sure if there was a tornado on the ground. But at this point, we'll probably let some of these storms ride overhead. It seems like they're ingesting a lot of rain, getting messy. This cold front really starting to take over. We're going to head a little bit further south and just kind of wait out some of the wind, see if we get any extra rotation near the Rockford area. But I will say that tomorrow we are headed over to Lena, Illinois to do some damage coverage, especially in the wake of the fatalities that have been reported. It was the strongest rotational couplet we've seen all day today, and that was just to the northeast of Dubuque, Iowa. We couldn't quite get there. It was very sketchy terrain, lots of hills. So even the trackers that were on that storm couldn't really get a vantage point and didn't see any damage in the moment. So we'll be bringing you a firsthand report from the damage path when we come up live very early in the morning. So now we're going to be transitioning our role here in the Fox Weather Beast. But we're not done with the night. Still very, very windy. It seems like that wind threat really starting to take over for the upper Midwest. But all targets today performed with that confirmed tornado in Oklahoma. We're tracking tornadoes through central Missouri. I mean, this moderate risk of over 22 million people paid off. This is really one of the first big severe weather outbreaks we've seen in 2026 so far.
Yeah, and that line that you're on, it looks like they took that confirmation, extended out as a tornado warning, but 70 miles of that line that you're on, Haley, that has rotation embedded in it. So you're saying, hey, maybe going a little further south towards Rockford. Yeah, there's a lot of rotation signaling towards that. So if you're taking, 43 down towards 39, you're going to be driving into a mess. And of course, look at all the lightning that's coming in from Corey's shot. Haley, thank you for getting us that update, of course. And we'll be watching closely to our team there in Milwaukee as they have a tornado warning for Waukesha County again. And it's about 10 to 15 miles from Milwaukee in the downtown area. A lot that's going to unfold in the hours ahead. If you want to stay updated minute by minute, whether it's the northern side or the southern side, over 1,000 miles, scan that QR code. That's the Fox Weather Live blog. And it's going to give you those updates, whether it's tornadic, damaging wind, large hail, or even the flooding threat that continues to play out all across the Midwest. Keep it locked in here on Fox Weather. We got more after the break.
Tired of struggling with that heavy leaf blower? Introducing the Bullseye Power Blower. It delivers a massive blowing force, and yet it's so compact and lightweight. Just lock and load the rechargeable battery for long-lasting runtime. The secret is the compact turbocharged motor with jet burst technology that blasts out 21,000 RPMs of airflow. Watch this. The sheer force propels this woman across the pool. Look, use Bullseye to blow up a huge jump house. Now that's power. Even blows snow right off your vehicle in no time. Turbo clean your porch in a flash or tidy up your dirty garage floor in seconds. Get it today for just $99.99. But wait, act now and get a $20 discount. So it's only $79.99. Plus, you'll get the adjustable extension tube, yours free. And it all comes with free shipping. Order now.
Call 1-800-329-4803 or go to bullseyeblower.com. That's 1-800-329-4803 or order online at bullseyeblower.com. Order now.
What if feeding your dog fresh whole foods was easy? At Sundays for Dogs, we start with all natural, human-grade ingredients. Then we air dry the food into shelf-stable pieces. Frozen dog food is a costly hassle, but with Sundays, you can give your dog the nutrition they need without waste, prep, or mess. Your dog's food can be healthy and simple. Get 50% off your first order at sundaysfordogs.com.
Oof, this is embarrassing. I'm Ashley here at the 4 Patriots warehouse, and we're completely overstocked. Last year, our 3-month survival food kit flew off the shelves, so we told the team, make more, and wow, they delivered. But thanks to supply delays, everything showed up at once. Now we're out of space and doing something we've never done before. Buy a 3-month kit, get 2 more months absolutely free. They last 25 years, taste great, and are hand-packed in the USA. Go to 4patriots.com. This deal won't last.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. This book reveals little-known secrets about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms that can help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. We've researched over 1,200 annuities summarizing the rates and benefits for you. So don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Call now and find out how you can get up to 33% more income in your retirement, and you'll receive Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report as an added bonus. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-853-9750. That's 800-853-9750. Again, 800-853-9750.
Welcome back into Fox Weather. We're on full alert mode for the severe weather outbreak that's unfolding in the Midwest down into the southern plains. Here's the Fox Weather alert system. We have active right now, roughly 51, just shy of that. We have 47 active warnings right now, and that stretches from Wisconsin all the way down into northern Oklahoma. And out of those, we actually have 12 tornado warnings and 23 severe thunderstorm warnings. What you're looking at here is southern Wisconsin, courtesy of our team that's out in the field. This is going to be Corey Gherkin, Brandon Kopic, and also Haley Meyer. They are in the Fox Weather Beast again with Jared Maloney, and they're tracking these storms. They're trying to pre-position. Notice on the edge of your screen, you got all the warnings, but then where they're at, they're popping up. Notice the amount of lightning coming out of that, and then Corey kind of zooming in to see if there's any lowering that's happening. This is all in southern Wisconsin. This is under a tornado warning right now. It was confirmed minutes ago, and then they extended it out as just a warning instead of a confirmation. So it's in this line that you're looking at right here. I want to talk about something. Sam, she's right behind me. She's in all the National Weather Service chat. She's also gathering that information. And she was letting me know, she's like, what's really interesting about this is we're likely going to get all of these warnings continuing to pop in, and you're going to get a lot of tornado warnings because I'm going to look at this and take away all of that and just show you the rotation that's embedded in. And notice each one of these darker shades are a signal of strong rotation. We are getting word that we have now video coming in from Wisconsin that we want to show you. This is new video coming into the Fox Weather Forecast Center. This is in Buffalo County, Wisconsin. Oof, this is tough when you're looking at this because you see farmland and you're hoping that these stay out over farmland, and then you have the home itself. And you just see how devastating this can be for those homes. And from that vantage point, when you have that drone, okay, now you're looking at some of the silos and the granaries. Why it's so important to be into that lowest level of your home, interior room, because when you're looking at this, how much of that exterior building is completely caved in, and it looks like potentially maybe an interior bathroom was the only room that would have not taken a direct impact. Then you start looking at this here of these massive granaries that weigh tons and tons that also were damaged. Now we take you to Rochester, Minnesota. This was mid-afternoon. You're looking at a neighborhood that either side of the road took extensive damage. That right there, I'm just noticing for the first time, was a metal trailer that was flipped and dragged across the road. Then you have metal siding that's wrapping itself around trees. Notice this metal siding that's hanging up into the power lines, 20, 30, 40 feet up in the air. When you're looking at metal and it's wrapping around something, that speaks to, of course, the violent wind and the circular motion of that. We have teams that are out in the field helping in this, in the first respond. And then we also heard, of course, teams that live in these areas. This is Fox 6 Milwaukee. We're going to go in the zone to listen to their coverage of these storms.
Tornado safe spot for another 25 minutes. Now, the National Weather Service pointing out a couple more things here. And this is a bit concerning. Near Spring Prairie, it does look like the rotation is picking up here a little bit to the west of Burlington, near Lyons and Spring Prairie. You are under this tornado warning right now, and you need to be in your tornado safe location with that. Now, as we look, see how it's just all linear here. Another little area of rotation, southeastern Rock County, southeast of Clinton. That's going to be another concern. So we're not done with the tornado warnings yet. In fact, looking at this as a whole, and I'll step back onto the screen here, is it looks like, the northern end of this line, I'm not as concerned at the moment into Waukesha. I still want you in your tornado safe location, but I'm not as concerned with what I was seeing. What I am more concerned with is now to the west of Burlington, and it's going to be this area right here because you can start to see that nudge on the velocity, and then there is going to be another one in southeastern parts of Rock County. So Walworth, Western Racine, Western Kenosha County, particularly in the Burlington area, we need to be watching very closely for you. And Amanda, our news.
And that is, of course, Tom Walsh, chief meteorologist out of Milwaukee's, talking about areas like Waukesha. And if that sounds familiar, that's because they had an EF2 confirmed tornado earlier this week. And so I want to bring in Kiana real quickly because she was looking at this. She says, Steve, there's a lot of activity going on in southern Wisconsin, but we're also getting those reports coming in of potentially some impacts at the surface.
Yeah, a newer report coming in, pretty new, within the last hour, I would say, where we had 2 cars that were stranded in floodwaters. This is close to Janesville. Now, this is the same storm that Haley was on earlier. We had a couple of tornado reports there earlier as well. I want to show you how much rain we've seen within the last couple of hours with this one storm. So top report coming in at 3 3/4 inches of rain. This is also radar indicated, so we'll see what some of these kind of pan out to be. But that striping right over Janesville, dangerous when it comes to flooding.
Yeah, and we talk about how these storms are likely to train over the same spots. As Kiana and I were talking, Sam also jumped in and she was saying some of those areas in northern Illinois where those storms derived from are getting underneath another warning. So, Sam, as you were talking about, I think it was towards Beloit, right? They had a confirmed tornado earlier in the evening time, and now they're under another tornado warning?
Yeah, and that's like Roscoe, Illinois area for Boone and Winnebago counties. So they were under a confirmed tornado earlier that actually the beast was on, and now they're seeing that rotation and heavy rain again.
And this is likely actually the one that Haley was talking about coordinating, getting back into as well. Right behind the monitors, you have Ari. He's getting, of course, ready for what's going to happen at the top of the hour at 9 as Chris and Ari unpack that threat deep into the night and even overnight for these areas of the Midwest. It takes an entire team. When you have a massive system and a true outbreak on your hand, you need everybody, kind of watching this. And so we have that here. It's something that we take pride in, is not only having people here at the Fox Weather headquarters, but also having teams that are on the ground, bringing you the ground truth, like you see Brandon Kopic, Corey Gerken, Haley Meyer, and Jared Maloney. And then you have teams that live there and have lived there for years, like Tom Walks in Milwaukee, right? It's something here that we take pride in. So looking at what's happening in Illinois, this is Hancock and McDonough counties, where you have a confirmed tornado that now extended out into another confirmation. But as we're looking at this on the latest scan, it looks like this got convoluted. I don't know what happened. There's kind of some radar data that got ruined here, but it did look like that it was actually lifting. So that hopefully is a sign that that storm is actually cycling. So what we're going to do is bring back up radar, though. What I would be concerned about, though, is this kind of inflow right in here. Either way, I'm going to back out. I'm going to show you why this is always a concern, because when you have these lines, they go from individual, right? Then they go into clusters because they kind of collide and they have all of this like mess. And then they turn linear. But in that line, it's not a pure line. You're going to see this kind of snaking effect. You're going to have notches embedded in that, and you could have lowering and quick spin up tornadoes. By the way, most of these storms are moving 50 to 60 miles an hour, which gives you really no time to prepare. So that's why you just want to stay weather aware and have those notifications turned on as well. Let's take a look at what's happening in Milwaukee, where they have flooding that's ongoing. And this is a concern. This comes to us from Sage. As you're looking at the amount of rain that they've already gotten this week and more rain on the way, a major concern for the Badger State. By the way, on the edge of your screen, you have the Fox Weather live blog. You scan that QR code, whether you're in Wisconsin, Illinois, Iowa, out towards even Missouri, Oklahoma, Kansas. You're going to get those updates, whatever's happening in your backyard. We will have the latest for you when Fox Weather Live returns. Stay with us.
Mike Huckabee here, and like millions of other hardworking Americans, I couldn't fall asleep. My mind wouldn't stop, and my body wouldn't rest. Poor sleep is linked to elevated stress, low energy levels, and other terrifying consequences. Luckily, I found Relaxium Sleep, America's #1 trusted sleep aid.
I'm Dr. Eric Siliberti, founder of Relaxium, America's most trusted sleep aid.
With Relaxium Sleep, I wake up with more energy, my mind is sharp, and my wife Janet tells me I'm more fun to be around.
When I take Relaxium Sleep, I sleep better than I have in years.
I wake up feeling like I've had the best night's sleep.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health.
Relaxium Sleep is made in the USA, has no risk of dependency, and is drug-free. It's also the only sleep aid with Valarest as part of its triple action formula.
I developed Relaxium to help my patients fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it.
Relaxium Sleep can work for you from the very first night, just like it did for me. The only way to find out is trying it yourself. And right now, you can try it for free. I know that once you do, you're going to be a customer for life, just like I am. And you'll experience the difference with increased energy, sharper mind, better mood, and improved quality of life.
For nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives.
Take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium Sleep now.
Don't wait another minute. Call Relaxium now.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away another 1,000 bottles. Get your free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit TryRelaxium.com or call 800-459-9786. That's TryRelaxium.com or call 800-459-9786.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. This book reveals little-known secrets about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms that can help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. We've researched over 1,200 annuities summarizing the rates and benefits for you. So don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Call now and find out how you can get up to 33% more income in your retirement, and you'll receive Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report as an added bonus. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-853-9750. That's 800-853-9750. Again, 800-853-9750.
And welcome back. We're in full alert mode. This is Delavan, Wisconsin, where it's raining in sheets. What does that mean? You could just see kind of waves of that rain coming down. This intense rain is actually triggering some flash flood warnings as well, because there's different chapters of each event, right? We went from there's going to be an explosive supercell and high-end tornadic risk, right? That played in the late afternoon, early evening. Now we have seen clusters of storms that have turned somewhat linear and embedded in those lines, quick areas of spin, but really haven't seen any powerful rogue storms. We haven't seen that, but we've had a lot of tornado warnings. And now we're starting to see another chapter, so a third chapter in this event that plays out, where the sheer volume of rain, because you've had one storm after another hitting the same spots, turn into a flooding event. So what does this all mean, right? When you look at the amount of warnings that we have active as of right now, you're looking at over 50 active warnings. 12 of those are flash flood warnings. That's the most that we've had all day. We still have 13 tornado warnings and 29 severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, those are the warnings. That means it's active. Something's happening in those counties. Now, we do have watches. That means the ingredients are on the table. It's conducive. Something may unfold in the hours ahead. By the way, this forecast is verified. So if you're in a watch, make sure that you're staying prepared for that. It's not just the tornadic risk. You have hail that could be up to grapefruit size. That may be off the table at this point in this event, but we do have a damaging wind event that is still prevalent, especially on the southern side of that, where you could be talking about 60, 70, 80 mile per hour gusts. Either way, you're looking at over 900 miles of this event, where you go from the Upper Peninsula down into northern portions of the Sooner State, and most of that has been in warnings. And so as we zoom in, this is where our team is at. We're going to talk to them in just a moment. Brandon Kopic, Corey, and out towards, of course, Haley and Jared. By the way, what we want to show you is the current numbers of what we have, right? These are all the active warnings that we have right now. Some of this has actually evolved because minute by minute, some of those warnings are lifted. So now we actually have, warnings, tornado warnings are down to 7 as of right now. That's because they can get lifted and then reissued. There's a lot. But here's a different way to look at this. We have had over 100 tornado warnings so far today. We've had over 240 severe thunderstorm warnings. And now we have 15 plus flash flood warnings. That's for the entire day so far. It just shows you how, when you're talking about a severe weather outbreak, how widespread that may be. Notice Corey is kind of driving through some of these areas. My concern is now I'm looking at some of the farmland in those areas. We've got new video coming in out of Buffalo County where there's been damage. And so you're looking at even these remote areas that have taken the full brunt of everything that's been unfolding in spots of Wisconsin, northern Illinois. This entire line is warned right now, but we are looking at rotation in all of this. So I think we have Haley that's ready to kind of give us a sense of what is next. Oh, no Haley. Okay, we have some new video. So we know that she's trying to pre-position or kind of reposition, I should say, in this line, and that can get difficult at times. We do have new video, though, coming in out of this area, Buffalo County, Wisconsin. When you talk about remote areas, still in that, there are homes, and they took a direct hit from this. Notice this home right here is an example of why it's so important to get into your action plan and not to just let the warning hit your phone and say, oh, it's not going to be me. When you look at this, this is devastating, the amount of damage that not only the home, but then you start looking at some of the agricultural spots of it, the silos, the granaries that took this. But this home right here, I keep thinking about it and why, you're in Wisconsin. And oftentimes they are saying, well, I wasn't ready for these tornadoes and I'm not ready for 3 days of it at least. And then you look at what is your action plan? Do you know it? Can you get into it in a matter of moments? Because it's not about just watching through the window, because oftentimes it's those exterior walls that cave in. It's the windows that get blown out. And when you look at that home, it's really only the interior bathroom or closet that would have taken, maybe not a direct hit from that. But those are the videos coming in. Kiana, I know you've been looking at some of the reports verifying what we're seeing as well.
Yeah, we're getting to like that last stage of all of this. I think one of the things that a lot of folks probably put on the back burner was the opportunity of flooding. And we're starting to see some of those kind of filter in now. Just about south of Wausau in Wisconsin, we have a couple of new reports coming through. So roads that are being washed out or flooded, creek roads there as well. A lot of that water kind of collecting. And this training with these storms is just making matters a bit worse. Remember Black River, that's where we had a couple of tornado warnings earlier. Well, now we're looking at that storm that has trailed off towards the north, dropping 2-3 inches of rain while doing so. We've been watching these storms kind of trail in from the south all the way up to the north. I want to take you back to Wisconsin here, where we had a couple of flooding reports coming through out of Janesville too. And we had a confirmed tornado here earlier today. Still have tornado warnings actually active there now. 2 cars stranded. This is where we've seen rain come through nearly 4 inches within the past 3 hours or so.
And we have, as you had said, more warnings there, which means more rain likely to add to those totals. Kiana, thank you for kind of diving deeper into what we are seeing with these storms. We want to take you now to the team that actually lives there and has lived there for a long time. They raised their families there, of course. They got friends there. We're talking about Fox 6 Milwaukee. We've been checking in on their coverage. Let's listen in and go in the zone to those ongoing storms.
It's one of these, what we would call bookend vortices in this area. So again, let's do a track on this, Holly. Why don't we do a track of kind of this whole area, and we'll maybe go up just a little bit. So let's go to the edge of Waukesha County. Let's encompass Norway and just to the north of Union Grove and Burlington. So it's going to be the far northern reaches of Racine County and then up into parts of Waukesha County. And that's going to run, again, look at this. Where is that? Oh, yes, we need to be taking that. Look at the lightning with that. So this is Big Bend, Vernon, and that is also, again, this area that is under this tornado warning right now. So, again, you can kind of see where this line is headed. Thank you, Holly, at this point. And, again, it's just going to be a big mess. We could have a little bit of rotation within this as well, which is why we have the tornado warning in effect. And that is something that, again, we're going to watch closely for. If this ends up being like the Waukesha County rotation, then it will end up likely rotating itself out a little bit here as well. There's a lot of lightning with this and a lot of thunder. Here are the warnings once again. So there are 2 of them. There's the one for Lake Geneva over to Burlington and Wheatland. So this warning, tornado warning, runs until 8 o'clock. So you have about another 25 minutes left on that. Then we have this that continues into the Rochester area as well. So that not only goes through Burlington, but that's going to continue just east as well. Not for Union Grove, but this is the one that runs right very close to the Rosewood area, but west of Dover. And then you see how the box changes. North as you get into the Norway area, so just east of Potter Lake. Now we're into Norway, we're into Wind Lake, and then right over 45, but it does not include you in Raymond at this point. And now Muskego, technically you're not in it, but you're kind of right on the edge. Big Bend, you're in it. Vernon, you're right on the edge.
All right, you're listening to Chief Meteorologist Tom Walks out of Fox 6 Milwaukee. What we're going to do now is talk about what we're seeing for this entire line of storms. As we had said, this is a major event. It's massive in its size. You're looking at over 900 miles, and it has turned linear in fashion. Most of this has congealed into lines, and what we're going to be looking at is in those lines some quick spin-ups. So we're going to be talking about it's not just Wisconsin and northern Illinois, where we've kind of shown you, but also in spots like Missouri out towards Kansas, as well as we're looking at potentially more storms there. So looking at this, let's get into what we are seeing. This is where we left off with Tom on the box on the corner, and this is actually where Corey's at. So let me bring up their locators. This is what they're in, right? You have the video that matches what we're seeing on radar, right? We pull back out. That's the entire side of the northern line. As we move a little further to the south, now we get out towards Peoria and those areas. These are tornado warnings as well. You'll see at times that there's actually some really, really tight rotation initially, and then it'll kind of fall off or cycle. And what I'm looking at here, I can't tell if this is just like a bad radar site, but there looks like 3 to 4 areas of very strong rotation that could be coming in. Likely showing you mid-level rotation again as these storms kind of play bumper cars in the sky. They kind of smash into each other and merge and fight for overall, kind of rotation and organization. Another one, as we take it further to the south, is going to be in areas of Missouri. And so it just kind of shows you either side of the line. It's an entire line that is kind of has little spots of rotation embedded in it, and could create some damage at the surface. We've already seen over 350 different reports so far today. We have new video coming into the Fox Weather Forecast Center. I want to show it to you here as we take a look at spots like Hayfield, Minnesota. We're looking at a powerful tornado in a farmland, kicking up a whole lot of dirt and debris. But we have noticed that some of these have moved into nearby areas. Look at the Fox Weather Live blog coming in. Severe storms damaged schools in Lena, Illinois. Thankfully, no fatalities reported there. We do have more information coming in, so scan that QR code and you'll get the latest no matter where you are in this event on the Fox Weather Live blog. We have more on this thread after the break. Stay with us.
The crisis inside Ukraine has reached a catastrophic level, with the elderly Jews pushed to the very limit.
Go inside. She's freezing cold. There's no electricity, no heat, no water. Winter is now a weapon of war, used against the elderly, the mothers, and the young children.
They've been lined up here for hours. These are precious people who are hungry, and they have nothing. If someone doesn't do something soon, a humanitarian disaster is coming. So many Jewish people who are just waiting for someone to care enough to pick up the phone.
Fears are growing that without an emergency, full-scale response, thousands will die this winter.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews needs your $25 gift now to help rush a winter survival food box of emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Today, there's a special opportunity to double your gift's impact, thanks to generous fellowship partners. Call now and your gift's impact will be doubled.
They felt the shaking of missiles. These are people who have already endured so much suffering and disaster, taking out power, taking out water, simple water to drink. We're talking about the difference between life or death. Christian, Jew, standing shoulder to shoulder, saying, we're here to heal, we're here to help.
Your gift of only $25 helps rush a winter survival food box filled with life-saving emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Thanks to a special matching challenge, if you call now, your gift's impact will be doubled. Time is critical. Please give now.
What if feeding your dog fresh whole foods was easy? At Sundays for Dogs, we start with all natural, human-grade ingredients. Then we air dry the food into shelf-stable pieces. Frozen dog food is a costly hassle, but with Sundays, you can give your dog the nutrition they need without waste, prep, or mess. Your dog's food can be healthy and simple. Get 50% off your first order at sundaysfordogs.com.
Taking a trip in the next 12 months? Airlines are under tremendous pressure and they're practically giving away their unsold seats. Like every crisis, this one will end too. But right now is the best time to take advantage of giveaway ticket prices on their unsold seats. We're not allowed to publish these low fares online. The only way to get these rock bottom giveaway prices is to call. So phone low-cost airlines now for airline ticket prices you may never see again.
Welcome back into Fox Weather. We have video coming in from the severe weather outbreak so far this afternoon and evening time. This is Marion, Minnesota. You can hear the tornado sirens off in the distance. You can also hear the wind and it sounds like a little bit of hail that's coming down from this vantage point. Now you could tell that tornado was on the ground for a while. Concerns about the damage there at the surface. We do have multiple reports of damage there in southern Minnesota. But this has been an ominous day because it hasn't been just the tornadic conditions. It has also been the damaging wind event and large hail. Look at this as they kind of zoom in. Notice that debris. How many hundreds of feet in the air that is getting carried and carried miles away. As you zoom in on that, those are not birds flying. It actually looks like metal siding. That is very concerning. Now you're listening to Rochester, Minnesota. This was the middle of the afternoon. You're hearing Haley Meyer. She's describing what is unfolding. This is a rope tornado. Sadly, we do have video out of Rochester from the surface in the aftermath of this with extensive damage. And what you're looking at with this is a DOT camera miles away, shaking because of the intense wind from this distance. Now notice, as this plays out even further, look at all the damage that was done at the surface. That tornado looked like a little rope tornado, and then you see what it's like in the path of it. Heartbreaking, truly gut-wrenching for these families, right? You think about it, it's a Friday afternoon. It's been a week of a lot of violent weather, and you're just hoping you can get through another round without any damage. And as they zoom in, either side of this road took that extensive damage. And so major trees collapsed. Get another vantage point. This was early evening time now. We're in Rockford, Illinois. That's the northern side of the state, where you have Brandon Kopic. He's set up his camera. There's a cone tornado. This one's over farmland. We had our entire team here, Corey and Haley. They are all able to capture this one. They all said the same thing. They said, this is very remote. I hope that it stays there. But I tell you, within a matter of 2 minutes of that same tornado, you couldn't see it anymore, not because it lifted, but because of the intense rain. Let's take you back to Rochester, Minnesota. A different vantage point of that tornado. Just look at the intensity of that. This is Rockford, Illinois. As you're watching the evolution, this is a time lapse. Look at this. Is what, whenever you hear me barking about mid-level rotation, a wall cloud, what does that look like? This is what they should put in every single meteorological lesson of atmospheric science. They should just show you what mid-level rotation is and how that just produced a tornado. That was a wall cloud that just produced that tornado. Then this is the moment as we look at Rock County, Wisconsin, as you had, southern Wisconsin. We talk about the trees that are swaying and look at all the sparks and then the power surge. This happened 4 or 5 times from Haley Meyer and Jared Maloney as they were in the Fox Weather Beast. So something that we were watching play out. Take a listen, though, of this.
I am inside the tornado. Yep, we are under a big mesovortex circ. We need to get out of here. Look at those vortices.
So you're hearing Brandon Kopic reacting to the multiple vortices there and the tornado siren off in the distance. You can hear the intense wind whipping there. And it happens so quickly. Look at the trees on the other side of the road, right? Where they're whipping around. You don't know when that's going to snap or if the branches are as well. But how quickly all of this unfolds. It's just a matter of moments. And why? Yeah, now you're looking at the debris that's flying horizontal. It's not being dragged. It's literally going 15 feet off the ground and flying. Now look at this. Another vortice appears out of nowhere and just weed whackers right through, and it's a buzzsaw into these trees. Now you got flying debris that's coming in. You can see Brandon, of course, has quick reaction time, reversing it quickly. The other storm tracker coming in, more debris. As that continues to swirl through the trees and then exit back out onto the road. We do have the tornado watches that continue on. Over 24 million people in that. We still have major cities that have yet to see the action. And that's what's important, is that maybe today has been relatively quiet for you, but you need to stay weather aware. And what I want to do is just time this out for you as we watch this main line that comes through. When you're looking at this, this is going to be central time. There's a lot that's going to unfold. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you from the northern line down to the southern side. Because remember, the northern line is where you could have a low vorticity, rotation, and tornadic conditions. Notice the timestamp, 10 p.m. local time, likely clearing out of Milwaukee, but likely on the doorstep of Chicago. And I was talking with Ari. He was saying, hey, I'm getting prepped with Chris tonight. Looks like you're going to have a lot of tornadoes, and then ours is going to turn linear, and we could have another QLCS that blasts through Chicago again this week. Meaning a QLCS is a line, a quasi-linear convective system that has notches embedded in that, and those could do quick spin-ups. Now, it's not just Chicago. Of course, that's the big populace. But again, who emerges on this? Kankakee, where they have dealt with an EF3 tornado already earlier in the season. As we continue to stay zoomed in on this, when does it start to clear for Chicago? Roughly right around midnight. That's when maybe you just have light rainfall, but now it's blasting through South Bend and out towards Kalamazoo. All right, so we're going to bring it back in time, and what I want to do is actually back out and show you, again, the southern side of this, because that was the tornadic risk. Now, as we get towards these areas like St. Louis and out towards central Missouri, when does it knock on your doorstep? Notice this is 9:30 p.m. local time. There's a reason why for St. Louis, you have until 11 p.m. for a tornado watch. Here's 11 p.m., and you have isolated storms that are still coming in, whether it's southern Illinois, out towards eastern Missouri, or those areas even further to the south in the Ozarks, where you have these lone renegade storms that continue on. It does look like once you enter into Saturday morning, you lose that heat at the surface. That's when it starts to really start to wane. So hopefully right around midnight, major improvements across the Midwest, because look at what we've already seen so far. Over 330 reports in this event, and we have hours to go. I want to bring you in to some of those bigger cities. Kiana's been watching those storm reports, and truly, Kansas City was one that it was like a whirlwind event in a matter of moments today.
Kansas City, I mean, they got every impact that was up across the board. We had flooding. That was a big deal in Kansas City. And as a result, unfortunately, we did have a couple of water rescues earlier in the day, as well as cars that were stalled along a major interstate. Now, Kansas City is a city that has over 2 million people that live in the metro, right? So they all have been dealing with these storms that came blasting through. Big winds, 70-mile-per-hour winds. At one point in time through the afternoon, even a brief tornado that touched down. And then you were mentioning St. Louis. That's another city that had their fair share of some storms a bit earlier in the day, and that has already knocked out powers. We had a couple of wind damage reports that came through a power line that was snapped there as well. So those reports or power outages, I should say, are trying to pick back up north and about west of the city. Haven't seen any to the south just yet, but you mentioned that they still have that coming through later tonight. Here's some of the top hail reports, because that was, I think, another little sneaky part of this storm system. We had some pretty big hail in areas like Illinois and Oklahoma. I mean, teacup size, baseball size, tennis ball size, all the way from Wisconsin through Oklahoma and into Illinois with the top reports. And then the winds, as I mentioned, I think the top wind right now is 70, but there's 4 cities, Kansas, Missouri, and Illinois. Those are the states that saw about 70-mile-per-hour winds with this.
And Kiana, we've talked. This is the third and fourth day, and you talk about the flooding risk for Kansas City. Now we got to address the flooding risk for Wisconsin and Michigan. We've been tracking it for days now. The high rivers rising, and now they're getting more rain. So that's what we want to talk about, is this severe weather that's been flooding areas like even Milwaukee too. Rising water surrounding a cafe that's seeping in through the front door, passing cars, generated waves that push even more and more water into that business. That's why we always talk about don't drive into those flooded waters. Even if you make it through, you're just hurting your friends and your neighbors. Communities all over the state are busy protecting their homes and businesses. Already flooded towns bracing for even more of that rain later on tonight and even tomorrow. They use sandbags and barriers to try to block the water best they can. Residents simply can't believe how much water that they've seen so far.
My 73 years on this planet, no. Even the flood 2 years ago was not that high, or even the flood in 1970. It was not this high.
So multiple locations are dealing with that historically wet April season so far, because we talked about it's not just the amount of rain that they've gotten out of this event. It was that prolific winter and that blizzard that set a healthy snowpack. And then when rain hits that, it all starts to melt all at once. So when you look at the totals since last Saturday, so this week so far, eclipsing multiple locations of a half foot of rain. That just in and of itself. But then when it falls on top of snow, these numbers dramatically increase quickly. You'll look over the past 5 days, just all of this drains into the same rivers and tributaries. And so we were highlighting major cities where they have the weather stations, and that's where you get the 5 to 6 inch benchmark. Here's where we stand all the way through tomorrow morning. Darker green, flood watch. Anywhere that's in that bright green, it's a highlighter green, that's a flood warning. That means imminent impacts. This mid-Michigan, the northern portion, we've had Katie burn there for days. They've been in a flood warning. Now, what we've noticed so far is that these storms have been very robust in the Midwest. But what does it do later on tonight as it feeds off of Lake Michigan and starts to move into the mitten of Michigan? This right now is only predicting an inch or less. I think this is it's underselling the threat. Now, it does look like it's the southern side of the mitten of Michigan that would get the most rain and hopefully be spared from the major flood concern, but you're still seeing yellow and orange emerge in the northern mitten of Michigan, which would speak to a higher rain rate and more instability. The good news, though, is by Saturday midday, likely looking at improving conditions, clearing skies, and hopefully the water will start to kind of recede, because what you're looking at here is the overall trend over the next several days, and if not over the week, that you're going to be looking at this. Now, notice the record before this event, just over 16 and a half feet, and this was something that went well above that for Sherman, Michigan. And so this is an ongoing threat, because when you start talking about the rain and it moves out, that doesn't mean the event ends, because the river has to take time to come back down. So this is something that we'll be watching not only now, but over the next several days, as every icon that's in purple means a river at a major flood stage, whether it's the mid Michigan, the Upper Peninsula, or out towards Wisconsin, all of them dealing with this same threat and then looming more rain on the way. So we'll be watching all of that. We do want to show you some of the videos and pictures that we have gotten so far. And so this has been out of the day already, South Beloit, Illinois, where you're zooming in over your neighbor's home and you're seeing a rope tornado. If you scan that QR code, by the way, you have the opportunity to share those pictures and videos. Now we take you to Rochester, Minnesota, where sadly this was a tornado that we have now confirmed has made extensive damage at the surface. Looking at this one, this is a cone tornado, well away from this, from Sean Kelly, safely able to capture this. Then you look at this now even closer. And this is something I talk about, is that in this vantage point, you can see the tornado, but that's because you have the luxury of a camera. Oftentimes line of sight, you can't really even see it. And then there's an indication that maybe there's multiple vortices in this event in southern Minnesota. All of this energy has continued to blast through the Midwest. This is in Orozco, Illinois, courtesy of Missy, showing you another tornado on the northern side of the state. And then we have more that continue to play out in the Midwest. Very active night ahead. Ari and Chris are going to continue the coverage through the overnight hours. Make sure you stay tuned.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, advanced X compression system, the X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow, oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this.
I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-520-4518. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world and it's life-changing.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit. Feel the difference.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as 1 day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
Fox Weather at night, our severe weather coverage continues over the next several hours because we still have severe storms. Getting you caught up on what happened a little bit earlier today. This was Rochester, Minnesota. You can actually see this tornado from the airport. And it's not very often you see on the actual METAR report that comes out of the airport, the official weather report. They were actually reporting at one point tornado. Like you could actually see the tornado from the airport. That's a pretty rare thing. I think that one was pretty long track, and unfortunately there was some damage from it. Here we go again in southeast Wisconsin, another beast of a storm that's rolling through parts of Waukesha, Milwaukee, down toward Walworth, Kenosha, Racine counties. Big storm. We've got tornado warnings out. There's no confirmed tornado right now, but there are a couple parts of the storm that are spinning a little bit. I'm going to dive into the radar of that in just a second. And if I'm not mistaken, this tornado warning that we just had before we came on air, that was a confirmed tornado down in Missouri. I believe they've taken the confirmed, that was in Illinois. I think they've taken the confirmed tag off that. And if I'm not mistaken, that was the one just southwest of the radar site here. Let me check in on this one first, and we'll get up to southeastern Wisconsin. Here we go. Okay, yeah, I think it was this part of the line. So again, you see the radar site out here near Lincoln, a little bit south of Bloomington. So we're in kind of central western Illinois here, south of where a lot of the action's been going on so far throughout the day. A little bit earlier, there was a nasty rotation with this storm, and it's still rotating, to be fair. It's still rotating. You can see rotation right there. Green's toward the radar, reds away from the radar. Radar sites to the east. So there is a rotation there headed toward Highway 97. It'll be headed out toward Easton pretty soon. So radar indicated warning right now. We don't have confirmation of a tornado down. By the way, I've taken off the severe thunderstorm warnings just on this map. Every time I look at the velocities, I like to take those off because we're generally looking for rotation there. Now I'll throw the severe thunderstorm warnings back on. Those are the yellow boxes, and the green boxes are flash flood warnings. And you're seeing some very familiar areas here down in southern Wisconsin that are dealing with some flash flooding once again. I was talking to my buddies. One of them actually lives in New Berlin, Wisconsin, where you see that brutal storm is hitting them right now. And he was telling me a couple days ago that his basement was flooding. And I said, well, I'm looking at these storms right now. If you don't get a tornado, I think there's a pretty good chance that you're going to see some more flooding down in that basement. So, yeah, I may want to get the generators going if you're still east of this storm. Make sure the sump pump is working, etc. Look at the shape of this storm. Look at this. I mean, that's a nice little hook on the southwest side of it. Another little hook right there. Let's dive into the velocities. Again, tornado warnings that are in effect. Let me get you the latest on the counties. And it looks like we are going tornado confirmed right now. And I was just looking at this storm, guys, right before we came on air. I was like, that might be a debris signature in there. And so it looks like it is. So this is now a confirmed tornado warning. That is a humongous confirmed tornado box. So I'm gonna do some deep diving on the radar here to show you exactly where the confirmed tornado is. There's no way everybody in here is gonna be under the threat of that. But that's for Kenosha, Racine, and Walworth counties. It's eastern Walworth County. Here's Kenosha County. Here's Racine County. And boy, this is at least the third time this week that Kenosha and Racine counties have been under a tornado warning. Did you notice this, Chris, by the way? My little screen went out. It's no problem. I mean, the black looks fine. But yeah, confirmed tornado warnings. Let's take a look at the velocities on this. Trying to find the spot where they're seeing. There are a bunch of spin-ups along this line, to be fair. This is a very tough situation to figure out what's going on.
It's radar confirmed.
Radar confirmed, yeah. So again, I'm looking for a debris signature in here. Let me back it up a little bit. I'm wondering if that's it a little bit north of Union Grove. Tough to tell. Well, there's a confirmed tornado in there somewhere. Let's see. Could this be what they're seeing right here? But I would think that would be inflow. Yeah, that would be like associated with this area. So when you're looking for the low values on the debris tracker, right? It's not just always everywhere you see blue is definitely tornado debris. A lot of the times what you have to do is you have to match it up. You have to match up the debris that's showing up on that product with somewhere that is experiencing high reflectivity, like out in this part of the storm, usually on the southwest side of it. But if you see the blue stuff out here, then it's not a tornado debris signature. Now, I'm not saying that there's not one in there. I just didn't see it yet. The Weather Service, I'm sure, saw something. So
I think they're using the terminal radar, which is, it's actually like right over, it went right over the terminal.
Okay, I'm actually gonna change over to this here on the side.
Okay.
Hold on. It's okay, it's okay, we're still here. Life goes on. Oh, wow. Is that just me, or is the rotation directly over the terminal Doppler? It's right over there. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, look at that. Okay, so wow. It looks like there might even be 2 tornadoes there. You see that? Oh man. I imagine we don't have the terminal Doppler. I'm gonna edit. All right, Sam's gonna add it in real quick. But basically what we're seeing, let me find out exactly where this is. This is up in northern Kenosha County. It is just north of North Cape. Let me find this and show you what I'm seeing here. Well, you can get a little.
Okay, it looks like they just came back.
Yeah, you can get a little bit of an idea here. So I'm trying to find the airport here, guys. Okay, I think I've got. Is this the airport? That's an airport. No, that's not it. The airport's farther north in Kenosha County. I'm going to take the radar off here super quick, so I can see if I can spot the airport. Maybe that is it, guys. Near Raymond? Yeah. That's the radar. Or yeah, that's the airport. So bottom line is there is a confirmed tornado in here somewhere. Let me throw the radar back on, guys. Sorry. And it's somewhere up here in like central northern Kenosha County. Very tough to see on this radar, but what I'm seeing is, let's see, with the roads on this, we are a little bit east of Wind Lake, a little bit north of North Cape, and it's headed up toward the northeast. So southern parts of like Franklin, yeah, this is like on the southeast side of Franklin. Honestly, I think we might have 2 tornadoes in progress, 2 relatively small tornadoes, but you can see them on the terminal Doppler, and that's a pretty concerning look right there. Man, I thought we had gotten past the tornado part of this night, and look at this, they're going confirmed tornado on this one too, All right, so let's find out which counties here. This should be Milwaukee and Waukesha counties. Now, this is the far southeastern tip of Waukesha County. So I want to be super clear here. This is Waukesha County. The tornado sirens are probably going off throughout all of Waukesha County right now, but the only area that's under the threat of a tornado is that far, far tiny southeastern part of Waukesha County and then southern Milwaukee County. This is south of Milwaukee proper. It's south of Milwaukee downtown. So this is going to be including Franklin. Franklin, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now, which would be the lowest level of your house, as close to the center as you can possibly get.
It does south of Franklin.
Okay, yeah. Debris just to the south of Franklin, you said, Sam? Yes. Yeah, your mic was going in and out a little bit, so just an FYI there. Yeah, so this might be tornado debris right here, guys. All right, so we have a tornado that's coming out of Kenosha County into southern Milwaukee County. This is the line between Waukesha and Milwaukee counties, and then to the south of that, you have Kenosha County. And so this is likely tornado debris here that's south of Franklin. So let me pop this in real quick. Pop the radar back in. Okay, so now we've got the terminal Doppler. Thank you for that, Sam. And now we'll be able to see what I was talking about. Probably won't get a scan before this. But there are a couple of concerning areas of rotation here. Yeah, this updates every 1 minute too, so we'll get some nice updates on this. Starting to see the rotation weaken a little bit actually on these. So there's one area of rotation here, another one here, and these are both coming in out of Kenosha County. This could be one of them too. It's one word that we've been using a lot today on air. You've heard a lot of the other anchors using it, is messy. Haley was using that word as well. This is a very messy storm mode today. And the overall idea here is, here's why I thought that we were getting close to done with the tornado threat with this. Because if I take this back 4 hours, okay, so look at this. There was an individual cell that developed. Okay, we followed this coming out of, it was this big supercell out ahead of the main line. Okay, and we followed this. It created, dropped a couple of tornadoes down in southern Wisconsin, it appears, likely one up in Lena, up in Illinois. That's not terribly far from Rockford. The Rockford area may have seen a couple of tornadoes, at least around the general vicinity. Usually what happens is once the line of storms catches up to the individual cell that's out ahead of it, then the tornado threat really gets cut down. Well, look at this. The line of storms has pretty much caught that supercell, but there's still some rotation going on in there, unfortunately. This just shows you how much spin we've got in the air. So I'm scanning this to see if there's anything that really sticks out like a sore thumb. Luckily, at this point, I don't think that the areas of rotation have had a very significant amount of staying power, but there is rotation all over the place here, guys. This is not one of those situations where I can look down and say, there's definitely, this is the exact area that the tornado is, and the rest of the spots you don't have to, be in your tornado shelter. I would just take this seriously and get down into our tornado shelters really in this entire area. And I know there's a lot of people. You got some populated areas here, Greenfield, Cudahy, Oak Creek, Franklin. I mean, a lot of people live in these spots. Muskego, there's a nice area of rotation over you guys right now. Now we're on the terminal Doppler, so green toward the radar. This is down at Mitchell Airport where the radar is. Red's away from the radar, so there's another rotation that could be, trying to produce a tornado as well. The initial warnings that were put out here were for a couple of areas of rotation on the leading edge of this line. So starting to get out of the threat in places like Union Church. The entire western part of this tornado confirmed warning, the entire western part of this can be cut off right now. You don't have to worry if you live in Burlington, Waterford, even Raymond, starting to get past the worst of the storm. Union Grove, you guys are fine. Brighton, etc. It's the leading edge of the storm here where the bad stuff is. So Caledonia, Franksville, Sturtevant. Let's get down to the lowest level of our house in the closest to the center room that you have. You want as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and then you're at the lowest level of your house. Some places have basements, some places don't. But again, it's just lowest level of your house, as close to the center as you can possibly get. So Racine, we're going to have to watch this coming in over the next hour or two. That was a quick 12 minutes. It's going to be another one of these nights, Chris. Here we go again. Deja vu. Southeastern Wisconsin. Chicago's going to get hit by this line in a couple of hours. We'll be with you here through all of it here on Fox Weather. Stick with us. It's Fox Weather at Night. We'll be right back.
Oof.
This is embarrassing. I'm Ashley here at the 4 Patriots warehouse, and we're completely overstocked. Last year, our 3-month survival food kit flew off the shelves. So we told the team, make more. And wow, they delivered. But thanks to supply delays, everything showed up at once. Now we're out of space and doing something we've never done before. Buy a 3-month kit, get 2 more months absolutely free. They last 25 years, taste great, and are hand-packed in the USA. Go to 4patriots.com. This deal won't last.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as 1 day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
Things at work don't always work. But with Easy Cater, the food always does. Connection unstable? Easy Cater always comes through.
And I think it's looking pretty good.
The presentation drags on? Easy Cater keeps things streamlined. Client canceled? Easy Cater always shows up. Every day works better with Easy Cater. Learn more at easycater.com.
Tired of struggling with that heavy leaf blower? Introducing the Bullseye Power Blower. It delivers a massive blowing force, and yet it's so compact and lightweight. Just lock and load the rechargeable battery for long-lasting runtime. The secret is the compact turbocharged motor with jet burst technology that blasts out 21,000 RPMs of airflow. Watch this. The sheer force propels this woman across the pool. Look, use Bullseye to blow up a huge jump house. Now that's power. Even blows snow right off your vehicle in no time. Turbo clean your porch in a flash or tidy up your dirty garage floor in seconds. Get it today for just $99.99. But wait, act now and get a $20 discount. So it's only $79.99. Plus, you'll get the adjustable extension tube, yours free. And it all comes with free shipping. Order now.
Call 1-800-329-4803 or go to bullseyeblower.com. That's 1-800-329-4803 or order online at bullseyeblower.com. Order now.
All right, guys, it's a Fox Weather Alert. This is Sturtevant, Wisconsin, not far from Milwaukee, where you can see a brutal storm is going through there right now. We have 2 tornado warnings that are out. Both of them have the confirmed tag, meaning that at some point radar had confirmed a tornado that was actually in progress along the line. So Sam, behind the scenes, big shout out to her. She turned on the terminal Doppler radar, which is down in northern Racine County, where the Mitchell Airport is. Okay, now the other radar site that we use, it's farther off toward the west. It's out here west of Milwaukee near Sullivan. This one is higher resolution. It updates every 1 minute, and it shoots a beam a little bit lower into the storm, so you can really see what's going on exactly at the surface. See how much detail you can see in this one? And so these are like the little details that we really think are important to be able to communicate to you guys. Now, a lot of the times, and if you've watched me before, I'm a radar guy. I really like analyzing this stuff. And most often, I can look down at an image and say, this is exactly where the tornado is. You know, if you live in a different part of the warning, you don't need to worry about it, all this kind of stuff. This is a really weird storm mode that's going on right now. There's a lot of rotation out here. I'm not seeing just like one big massive rotation where there's clearly a tornado down and it sticks out like a sore thumb from the rest of it. There's actually a bunch of different like smaller areas of rotation that are happening right now. You got one up around like Greendale, between Greendale and Greenfield. You got a couple more down here toward the south. Another one that just came through Muskego. And remember, the radar here is down toward the south. The green colors go toward the radar. The red colors go away from the radar. So when you see something like this, toward the radar, away from the radar, you're looking for counterclockwise spin, and that's it right there. So there's a possible tornado, at least a storm that's spinning a lot that's going through Muskego right now. going to be headed up toward Greenfield, along with really the rest of this line. Let's see if that newest scan fully came in yet. Yes, it did. And let's see what we've got here. Let me try base velocity versus storm relative. Okay, so tougher to get a storm vector on the terminal Doppler data here. But Greendale, I'm looking off camera here at a different radar program, and Greendale, there's a bit of a spin that's going on there. So southeastern Wisconsin, here's the deal for you guys. It's going to be a brutal storm whether there's a tornado or not. The worst of it's going to be out over Lake Michigan before too long. We're talking another probably 20 minutes to half an hour at most as this stuff moves through. You see these purple boxes, tornado confirmed. Okay, now I want to be super clear here. Again, like it's the front edge of the storm where the tornado threat really is. And you can see this when we pull up the velocities. This right here is all basically where the tornado threat is. It's basically along the coast right now. Kind of interesting down here, right in the middle of the storm, where we've got, you know what I think that may be? That may be a downburst signature here. Yeah, look at this. Okay, so yeah, radar site again. Sorry, the way this terminal data comes in, it comes in like this. So I keep changing over to it and I'm going back one scan just so we can get the full scan. So radar site up toward the north here, it's right there. Green's toward the radar, red's away from the radar. Look at this. Remember, we're usually looking for the counterclockwise spin. In this case, what I'm seeing is green's toward the radar, red's away from the radar. And what that indicates to me, also because of the fact that it's right in the middle of where the heaviest precipitation is, I think that's a downburst signature right there, meaning that there's some really strong wind, probably 60 plus, maybe 70 plus miles per hour, moving in both directions out there. And again, that's in eastern, or I should say like central northern Kenosha County. All right. So a lot of different stuff to diagnose here on the radar. Let's see what else we're seeing. And I just want to, I like to check multiple radar programs because the algorithms are always a little bit different. So you'll see me looking off camera a little bit. The area close to the lakeshore in eastern Racine County, there are a couple of areas of spin as well. So here you go. And again, it doesn't show up great. The storm vector is not calculated perfectly. But really, that's going to be at the very least some extremely strong wind. So, you can look at this and just say, let's go back a little bit. We're seeing the part of the storm that's moving away from the radar, and let's query this and see what it is. Even if there's not a tornado, I mean, you're talking 60 plus mile per hour wind there. Okay, so it's a dangerous storm any way you cut it. There could be a brief spin up tornado somewhere along that line, but I want to make sure to differentiate between different situations. And again, this is deja vu. I feel like I was saying this just a couple of nights ago in a very similar situation. There is a difference between, we know that there was at one point a confirmed tornado down with this. There are some brief spin-ups that look like they're trying to happen. There's a difference between that, which is this case, difference between that and there is one big massive tornado with a huge debris signature in the middle of this warning and it's headed toward X town. Okay? So I don't want people to get scared like this is going to be the big one, but could we see like a brief EF1, maybe even an EF2 tornado? Sure, but I also think we're going to see 60 to 70 mile per hour winds along with that line as it moves through the straight line wind, and maybe some hail too. See if there are any hail reports coming in. Yeah, we had a report of 1-inch hail near Eagle, so that's southern Waukesha County, a little bit west of where the storm is right now. While we're at it here, let me zoom out a little bit because I want to see if we still have that confirmed tornado going on down near, yeah. Okay, so there's a report. So in Illinois, this is north of Springfield, south of Peoria. Okay, so I'm going to zoom out. We're going to go down to the south here. You see this purple box right here? This is about to cross I-55, or 155, I should say. Looked at this right before we came back from break, and it looked to have a pretty nasty signature on it. So Logan, Mason, McLean, and Tazewell counties. Allens Grove is going to be right in front of it right now. You've got Delavan. Again, this is Delavan, Illinois, not Delavan, Wisconsin, which was under a tornado warning earlier too, I believe. Orville, Hiddle. These are all spots where it's time to take your tornado precautions, meaning get to the lowest level of your house and as close to the middle of it as you can possibly get. We go to the velocities here. Yes, clearly a rotation there. Radars to the southeast, toward the radar, away from the radar. That is a tight counterclockwise rotation. And, Yeah, it looks like that's tornado debris that's in there, guys. Yeah, because I can just look at this and tell you the hook of the storm. You see this right here? Okay, so that's the hook. There's high reflectivity there, and look at that. So you're seeing like low values on the debris tracker. This is tornado debris from a tornado that is definitely in progress right now. So Allen's Grove, you may take a direct hit from this. Okay, again, I'm not trying to scare people, but I do need you to get in your safe spot. And here we go. It's moved one scan further. Let's see what we're seeing here. Velocity scan's lagging just a little bit behind, but there's still likely some tornado debris within here. Allen's Grove, the north side of Natrona. Hopefully I'm saying that right. You guys are possibly getting hit by a tornado right now. Now, what I'm trying to find out also is the exact direction that this is moving, so maybe I can clear some people. Yeah, kind of southwest to northeast. Yeah, so this is the rotation right here. I'm just trying to eyeball this a little bit. Okay, so there, you get kind of a movement like this. So it's like I'm less worried about Prairie Creek, a little more worried about like Delavan, but still might not be a bad idea, especially if you live like on the north side of Prairie Creek, get down in the tornado shelter. Orville, you're probably going to be far enough south that this tornado is not going to hit you, but be careful. Boynton, Delavan, let's get in our tornado safe spot right now, and Malone too, because, again, who knows what your mailing address is. You could be out here and you think you live in Malone, or maybe your mailing address is Malone or Delavan or something like that. So anywhere in Malone or Delavan, in our tornado safe spot, Boynton, Hiddle, same thing. Now, I don't know that this is, we don't know how long this is going to hold together. But if it does hold together, those are going to be the next spots that are going to be affected. Another confirmed tornado warning that has just popped up. And so what we're getting now is spin-up tornadoes. We're getting spin-up tornadoes. Let's see. Yeah, look at that. Another tornado debris signature right there. Goodness. This has been a brutal stretch of severe weather for the Midwest, I got to tell you. Okay, let me get the counties on this one. Sorry, guys. Look at this. Another hook. It's like the same thing here. Look at this. Little hook, little hook. It's a linear mode. It's mostly straight line damaging wind, but along the line, sometimes you can get a quick spin up tornado. Usually they're a bit on the weaker side as far as tornadoes go. Usually they don't last terribly long, but this is a very unique environment that we have here. Once in a while, you can get a longer track, kind of higher end tornado from one of these. It's once in a while. I'm not seeing anything that's making me think that out of these tornadoes now, but there is debris that's being picked up by radar. So Sand Prairie, please get in your tornado safe spot right now. South Pekin, and then Elm Grove will be right in the path of this tornado too. Again, if you're just joining us, we're in central Illinois. We're between Peoria and Springfield, not far from 155. Tremont is a spot where you have a tornado that is headed toward you. Will it continue to stay on the ground all the way until it gets into town? We're not sure. But that's why we take the precautions. Okay, new scans in. Velocity might be lagging behind a little bit, but you can still clearly see some tornado debris here, I believe. Yeah, I think at least some of that is tornado debris. So I think this is the easiest way to look at it here, guys. You got hook number one, hook number two. So tornado number one, tornado number two. Those are the two tornadoes. And interestingly enough, I'm wondering if they're just waiting to kill that tail end of the warning there, or is there another spin up? I think they're just waiting to kill that off. Unless, I'm just double checking here. Could there have been another spin up within there? I don't know. I'm thinking tonight, or maybe it's tomorrow. I'm thinking that's okay. I'm thinking this is mostly on the leading edge. And by the way, guys, I know we've been pretty hardcore into this live coverage, obviously, with the confirmed tornadoes that are happening. There was a report of a tornado, by the way, on the east side of Easton, 5 miles east-northeast of Easton, of a tornado on the ground with debris. Now, I'm not sure if that was like based on the radar or whether that was, let's see, let me throw the LSRs on here. Let's see what we got. Is it not? Oh, there it is, okay. So same storm here. You see this right here? This is a report of a tornado. It says, tornado on the ground with debris. This was a little bit ago, so that one's moving out towards San Jose right now. Multiple confirmed tornado warnings in progress. We have to grab a super quick break, but we're going to follow these closely. Hang tight, we'll be right back.
My friends, I come to you today on behalf of the Jewish people in Ukraine whose lives have been completely destroyed. Family and loved ones brutally killed. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is inside of Ukraine, providing emergency food and supplies to tens of thousands of people.
I am shocked how many elderly people came here. They're afraid, and they realize now that there are more people than boxes.
For just $25, you can help rush an emergency food box to the elderly Jews in Ukraine. Many of them are hungry, frightened, and alone. Today, there's a special opportunity to double your gift's impact. Call now and your gift's impact will be doubled.
The people of Ukraine are caught in the crosshairs of war. Many of these precious people are Holocaust survivors, elderly Jews who are sick and dying. They have no food, and we must reach them now before it's too late.
The world is in a war again. I am alone. I'm afraid of the bombs. I'm scared. I am old. There is no food.
Just $25 helps rush emergency food to elderly Jews in Ukraine who are in urgent need today. Please call, scan, or go online right now.
I will not starve. Thank you, good people.
We can be the hope to the Jewish people who are suffering in Ukraine. Your help is desperately needed now.
Thanks to generous fellowship partners, call now and your gift's impact will be doubled.
This is a story about the one. The one who looks to Grainger to make sparks fly. Getting it done right is a craft. It takes experience, the right material, and the right partner like Grainger with a wide range of professional-grade products. For the one, working hard means others can play even harder. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if feeding your dog fresh whole foods was easy? At Sundays for Dogs, we start with all natural, human-grade ingredients. Then we air dry the food into shelf-stable pieces. Frozen dog food is a costly hassle, but with Sundays, you can give your dog the nutrition they need without waste, prep, or mess. Your dog's food can be healthy and simple. Get 50% off your first order at sundaysfordogs.com.
All right, so Fox Weather Alert. Let me reset a little bit for you guys. We've been really close up in on a lot of these storms, doing some intense radar analysis. We still have multiple parts of the country that are dealing with some really bad, severe weather. Usually you get to this part of the night, things go linear. Well, that happened. Usually when things go linear, you start to see less and less tornado warnings. Well, that's not really happening tonight. We've got a couple confirmed tornado warnings down in central Illinois between Peoria and Springfield. The tail end of the line moving through southeastern Wisconsin, meaning that things are going to wrap up pretty soon, but there's still a confirmed tornado warning for parts of Racine and Kenosha counties, I believe. Let me just double check on that. Yes, eastern parts of Racine and Kenosha counties. And then we've got some severe storms all the way down to Oklahoma. So, from top to bottom, this is like close to 1,000 miles of severe weather, and it's been a challenge to cover, that's for sure. But we're on it. Let's go from north to south. What do you think? North to south. Let's do it. I don't know which cameras you got. Yeah, you got them already, Chris. That sounds good. All right, here's Sturtevant, Wisconsin, not far from Milwaukee. Now, here's the current situation. We've got a confirmed tornado warning. Not really sure if a tornado's down right this second. I think this has to do with the history of the line of storms. There was a confirmed tornado with it earlier that you could actually see on radar. We got the terminal Doppler pulled up here, which is Mitchell Field, which is up in northern Racine County, and that gives us a really nice view of what's going on with the rotation in the storms. And I'll tell you what, basically the rotating parts of these storms are the leading edge, okay? So once you get on the back side of this, you're pretty much done. But just been such an interesting, weird line of storms to follow because it's not like there's just this one perfectly easy to see area of rotation where we know for sure there's a tornado. There's a bunch of like these little areas of rotation here and there, and I'll show you that here on the radar. Let me pull this back a little bit. You know, you got an area of rotation here. There's kind of one up there a little bit tough to tell to the untrained eye. I would say in Milwaukee County, yeah, the worst of this has gotten off of the lakeshore, out over the lake. Earlier, one of these areas of rotation was going right over the radar site right here. Again, there's Mitchell Airport there, and there were two different tight rotations which both appeared to be tornadoes, but they appeared to be very brief. There hasn't been like a big one down here in southeastern Wisconsin, except for, of course, a couple of days ago, the EF2 that we had up in Sussex, which is in northern Waukesha County. Okay, we've still got the big storms that are moving through. You guys are done with the worst of it, New Berlin and Brookfield. You know, I've got some friends watching from those areas, including a boy named Remy, who is a big fan of the show. So I'm going to say hi to Remy. Thanks for watching, buddy. You're through the worst of the storms right now. All right, let's go down to the south. We got to follow some more confirmed tornado warnings that are going on between Peoria and Springfield. It's the leading edge once again. We were looking at these storms before the break. You can see one hook here. There was another hook here that looks like it's getting swallowed by the line a little bit. Now east of Delavan, starting to get on the east side of Delavan. Again, here's one thing with Illinois and Wisconsin. You see a lot of town names that are the same. There's a Delavan in Wisconsin that was affected by a storm earlier last night. This is Delavan, Illinois. Now, let me see what we have in Peoria proper. Peoria is actually under a tornado warning. It's not a confirmed tornado, but there is definitely some rotation. The radar site's down toward the south, toward the radar, away from the radar, toward the radar, away from the radar. Here's what we're dealing with overall. I want to give you like the overall flavor of what the rest of this night's going to be like, at least the next couple of hours. It's a line of storms. These are linear storms. It's not like we have individual supercells like we did earlier, like individual cells that were out ahead of the line. Usually when storms go linear, you know, you're talking more straight line wind. You can get a spin up tornado or two along the leading edge of it. And that's what we're actually seeing. I mean, we're seeing, you know, some staying power with these spin up tornadoes. Confirmed tornado warning here. Let me get you the counties on this. We'll go through both of these. This is Logan, McLean, and Tazewell counties. Hiddle, I've been talking about you guys. Boynton especially, it's right on your doorstep in Boynton, maybe moving over town already. Likely a tornado that's in progress there. Yes, definitely a tornado that's in progress. You can see the tornado debris right there. I'm not going to take the time to explain exactly what you're seeing on this product because time is of the essence. We'll get to that another time. We do a lot of breakdowns on this show. Tonight's not the night for that because we got to let you know where the tornado is, where it's headed. Here's where the tornado is, and here's where it's headed. Now, this is moving toward the east at, let's see, is it going to tell us on here? Let me go to my other program. I'll find out because I may use the wedge thing on this. Northeast at 52 knots, which is almost 60 miles per hour. So let me bust out the wedge. I haven't used this thing in a little while. Here is our, okay, so we're moving at, I don't know, 59, 60-ish miles per hour, something like that. So here are our towns that we have. We have, whoops, of course I screwed it up. Give me one more shot here. We'll go about 58-ish miles per hour. Little Mackinac, Dry Grove. Well, see, this gives us towns that are a little too far out. Bloomington is not under a tornado warning yet. If it holds together, you guys would have to be careful here. But again, in the short term, Little Mackinac is going to be the town to watch for, okay? All right. I remembered there was a reason I didn't use that very often. It goes out a little too far. I want to focus in on these towns here. You know what I can do is maybe throw a couple more cities on here. But I guess this is about all we have. So yeah, we've got Minor, we've got Hiddle. Here's another one in here. Stanford, I think, just popped up. There's a town called Stanford that's out here. Boynton, it's right on top of you guys right now. And this is always, you know, this is one of those spots where we watch. When it goes over a town, are you going to see an increase in the amount of debris that's on the ground? That's definitely behind a little bit. Let's go back out to this. That's where your tornado is, if there is a tornado still down. And I think there's a good chance that there is. So that's going to move toward the east, toward Hiddle, Minor, Stanford. These are all spots between Peoria and Springfield where you need to be in your tornado shelter. Okay? Now, let's investigate this one. We still have the, okay, this is probably another tornado debris signature right here. So, yeah, let me go to this. Yep, definitely. That's a tornado debris signature. Okay. So Tremont being hit by a tornado as we speak. This is going to move up toward Mackinac. Serious situation here, guys. Yeah, this is, you know me. If you've watched the show before, I have no problem saying, I don't like this warning from the Weather Service. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Don't worry about it too much. This is not that situation. This is a big deal. There's a tornado that's on the ground. It's in Tremont, and it's headed up toward Mackinac. Okay, so this is in central Illinois. Here's where your tornado is going to be. Again, this is south of Peoria. Peoria is actually out of the tornado warning right now. You can see this. You're still getting some extremely heavy rain, but just east of Peoria, you still have a tornado warning. You see that red box? So the difference here is with the pink box, that's a confirmed tornado. With the red box, it's a radar-based warning where we see some spin on the radar, but we're not 100% sure whether a tornado's down. But given the history, not only the history, but the current situation with the fact that this atmosphere is conducive to producing tornadoes, that's going to be the area of rotation with this one, I would say, right there. So east of Peoria, not far from Washington. Do we see any kind of tornado debris trying to happen there? I don't. So that's a good thing. But that's the little appendage that we're seeing there near Washington. All right, what's going on along the rest of this line? You know what? The capital, Missouri, has a tornado warning that's in progress right now. Let's go take a look at it. Jefferson City. Let's go down to the south. Thank you, Sam. We've got all the correct radar sites turned on here. Phenomenal job. It's a lot of real estate to cover. Wow, look at this. Jeez. Okay, so real quick before, am I crazy or is that a tornado debris signature? I think it is. But I got to confirm it. Yeah. I think we got a tornado in progress in Fulton, Missouri. I think we do. Yeah, the radar's to the east, so toward away, that's a tight rotation right there. And I believe that we have tornado debris showing up on the radar here, guys. I really want to make sure that I'm right with this. Let's talk this out a little bit. So Sam, this is a weird-looking storm. Weird-looking storm here, right? It did have the hook. It had the hook. Okay, so like almost an individual cell that's out ahead of the main line. The only thing I'm wondering with this is because it has such a big solid hail core here, could some of this CC drop be due to the fact that this is a lot of hail and rain that's mixing also? But I guess considering that there's a bunch of rotation there, there would be a mesocyclone in the storm that would be supporting the hail too. They don't have a confirmed tornado on it, the Weather Service, and we are not terribly close to the radar site here. So after all that, what do you think?
So I actually just looked in the NWS chat. It's the St. Louis office, and they said, don't be fooled by the low CC in this vicinity of the couplet. There's a lot of radar artifacts in this area, including hail contamination.
Okay.
They have zero confidence that they're actually looking at a debris signature.
Okay. Well, that's great. We literally just talked it out with the Weather Service right there, I feel like, and I'm glad that some of the thoughts I was having, it's good to get some different opinions on this kind of stuff because, yeah, that sure has the look of a debris signature, right? But the thing that doesn't look like a debris signature about it, honestly, is the fact that it didn't just pop up out of nowhere. Usually with a debris signature, it'll look like this, and then all of a sudden you have this big, like, deep blue thing that pops up out of nowhere. This was kind of like following the storm a little bit. And look, there's rotation in there. There's the possibility that a tornado could drop, but it's not a confirmed tornado. Okay? So some great radar analysis there between us and the National Weather Service in Springfield. Really, really talented people that work at these National Weather Service offices, and they know their areas so well. There's always these little finicky things about like each one of their radar domes and everything. So, it's always good to get the inside info. Okay, so again, that's Jefferson City that you're looking at. And yeah, a little geography lesson there. That's one that always trips people up. It is the capital of Missouri. It's a tough capital to remember, I feel like. But there it is, Jefferson City in Missouri. You can see how strong the wind is blowing. Look at that. And flooding could be an issue with some of these storms. No flash flood warnings down here, but we have a lot of flash flood warnings up by southern and southeastern Wisconsin, northern Illinois also, where we've seen a lot over the last couple of days. A lot more coming up here on Fox Weather.
This is the story of the one who knows well-prepared workdays take off smoothly and land right on time. That's why he counts on Grainger. With next-day delivery and professional-grade products, Grainger helps ensure he, his crew, and thousands of passengers fly through the day like clockwork. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Stay tuned to get a second can of Alien Seal Spray for 50% off.
Hi, Gator, and I'm here for it. This is Alien Flexible Seal Spray. The real deal seal that won't chip, crack, dry out, or peel. Yeah, we know it works great for repairing leaks in roofs, sealing up gutters watertight, and fixing leaky drain pipes. And that saves you a ton of cash. Alien Seal is a rubberized, flexible, self-leveling spray you can use to patch, seal, and waterproof every day. Check this out. Got an old wooden hammer you can't let go of, but it wants to let go of you? Just Alien Seal it for a non-slip grip. Waterproof your camping gear for a safe, dry trip. It stands up to extreme cold and extreme heat. Alien Seal fills in concrete cracks and joints from weeds and debris. Seals leaks and air ducts in your HVAC. Alien Seal Spray. It's great for sealing your wood siding and also sealing the air and moisture away from your window edges. And can be painted to perfectly match. For weather prep, home improvement, or repair, Alien Seal Spray saves you money everywhere. Don't get caught in an expensive, leaky situation. Alien is the real deal seal that won't chip, crack, dry out, or peel. And I'm standing by that statement. All right, then, next.
Call or go online now to get your large can of Alien Flexible Seal Spray in your choice of black or clear to repair, fix, seal, and save you hundreds for just $19.99. We guarantee Alien Seal Spray will pay for itself with just one use. But to make this our best deal on TV, you could get 50% off a second large can. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. You get 2 large cans, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
Call 1-800-677-5406 or go to alienspray.com. So call 1-800-677-5406 or go online to alienspray.com.
What if feeding your dog fresh whole foods was easy? At Sundays for Dogs, we start with all natural, human-grade ingredients. Then we air dry the food into shelf-stable pieces. Frozen dog food is a costly hassle, but with Sundays, you can give your dog the nutrition they need without waste, prep, or mess. Your dog's food can be healthy and simple. Get 50% off your first order at sundaysfordogs.com.
It's been a very long day. Once again, a massive day of severe weather across the middle part of the country. These are the storm reports. LSR is what we call them, local storm reports. Either wind damage, big hail, tornadoes, etc. Tornadoes show up in red. These are all the storm reports that we've had throughout the day. So this is undoubtedly classified as a severe weather outbreak. And I'm highly confident calling this a tornado outbreak too. We had several tornadoes starting in Minnesota a little bit earlier. Parts of northern Wisconsin, southern Wisconsin had some tornadoes as well. And now we've got tornadoes that are ongoing down in central Illinois. We had a couple of tornado reports not far from Kansas City, another one up in northern Oklahoma. This has just been a hellacious stretch of severe weather. Let me take these storm reports off so you can see what's going on right now. The area of the most concern by far is where we have these confirmed tornado warnings. That's what the pink box means. Red box, radar indicated tornado where we don't know for sure whether it's on the ground or not. Pink box means that it's radar confirmed or somebody actually saw it down on the ground. So let's get down to it, and I'm going to show you the counties on these before I dive into the details. But this is very concerning here, guys. You don't hear me use this level of urgency very often, and I do that for a reason because I want to reserve it for when we've got some serious stuff going on. There's a tornado here down on the south side of Little Mackinac, and it is headed in the general direction of Bloomington. Now, I can't guarantee that this is going to stay on the ground all the way until it gets into Bloomington, but the point is we're starting to get very close to a really high population area, and that does make me a little bit nervous. Now, what do you need to know? Before we dive super deep on radar into this, you need to know that if you're under one of these warnings, you need to take it seriously. People will say, oh, you should always take it seriously. Sure, I'm with you on that. But I also have no problem looking at a warning on radar and being like, this is kind of overkill from the National Weather Service. You don't need to worry. In this case, this is serious business, okay? There is definitely a tornado that's in progress. You can see the tornado debris that shows up on this. Let me show that to you. It's right in here. There's some tornado debris that's going on in there, okay? Yeah, you can clearly see it. It was right there, came down south of Hopedale, and then here on the latest scan, could it be starting to get a little more diffused? Could the rotation be starting to weaken? It's possible. I'm gonna go off camera here for this. Which one am I on? Lincoln, yeah, okay. Again, you know, I like to look at a couple of different radar programs on this because there are different algorithms with every radar program that you use where it's trying to calculate how it's showing the velocity and all that kind of stuff. What's the most concerning thing that I'm seeing here? Yeah, it's up near Mackinac. I mean, honestly, this is the most concerning thing that we have on the entire board right now. Let's see. Okay. Where's Peoria? That's farther to the north, right? Peoria's in the clear, at least as far as tornadoes go. So let me turn on the regular radar. So yeah, Peoria's in the clear. Delavan, Cincinnati, Illinois, you guys are in the clear. And you get down farther toward the southeast. Look at this. This is coming right into the radar site here, guys. Down near Lincoln. Tornado confirmed is what they're saying on this one. And there it is, right there. You can see it. Multiple tornadoes ongoing down in central Illinois right now. Now, I'm not going to call this quick spin up because I was just saying off camera to Sam and Chris, like usually when you have these spin up tornadoes on the leading edge of a line of storms, usually they're weaker and they don't last terribly long. This one I think has been on the ground for a while and it still is. So I think this is going to end up being a long track tornado here, you know, possibly 15 miles or longer, as it's just had some staying power. You know, the last couple of nights I've been talking about storms that don't have as much staying power. This is a different situation. Yeah, let's zoom in on this one too. And Chris is going to get the Bloomington. Do we have Bloomington cameras or no? It's not good. Okay, it's not good. Gotcha. Fair enough.
But I believe we're looking at the same storm with this Springfield camera.
Oh, this storm down here that's farther to the south? Where's?
Let me double check.
Yeah, let me double check on my. Okay. Well, Springfield's going to be a great camera because the storm is coming directly into Springfield. Look at this appendage too. No severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning actually in progress for Springfield proper right now.
We're also looking at Normal, Illinois. I saw a pretty substantial lowering here.
Okay,
it's
where
pretty
is that?
serious. Normal's just north of Bloomington.
Just north of Bloomington?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know. Normal. Let's see if we can just find it on here. Yeah, it's just right on the north side. Okay. So
yeah, a second ago it was
west.
pretty significant.
Okay, you want to double box me with the radar just so I can show people where we're looking? So we're on the north side of Bloomington right here, okay? And we're looking out toward the west. And if you've been following us, there are a couple of different areas of rotation. Maybe, we could be looking out toward like this direction because the area that I'm the most concerned about is right near Mackinac. They've dropped the tornado confirmed on this one that's east of Hiddle. We've still got some rotation there definitely, but yeah, this one up here, guys. Yeah, it's just, there's a tornado up in here somewhere. I feel very confident about that. Let's look at the CCs on it. Yeah, could we be seeing a tornado right there? It's possible. Let me just double check a couple. Yeah. I think we got ourselves a tornado debris signature here. So we got a tornado in progress. We're looking at it from the east. This is Mackinac, Illinois, if you're just joining us. You got Lilly that's just to the east. These are spots where you absolutely need to be in your tornado shelter. White Oak, Illinois. Even, Deer Creek, you're starting to get past the worst of it. I'd be down in the tornado shelter for another 10 minutes or so. Tremont, you guys are past the worst of it. You're in the clear. But we're watching, places like Dry Grove, Hudson, Bloomington under a tornado warning right now. And I want to differentiate this for you guys a little bit. I know these maps are very busy. There's a lot of stuff going on. I've got to have the roads on here to give you some reference. It's a very tough look to keep completely clean. But what you're seeing here is the yellow boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings. Okay, that means 60+ mile per hour wind, 1 inch plus hail. So I'll zoom out a little bit so you can see. Basically, this entire line of storms has a severe thunderstorm warning on it. Now I'm going to get rid of the severe thunderstorm warnings. Just assume everybody that gets hit by a storm, it's going to be severe, at least in this area. Now we're looking at the tornado warnings. The red boxes mean a radar indicated tornado warning, meaning we see spin in the storm, but we're not 100% sure whether there's a tornado on the ground or not. Where you see the pink box, that's where we have a confirmed tornado that's in progress, meaning that either radar or somebody on the ground has confirmed it. And yeah, look at this. I mean, geez, there's 2 spin-ups here that are very concerning looking. What did you see there, Chris?
I mean, it just lit up the cloud. It didn't look...
Do we still have the lowering?
I didn't see the lowering this time.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to follow this.
It seemed like it lit up the front of the shelf cloud.
Okay. I think the best way to follow this right now is going to be with the velocities. And let me just see how that matches up with the... Yeah, this is nuts. Okay, so you got one rotation here and another one here. So one that's moving right over Mackinac Dells right now, one that's over Danvers. Let me get you the latest on this. Let me get you some of the counties here, by the way. Confirmed tornado for McLean, Tazewell, and now parts of Woodford County, okay? So that's going to include El Paso. It includes Hudson. Here's where your tornado likely is. In fact, let me go back to the, let's just, you know what? I mean, looking at this on radar, what I think we have is 2 possible tornadoes. Let's just assume one big area that is tornadic that's moving toward the northeast. I think that's the best way to tell people who needs to be in their safe spot and who doesn't. Now, again, like the exact middle of town here in Eureka, you guys are not going to be getting hit by a tornado. But I don't know, like if your mailing address says Eureka and you're like southeast of town, so why don't we just be safe? Like if you live in Eureka, if you live in El Paso, Hudson, White Oak, let's get down in our tornado shelters right now. Okay, so those are the confirmed tornado. It could be 2 tornadoes, but there's one large part of this storm, which is the southern part of it, that where you see this big like curly Q right here, like right there, that's your curly Q where the tornado would be in the storm. Let's just assume that that whole part of the storm could be producing a tornado or multiple tornadoes, and it's headed toward the northeast. It is the central and southern side of this pink warning box that I'm the most concerned about. But as it moves farther toward the northeast, sometimes it'll turn a little bit toward the left, you know, sometimes it'll turn a little bit toward the right. El Paso, we got to take this seriously. We got to get down in our tornado shelters. You guys can come out in Mackinac, Tremont, done with the severe weather for the night. It's just going to be a lot of rain where we see flooding. And speaking of flooding, let me zoom out a little bit. Well, we've got flooding going on south of Kansas City. That's the green boxes, flash flood warnings. I'm so busy on the radar here, Chris. I haven't had time to look down at this. Are you seeing any crazy lowerings? Okay, so it looks like it. I'm not saying there's not a tornado in progress. I mean, there's only a certain wedge of the sky that camera can see. But here we go. All right, we're starting to get into Chicago now. Here we go again. Another deja vu moment. It's been night. I mean, this is literally the 4th night, is it not, Chris? Yeah. We had Monday, Tuesday. Not in a row. Well, I mean, yesterday was the only one that we didn't, I feel like. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and now Friday, where we have a line of severe storms coming through Chicago. It's absolutely unbelievable. Let me take this off. I'm trying to get as few lines on this map as I possibly can, but there's a lot of stuff. You know what I can do? I'm going to take off these marine warnings. I think that will clean it up a little bit. All right, there you go. So we got tornado warnings that are in effect for Lake County. This is the North Chicago suburbs. You see Chicago here, right along the lakefront, and then we're just south of Kenosha here in Wisconsin. Southeast Wisconsin, you guys are done with the severe storms. You're changing over to a flash flooding event. Now, luckily, actually, it looks like this line is starting to really kind of move through. I thought it was going to set up shop more like east-southeast to west-southwest and then just keep training, and it's doing that a little bit. But these areas have flooded significantly over the last several days. Like each one of these nights I was talking about, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we've had significant flooding. The ground cannot handle anymore. Rockford's got a flash flood warning. Delavan down toward...
Waukegan real quick before we go to break.
Oh, Waukegan?
Yeah, we're getting
radar,
questions on Waukegan.
Okay, let's check it out. Let's look at this. Oh, we're still on the terminal Doppler here. Let's change over. What do you got? Rotation there, Chris?
No. I'm just asking because people were asking, are they good in Waukegan?
I mean, you're under a tornado warning. So yeah. I'm gonna say, are you good? Get to the lowest level of your house, closest to the center. I'm not seeing any crazy, like, We for sure have a tornado down rotation, but it's going to be a 60-plus mile-per-hour wind and maybe some hail too, so take shelter. We'll be right back.
This is the story of the one.